Hello everyone. We are pushing 2 videos a day with little to no budget. You can help with Buy Me a Coffee or Patreon. Link in the descriptions. Chapter 25-26 A New Learning Machine. Ves Larkinson was puzzled as one of her instructors pulled her out of her training session. The teenage mech cadet's training results were pretty good, though she was far from matching the best. She brushed aside her brown hair as she waited for the shuttle she had boarded to reach its destination. It did not take long for the vehicle to land inside an enclosed mech hangar. Her instructor, an older true-blood Larkinson and war veteran, strapped herself off her seat. "We're here. Follow me, cadet." "Yes, ma'am." The straps holding her in her seat retracted as soon as she pushed herself to her feet. She obediently followed her teacher as they entered into a huge but largely empty hall. They moved forward until they approached another Larkinson. "You're here. Good. My name is Sherry Tovar Larkinson. I am an assistant mech designer serving in the design department. Is this Miss Ves Larkinson?" The instructor nodded. "Yes. I have brought Cadet Laney as requested. I have already studied her academy records. Just to be sure, can you give me your evaluation on her training progress?" "Cadet Laney is a diligent mech cadet and never misses class. She gets along well with her fellow cadets but has shown no special aptitude in leading them in battle. While she has performed decently in piloting different mech types, she has shown a greater affinity for ranged combat. She performs a bit better on land than in space, but that is normal for every mech cadet. Overall, her training progress is on par for her genetic aptitude of B-, though she has peers who manage to perform better." There was an implicit tone of criticism in the mech instructor's tone. Laney felt a bit disappointed, but she had no one else to blame but herself. While she was eager to become a good mech pilot, there were other Larkinson potentates who spent their every waking moment training or studying. Their drive to become an elite Larkinson mech pilot was insane. They tended to be outsiders who joined the clan after their parents got in. Recognizing the golden opportunity in front of them, these new mech cadets worked so hard that the academy had to step in to prevent them burning out too quickly. The mech designer soon brought up the reason why Laney was here. "Cadet Laney, our design department has recently completed the design of a very specific mech. Our patriarch wishes to invest in the future mech pilots of our clan and has devised a new model that is specifically geared towards improving your training results. We have chosen you to be the first to pilot the completed version of our Chiron." Though Laney hadn't heard about this development, the instructor already guessed the reason. The older woman had already been involved in the testing of the prototypes. "Miss Tovar, while Cadet Laney has achieved good results, our academy has other young potentates who deserve this honor." Sherry shook her head. "This is not a matter of honor. It is a matter of observation. We predict the difference in performance is more drastic if the cadet in question has more room to improve. The Chiron does not make much of a difference if the mech pilot is already good. Besides, the patriarch personally assigned the first production copy to Cadet Laney." That finished this little discussion. Laney moved on to undergo a quick physical before changing into a special piloting suit. Soon enough, a couple of mech technicians guided her to a mech that looked different from any other machine she had witnessed. "Is this the Chiron?" she asked with an impressed tone in her voice. "Yup." A mech technician grinned. "It's a training mech that is specifically made for kids like you. It has some special features that you'll be testing today." As she came closer to the prepared mech, she already felt its glow. The feeling the Chiron gave off was very familiar. Her heart tugged with warmth and her affection for the Larkinson clan increased. She also thought about hugging cats for some reason. "Why is it called the Chiron?" "Beats me. According to the Galactic Net, this Chiron fellow was a big centaur who taught a lot of heroes. I guess that's as good a name as any for a training mech. The Chiron is not a centaur mech, though. It's humanoid, Lainey pointed out. You should tell that to the big boss. Soon enough, Lainey entered the cockpit. She settled into the piloting seat and waited until she received to activate her mech. You may activate your mech now, cadet. She did as instructed. Once she pressed the activation button, she tried to keep her excitement under control as her mind slowly connected to something greater. It was hard for her to keep calm. Every Larkinson cadet looked forward to piloting an LMC mech. The adult mech pilots all raved about how pleasant it was to pilot the so-called living mechs. If not for the fact that the current LMC mech models couldn't keep up with second-class machines, the Larkinson pilots wouldn't want to part with their bright warriors. Now Lainey would be the first one to pilot the completed version of the Chiron. Though the initial startup procedure was longer than usual, Lainey slowly felt the mech unfold in her mind. The mech that connected to her mind was truly different from any training mech she interfaced with before. The other machines were small, weak, and limited in strength. In class, she learned that the neural interfaces of training mechs were deliberately constrained in order to minimize as many risks as possible for the mech cadet. Due to their youth, their minds were more adaptable, but that meant that it was easier for them to be distorted by outside factors. In order to raise them into proper mech pilots, mech academies tried to make sure they did not get exposed with faulty or extreme mechs. While the Chiron possessed similar limitations, Lainey perceived something completely different. The new training mech was warm. The new training mech was alive. The new training mech pulled her in deeper than any other machine. Is this what it is like to pilot an LMC mech? She finally understood why so many avatars and sentinels didn't want to part with their LMC mechs. The experience was so much better compared to other mechs. Before she interfaced with the Chiron, she had already grown accustomed to piloting training mechs that made her feel as if she was donning a heavy suit. Each movement required her to exert her mental strength. The worst part was that exercising precise control was a major challenge. If she put in too much effort, her mech would overshoot its movements. If she tried to be more careful, the mech wouldn't move as fluently. What was even worse was that training mechs often possessed a very difficult body structure from what she was accustomed to. Every parameter was so different that Lainey had to learn how to control a completely different body. Yet she was about to experience something a lot different this time. Cadet Lainey? Sherry Tovar spoke over a comm channel. The telemetry suggests that you have successfully interfaced with the Chiron. Are you experiencing any problems of any sort? No, ma'am. Good. Just to be sure, let us go through a checklist and test your initial performance with the current state of your training mech. Lainey began to perform some basic tests with considerably more ease than before. Normally, she wouldn't have been able to move so comfortably with a training mech, but this was different. Though the Chiron was still a mech that was fairly difficult to pilot for a cadet, the comforts it provided allowed her to adjust to the mech with remarkable speed. The mech just felt too good. If she had a choice, she didn't want to go back to the stiff, cold mech she practiced with before. The difference was like night and day. Once she performed some basic movements with the Chiron, Sherry Tovar announced the next phase of the test. Very well. We have established a suitable baseline. We shall proceed with the body adjustment and archetype switching. We will be initiating this transformation while you are still piloting the Chiron. This may be uncomfortable for you. Make sure to warn us if you ever feel uncomfortable. Wait, ma'am. The mech hasn't been adjusted yet? Lainey asked. The Chiron received a command that caused it to initiate some pre-planned procedures. Its entire frame began to morph as numerous mechanical parts began to shift. The arms began to contract, the legs grew shorter as well. The torso contracted and narrowed. Thousands of adjustments took place at the same time, or in quick succession, as the Chiron slowly but surely began to conform to Lainey's modest and slender physique. All the while, Lainey remained connected to her mech. She could feel it changing in a way that caused it to become more synced with her own mind. This was a magical experience for the young mech cadet. She experienced no discomfort of any kind. The mech worked exactly as designed and changed shape to such a drastic extent that she felt as if she was back in her own body. Once the transformation process came to an end, the mech cadet waited patiently until the others confirmed that nothing went wrong. All right. Cadet Lainey, as you have noticed, the mech has transformed to adapt to your physique. Please run through the same tests as before. We need to determine how much your performance has changed. She performed the same movements as before. The differences were obvious straight away. Though the difficulty of controlling her mech hadn't dropped as much as she hoped, the challenges became much more manageable. Lainey never thought that piloting a mech that matched her physique to a much greater extent would make such an enormous difference. Compared to before, she performed 40% better on average. This was a huge jump, especially when Lainey was just starting to get accustomed to piloting such a sublime training mech. We are releasing a laser rifle to you. Please take the rifle and fire at the projected targets. She commanded her Chiron to grasp the rifle that was brought in front of her mech. The rifle fit the Chiron's grip in a familiar fashion. It was almost identical to how she held an infantry rifle in her real arms. Once her Chiron began to shoot some low-powered beams at some static and moving practice targets, she became increasingly more caught up in the activity. Her accuracy had practically doubled. Firing a rifle with her mech in her current conditions was so familiar that she could replicate her actual technique without worrying too much about inaccurate translations. "This is amazing!" she gasped. By the time the test had ended, Lainey begged to pilot the Chiron for a couple more hours. She did not get her wish. She emerged out of her mech feeling both satisfied and regretful. She was so addicted to piloting the Chiron that she just wanted to throw everything else aside so she could spend all day with her new training mech. Sherry Tovar greeted the mech cadet as she reluctantly lowered herself onto the ground. "Have you been enjoying yourself?" she asked with a knowing smile. "The Chiron is amazing, ma'am. It's already comfortable to pilot in its normal state, but once it adapted to my body, it's twice as good." That's what this model is all about. We not only aim to make it easier for its mech pilots to perform maneuvers, but also enjoy the sessions while they are at it. As far as I'm concerned, the Chiron is one of the most powerful trump cards of our clan. Lainey wholeheartedly agreed. If every mech cadet in the clan received the opportunity to pilot the Chiron, they would probably get addicted as well. Still, as much as she enjoyed her session, the young potentate still remained sober enough to form some concerns. "Is it all right to pilot the Chiron further? Don't get me wrong. I like piloting it. I just don't encounter the problems that I regularly face with other mechs. Won't I be able to get accustomed to piloting real mechs if I pilot with a handicap all the time?" The mech designer shook her head. "It's not that simple. While you are right, don't forget that the Chiron's frame is infinitely adaptable. By adapting its layout to your body shape, you are able to practice many advanced skills such as marksmanship and swordsmanship through targeted training ahead of time. However, once you have to practice other forms of mech handling, the Chiron can automatically adjust to an adult shape or even take on abnormal forms in order to train your adaptability." Lainey understood what she meant. The Chiron's ability to transform opened up a lot of extra possibilities. If used correctly, the Chiron could produce an army of excellent graduates. Chapter 25-27 Rise of the Valkyries. The Komodo War raged on with greater intensity than ever. Though half of the territories of the Carnegie Group and the Vermeer Group fell into the hands of the Hexers, the Friday men took them back at a steady pace. Starships exploded, mechs fell by the thousands, and an incredible degree of ordnance was being consumed with each passing second. The Hex army fought hard, but the different militaries of the Friday coalition hit their enemies back with vengeance and desperation. Don't let these Hexers catch a breath. As long as we let up, these witches will go on the attack again. Take revenge for Carnegie and Vermeer. Don't let the sacrifices of our brothers be in vain. Hundreds of star systems that had become the site of Hexer invasions just months ago suddenly dealt with another wave of invasions. The sundered Phalanx and the Oni Guard both advanced relentlessly despite the opposition in their way. The Hex army's overreach and the lack of time spent on fortifying the conquered star systems meant that the Friday men could take them back on the cheap. The Friday men encountered significantly less resistance in taking them back than their counterparts. This was a given, as the Hexers pretty much had to dismantle all of the centuries of accumulation spent fortifying the Friday men's star systems. Once the conquest succeeded, there was no way the female supremacists were able to entrench their new gains in a short amount of time. Even if they were capable of doing so, they might not even want to do so. To the Hex army, its resources were better spent on strengthening their main mech units than building up some marginally useful fortifications. One of the categories of mechs that recently received a lot of attention from the Hexers was the expanded Valkyrie product line. No longer were the Hexers forced to work with a one-size-fits-all solution. The introduction of 5 additional variants brought enough variety to the mech divisions of the Hex army to form Valkyrie mech units with a greater degree of specialization. While the Blessed Squires still served a very vital role to the Hex army, the Hexers naturally gravitated towards the LMC mech dedicated to female mech pilots. The mech just called to these aggressive and bloodthirsty women like no other machine designed by the Hexers had ever accomplished. Other aerial mechs may feature greater optimization, offer more varied modules and so on, but the truth was that the Komodo War was fought by people, not machines. The latter only served as an extension of the former. Therefore, the original Valkyrie Redeemer model had already captured the hearts of many Hexer military mech pilots. Now, the release of several new variants made the mechs accessible to many more female soldiers. In an answer to the onslaught unleashed by the Gage dynasty and the Kansa clan, the Hex army decided to bet big on the Valkyrie product line. High Command had little choice. Only the Superior Mother can help us now. We must ask for her blessing to pull us through this war. Too many Hexers fighting on the front lines demanded the powerful new mech models. Restricting the supply of Valkyrie mechs would have a major impact on their morale. Yet as soon as the mech regiments received their new toys, they fought harder and with less complaint. The Hex army had also lost the initiative. The Friday men constantly pushed them back, causing many plans and movement orders to fall through. The Hexer planners and strategists constantly had to readjust their deployments because the front lines collapsed faster than they could cope. What High Command noticed about the Valkyrie mechs was that they slowed down the Friday men aggressors after deploying them en masse. The mechs were having a very telling effect as they seemed to egg on their mech pilots to do more. While the Valkyrie mech succeeded in hindering the Friday men forces to an extent, the casualty rates among their mech pilots tended to be higher than usual. One of the downsides of the mental influence that LMC mechs exerted onto their mech pilots was that they were less willing to retreat and more willing to take risks. The Valkyrie Redeemer and its variants were offensive mechs by nature. They featured above-average defense for their mech type, but that did not mean their margin of error was huge. One mistake might doom an entire mech company of Valkyrie Redeemers. Despite this hefty cost, The Hex army still went through with deploying the Valkyrie mechs in greater numbers. Slowing down the Friday men mattered more than anything else because the Hexers needed time to adjust to the sudden shifts. Whether on land or in space, the female mech pilots who were lucky enough to be assigned to a Valkyrie unit all fought with the blessing of the superior mother. In one battle above orbit, several hundred Valkyrie huntresses sped up while firing their modified short-capacity Gauss rifles at an incoming formation of Friday men mechs. The sundered phalanx deployed a mix of Lancer mechs, Space Knights, Spearman mechs, and Rifleman mechs. This balanced unit was very hard to deal with, yet the Hexer mech pilots harassing them utilized their mobility advantage to the fullest. The Valkyrie huntresses nimbly stayed out of the range of the enemy melee mechs while focusing their fire on the Rifleman mechs. It was quite difficult to get through the protection offered by the Space Knights, but the Valkyrie huntresses split up into smaller squads and spread out in order to assail their targets from multiple angles. No matter how hard the Friday men Space Knights tried to cover for their range mechs, the Valkyrie huntresses only had to concentrate their marked for death ability on them for an instant to produce an opening. Hardly any Friday men mech pilot was able to keep their cool when being subjected to multiple simultaneous death glows of the dreaded Valkyrie mechs. While several kilometers of range was fairly short in space battles, it was more than enough for the range variant of the Valkyrie Redeemers. "We're out of ammunition! Pull back and resupply. Don't let these brutes take advantage of us. Our mechs aren't as good up close." Their non-standard issue Gauss rifles gave the Valkyrie huntresses a lot of punch, but the mechs weren't able to carry a lot of ammunition. This was fine, as the nimble and mobile range mechs all turned around and flew back to the safety of their own lines before the Friday men could entangle them in place, leaving over 50 broken Friday men mechs behind. In another part of the battlefield, a different variant of the Valkyrie Redeemer eschewed hit and run tactics and dove straight into the Friday men formations. Hundreds of Valkyrie interceptors bore their spears and shields with steady grips as they flew into a barrage of enemy fire. Various auxiliary mechs in the midst of the Hexer elements all projected various shields, ECM, and other forms of assistance. Yet various Valkyrie interceptors, some of them issued to their mech pilots just days ago, continued to fall off or explode due to the focused fire coming from their targets. "Don't slow down, sisters! We will pay them back at least 3 more times for all of the good Hexers that fell. Ready your spears and mark your targets!" As the Valkyrie interceptors charged forth, their third eyes all began to shine hundreds of spotlights at the Friday men mechs that were in their way. Though the Sunderers already knew what to expect from the Valkyrie mechs, no amount of preparation could truly prepare them against the sensation of being stared at by a mother who was much greater than they ever thought. The Friday men mech pilots began to quail in their piloting suits. "I can't hold still." On the other hand, the Hexers who piloted the Valkyrie interceptors each felt as if the superior mother blessed them more than usual. The commander of the Valkyrie mechs felt inspired. She transmitted an order that caused all of the Valkyrie interceptors to activate the small projection modules built onto their frames. As the Hexer mechs rapidly closed in, a huge projection began to appear in the middle of their formation. A giant representation of the superior mother came into existence. The projected illusion held a spear and began to thrust the giant weapon into the Friday men formation at the same time just before the interceptors slammed into their targets. "Give them death!" The Valkyrie interceptors expanded their glows, causing them to overlap across the entire Friday men lines. The Sunderers weren't able to adjust to the sudden changes. Crash! Hundreds of silent collisions occurred within a span of a dozen seconds as a succession of interceptors ran their spears through shields, armor, and other delicate components. A large number of Friday men mechs coasted backwards as they were either downed or damaged to the point where they couldn't regain control. Of course, the Valkyrie interceptors didn't come out unscathed. Dozens of them got struck by instinctive or lucky counterattacks. Others botched their attacks and collided head-on against an enemy mech, thereby concussing their entire frames. Push through their lines! Initiate shock and all! Before the Friday men could recover and take advantage of the relatively static Valkyrie mechs, the latter simultaneously fired their starburst grenades, which quickly overwhelmed any nearby sensor systems. Ha! Did these witches think that would work? Think again! Surprisingly, the sundered phalanx mechs withstood the starburst grenades. The Friday men had modified and hardened their machines to resist the interference generated by these grenades. However, at the same time the grenades exploded, the Valkyrie interceptor mechs also unleashed powerful pulses that never failed to shock the minds of any nearby enemy mech pilots. Yet despite unleashing these powerful pulses, the Friday men mech seemed to take no notice and continued to launch their counterattacks, if with a little less fluency than before. Many Valkyrie interceptors were caught by surprise. They either suffered crippling damage or received blows that would take days to repair. Retreat! Shock them again! The Valkyrie interceptors performed the same as they receded, but the Friday men mechs continued to stick to them as best they could, downing more Hexer mechs before the two sides finally separated. Damn! The Hexer commander cursed. The blasted Friday men have adapted! In order to counter the shock and awe pulse of the Valkyrie mechs, the Friday men not only hardened the sensors of their machines, but also added some automation. Whenever their mech pilots blanked out, the Friday men mechs would automatically hand over control to an AI that had been tracking the entire battle in the background. Once the AI gained control of the mech, it could automatically form the correct response in theory. Though letting AIs take over control was not the most ideal solution, against a measure that often succeeded at incapacitating mech pilots, it was better than nothing. No longer were the Valkyrie Redeemers able to force the enemy mechs to lose control either. After a few days of recording successful results, the Friday men expanded the scope of this counter to more measures. Now, even when the Valkyrie mechs managed to paralyze an enemy mech pilot with several focused death glares, the AIs always kicked in whenever a mech pilot lost a certain degree of attentiveness in battle. As the Hexers increased their use of the Valkyrie mechs, the Friday men weren't sitting still. Aside from developing methods to mitigate the latest toys of the Hexers, the Coalition also began to deploy an increasing number of expert mechs in battle. This was the real killer to the Hex army. The more time passed, the more expert mechs the Friday men were able to muster. Every third rate that was at least somewhat aligned to the Coalition were persuaded into lending their expert pilots. With the Friday men masters and seniors developing hastily customized expert mechs as fast as they were capable of outputting, not even glows could dent the increasing damage these powerful mechs inflicted on the Hex army. We can't go on like this. We need to put a stop against these endless enemy expert mechs. Chapter 25-28 The Protector's Concerns. When can I start to have babies? Theoretically, you can start this month. However, I would advise against that. It is well worth the wait if you hold off for a year. Why? Rania sighed and turned away from her current experiment. With the current situation between you and your new hubby, we can only fertilize your egg with V's baseline human genes. The baby that results from this union won't have any of his advantages. While we can still tailor the genes of your baby before conception and modify the fetus throughout the gestation process, the results won't stand out. Do you want your first children to be average? No, absolutely not. Gloriana firmly shook her head. Meow! Clixie echoed as she sat on a table. This is why we need to perform a new research group that is solely dedicated to developing the optimal designer babies based on the genetic material of you and your partner. There is a lot of untapped potential in your genes. I'm particularly interested in understanding how these weird organs and genes actually work. Gloriana frowned. She was rather impatient to proceed with the next phase of her life. Perhaps other women might wish to take it slow, but she was different. What will it take for us to get ready to birth a beautiful and perfect baby girl? I can't do it myself, her cousin admitted. Don't you have hundreds of biotech experts working in your org? The Larkinson Biotech Institute mainly consists of medical doctors and augmentation specialists. While we have expanded our recruitment scope in recent months, we haven't been able to snag the second-raters we need to handle a project as difficult as yours. Why are you constantly behind on everything? Hey, it's not my fault. We had to start from scratch in the Larkinson clan. I think we have been doing quite well for ourselves in so little time. It will take at least a decade for the biotech division of the clan to get up to par with the other divisions. That is way too much time. I don't want to start with having my first baby when I'm 40. You won't have to wait that long, cousin. Do you remember our first stop after we leave this star sector? Rania grinned. I'd bet we can hire all of the talented and capable geneticists and pediatricians we need at the Life Research Association. It won't be easy to attract the best, but as long as we put in the effort, we might arguably be able to snap up some of the best biotech experts in the star cluster. I see. Though Gloriana wasn't happy, she knew she had little choice but to wait until the Larkinson clan reached the LRA and recruited the necessary professionals. Even then, it would take some time for them to figure out how to match Ves and her abnormal genes together to produce a healthy and wonderful baby. As Gloriana daydreamed about her first daughter, Rania issued a warning. Even if we acquire the necessary experts, don't expect us to produce the perfect outcome. Unlike mechs, living organisms are much more varied in their expression. We can set up the starting conditions and guide their growth along the way, but we cannot change as much as you think. The difficulty of keeping a growing child's development on track is much more complicated when you factor in alien and artificial genes. Our children won't be average. I will do whatever it takes to make them special, Gloriana vowed. The direction she chose for her offspring was fairly controversial. It was much safer, cheaper, and more convenient to create a child from the baseline human genes of the parents. While Ves had left his pure human self behind a long time ago, he still left behind plenty of DNA records for Rania to reconstruct his past genes. It was a bit complicated when it came to Gloriana, as she essentially started off as a designer baby as well, but the genes from her early life were still normal enough to allow for natural procreation without too many complications. Of course, this was not the end of the story. There were many other variables at play that parents needed to take into account before they tried to have children. This was one of the downsides to ubiquitous augmentation and genetic modification. Humans were not only moving further away from their baseline genes, but also ventured into countless unique directions. This pattern of human gene scattering presented a lot of reproduction problems that ordinary people didn't have to deal with. Even if their genes were modified, as long as the masses all received the same treatment, they still maintained the ability to reproduce naturally without too many messy outcomes. Is there any other way we can make my babies stronger and better? Gloriana queried. There are many peculiar aspects about your husband's physique that can't be replicated through genes. His implanted Jutland organ, along with some of the abnormalities in his brain, are very difficult to pass on. If you want any hope of replicating them and passing them on to your babies, then we need to hire or obtain the services of a top-tier augmentation specialist and exobiologist. How hard is it to reach these experts? Very hard, Rania immediately replied. People like me can only look up on them. These are the authorities of their respective fields. In the Life Research Association, these doctors have not only earned a lot of renown for their research, but are also part of the ruling class in the state. It will be incredibly difficult to reach out to any of them and lure them over to our side. However, as long as we can recruit at least one of them, the Larkinson Biotech Institute will be able to solve all of your problems." A growing intensity burned in Gloriana's eyes. For the sake of her future children, she needed to do her best to poach these senior biotech researchers. Rania turned her back to her cousin and resumed her experiment. A small grin grew on her face as she imagined how far Gloriana would go once she had a goal in mind. Poaching some of the top researchers of the Life Research Association not only advanced Gloriana's child-rearing plans, but also her own ambitions. She had collected plenty of interesting research material during the Nixian Gap campaign, but she and her fellow researchers were unable to make heads or tails of them. As long as her institute obtained someone qualified enough to decipher the alien tissue samples, she would be able to advance a lot of her research projects, including some of her more personal ones. Her gaze fell on the extraordinary plant life submerged in a special nutrient solution within a containment tank. The shape of its spindly green limbs conformed exactly to a human nerve system. Elsewhere on Sinak, Venerable Janzi supervised the live training of her shield-bearers. 12 Aurora Titans attempted to defend against projected attacks launched from every direction. The defense mechs moved like clockwork in space and constantly angled their shields or moved their mechs in a way that mitigated much of the incoming damage and ensured they would last much longer than someone who piloted a space knight without special training. Though the Aurora Titans were slow, unwieldy, and rather outdated, they still made for good training in Venerable Janzi's eyes. As the mech pilot who was most in tune with this mech model, she had mastered nearly all of the tricks needed to maximize the survivability of this unique mech model. Once the training session wound down, the mechs slowly flew back to their carriers. Venerable Janzi met the hopeful mech pilots one by one and gave them individual feedback before allowing them to retire. Her second, Lieutenant Syra Cronin Larkinson, stayed behind a little longer. As her name suggested, she used to be an Ilvanan citizen. Unlike the majority of Ilvanans who joined the clan, she was not a part of the Ilvain dynasty. Though Syra shared much of the beliefs in the Great Prophet as the true believers, she did not recognize James as the Prophet reborn. That made her a relatively existence within the Larkinson clan. James Ilvain was a very persuasive man. He not only managed to convert many loose Ilvanans into his cult, but also attracted a growing number of clansmen with other backgrounds. Not everyone within the clan was comfortable with this development. However, the Larkinson clan did not explicitly forbid the spread of beliefs. While the core of the clan remained secular, there were still members who turned to faith for one reason or another. More and more veterans of the Nixian Gap campaign have turned to the Ilvanan faith in recent times, Venerable Lieutenant Syra reported to the young female expert pilot. Many mech pilots and other personnel are still burdened by their traumas. The Living Prophet is one of the few people in the clan who can provide substantial answers to these wounded soldiers. Venerable Janzi frowned. Why haven't our soldiers turned to our counselors and medical health professionals? The Larkinson Veteran Foundation offers a lot more help in the past. Director Clinton has done a good job expanding his organization to meet the growing need for help. The Larkinson Veteran Foundation was the evolution of the Ves Larkinson Foundation for Wounded Veterans. Now that Ves didn't have to bother with putting up a charitable pretense, the foundation under the lead of Director Clinton reoriented itself to serve the needs of the entire clan. However, its role had to change yet again as the Larkinson Biotech Institute became the main medical service provider to the clansmen. After receiving a modest cash infusion, Larkinson Veteran Foundation steadily turned into an organization that specialized in mental health. The LVF is good, but the Ilvanans are better, Syra stated. The prayer sessions centered around worshipping the bright martyr and the living prophet are somehow able to settle the traumatized soldiers. I haven't taken part in these blasphemous sessions myself, but I fear for my devotion should I attempt even once. These true believers are gaining more influence by the day. Janzi gritted her teeth. As the self-proclaimed protector of the Larkinson clan, she paid attention to any potential threat. Ves was not the only one who caught her attention. The slow and silent encroachment of the Ilvanans concerned her as well. The true believers may be following a false idol, but they present real solutions, the lieutenant of the shield-bearers explained. Unless the LVF or someone else can provide better solutions, the living prophet will keep gathering more adherents. Conversions have spiked whenever the clan has gone through a major battle or crisis. This will keep happening until a viable alternative has emerged. This was easy enough for Janzi to understand, but the problem was that she had no idea how to offer a better solution. If the Larkinson Veteran Foundation wasn't up to the task, then where else could her clansmen turn to if they required healing? Don't tell me we have to start a faith ourselves. Seeing that she wouldn't be able to come up with a viable solution, the expert pilot turned to another point of concerns. What have the penitent sisters been up to lately? The former hexers have been keeping to themselves for the most part, ma'am. They are avoiding the glory seekers by the plague. Instead, they're focused on deepening their worship of the Superior Mother. I think this is one group where the Ilvanan faith won't find another purchase. Venerable Janzi frowned even deeper. Her forcible reacted against the mention of yet another potential threat. She was very wary towards hexer beliefs. Make sure to keep a close eye on both groups of hexers. Whether they are inside or outside of our clan, their views on boys are detestable. I won't allow our clan to put women above men. Every Larkinson matters. Chapter 25-29, Unsolvable Problem. Though Ves and Gloriana had fallen into their low periods for a time, that did not make them useless. The biggest downside to their current states was that they weren't able to design mechs with their usual passion. That was not a serious problem. They just had to devote their attention to something else that did not require as much creativity and imagination. Aside from studying, tutoring their assistants and managing their subordinates, the newlyweds also laid the groundwork of their second round of projects. They had already made the first decision when they met aboard the Stellar Chaser. We should devote all of our time to designing second-class mechs for this round of projects, Ves declared to his wife. We are way too slow in fulfilling our obligations to the hegemony and meeting the demand for second-class mechs to our own clan. We need to deliver at least diverse mechs for each target audience within half a year to alleviate the pressure. Gloriana nodded in agreement. I approve. The hegemony truly needs more mechs. As for the needs of the clan, I don't think the pressure is too great. The mech forces have recently ordered large batches of second-class mechs from the mech market, right? Our mech pilots will be fine with piloting commercial mechs. We should devote all of our time on designing as many hexer mechs as possible. Denied. Ves flatly shot down her proposal. He would go crazy if he spent months on doing nothing else but work on hexer mech design projects. This was a form of torture that no man should go through. Naturally, Gloriana did not agree with him, but he put his foot down on this issue. For his sanity and confidence in his manhood, he needed to work on some non-hexer mech designs as well. Once he managed to get his way, he relaxed. He held Lucky in his lap and tickled his head. Meow. Clixie was present as well. She rested on top of the Larkinson mandate that was placed on a nearby desk as if she was brooding an egg. Meow. The golden cat hasn't come out at this time. Ever since the LMC started to churn out Chirons, Goldie had become fascinated by the latest mech model that allowed her to form a deeper connection to some of the Larkinsons. She especially enjoyed exploring her bond with younger Larkinsons. As Clixie became confused why her daughter didn't show up, Ves and Gloriana shared their thoughts on what their next projects should address. I've been thinking about whether to design a successor to the Bright Warrior model, Ves began. The way my clansmen are using the modular mech platform is now how I originally envisioned. While there is still value in designing a mech that possesses an adaptable configuration, I'm not sure whether it is better than designing a bunch of specialized mechs instead. Gloriana snorted at him. You don't have to bother with explaining any further. You've already decided to design a Mark II version of the Bright Warrior, right? It not only solved the urgent need for second-class mechs for our clan, but also provides a comprehensive upgrade framework for the Quint. She knew him too well. You're right. I care too much about the Quint. While we can treat it as a unique mech and upgrade it on an individual basis, that is not what the original Bright Warrior model is all about. At its heart, the Quint is supposed to be the prime example of what a Bright Warrior mech should be. If we want to stay true to our masterwork mech, then we should develop a second-class version of the Bright Warrior, and use that as a baseline for the Quint's upgrades instead. Gloriana did not have too many objections to this plan. The Bright Warrior's modular nature had provided her with a lot of intellectual stimulation during its design process. She looked forward to solving the issues that came up when they attempted to translate the same concept to a higher tech level. There was one question, though. Will you still keep making use of Briar alloy for this mech model? Probably. I haven't decided yet. I am willing to resort to a more accessible armor system as long as it's resilient enough. The only issue is whether we can afford the alternate materials. Ves was actually a bit dissatisfied with needing to continue keeping the Bright Warrior model in development. If not for the extreme value of the Quint, he would have felt more inclined to devote his design resources to more specialized mechs. Against other second-class mechs, the Bright Warrior model's shortcomings became more relevant. A dedicated swordsman mech, lancer mech, rifleman mech, or space knight would always be able to deliver a better performance given the same cost and material usage. This difference in performance might be as big as 20%. Even if Ves did not prioritize performance too much, he couldn't afford to ignore such a big gap. The Larkinson clan in its current state could not make full use of the possibilities the Bright Warrior model offered. The only way to solve this problem was if he raised a large number of mech pilots that were just as multi-talented as Venerable Joshua. If all of these mech pilots were capable of piloting multiple mech types with greater efficiency, then the modular nature of the Bright Warrior line would truly be able to provide a lot of value. Ves sighed inwardly. This was too much to ask from his mech pilots. They were already working hard to master the basics of piloting second-class mechs. Adding these burdens on top of their current goals would only cause them to collapse. His mech pilots simply weren't good enough. He might have to wait a very long time before he obtained a batch of versatile elites. After putting the Bright Warrior Mark II on the list of projects, Gloriana issued her own request. If you have been following the Komodo War lately, the Friday Man counterattack is pushing back our side. Our Valkyrie mechs have succeeded in giving the enemy some difficulties, but the overall trend hasn't changed. Though Ves did not want the hegemony to lose the war, he couldn't help but feel a bit smug. Are you realizing now that the Friday men aren't pushovers? The hegemony will still win this war in the end, Gloriana stated with conviction. She still held on to her delusions. It's just, the road to victory will be more painful than I thought. We can't allow the Hex army to hollow itself out after beating the coalition forces. We need to find a way to allow our side to regain the momentum it had before. I still miss those early days when our blessed squires helped our fellow Hexers run over the Friday men. It won't be that easy to take advantage of the Friday men anymore. They know about our glows and have developed numerous measures to mitigate this feature. Both of them felt rather frustrated about that. The Friday Coalition took their mech seriously, so of course they developed means to counter their effectiveness. While there were some measures that VS could counter with ease, the Friday Men Masters weren't idiots. They were capable of developing a lot more solutions. Right now, the addition of AIs to take over temporary control should a mech pilot become incapacitated was very effective. Though Gloriana informed VS that Diva and other Hexer organizations were already trying their best to hack or subvert these AIs, this was not something that would yield quick results. The Friday Men were too thorough. Gloriana hadn't given up with trying to help her state in any way she could. She mustered up her determination and shared a bold idea. Right now, the Friday Men are relying on one crucial advantage to turn around the war. All of the guest expert pilots they've invited to fight on their behalf are taking a horrible toll on the Hex army. I know. What do you want to do about it? Short of forcing the Hegemony Alliance states to hand over their expert pilots, I don't think there's an easy way for the Hex army to address this disparity. This was pretty much impossible. The Hegemony long treated the lesser states around it with disdain, and most citizens who lived there had no love for the Hexers. Convincing those stubborn, strong-willed expert pilots to fight on behalf of female supremacy was probably a Herculean task. From what I heard, our diplomats are still working on that, Gloriana vaguely said. I think we might be able to pitch in as well. Expert pilots are powerful, but not unstoppable. I want us to design a mech that is specially geared to countering expert mechs. VS stared flatly at his wife. He might love her, but that didn't mean he was willing to entertain her delusions. Honey, expert mechs are powerful. Really powerful. Not only are they made from better materials, their resonance abilities also make them extremely deadly to fight. Their resonance shields can block regular attacks with great efficiency, while their offensive capabilities are enough to allow them to take down standard mechs as if they are target practice. I'm being serious about this, VS, she growled. Forgive me, but this is a problem that many mech designers have tried to solve, including master mech designers and star designers. The most they came up with was designing some lancer mechs or ranged mechs that hit harder than usual. They're only effective when deployed in large numbers, and inevitably hundreds of them will fall in the process of taking down a single expert mech. I'd bet the masters from the Hegemony are already at work in developing something similar, if they haven't already have some suitable in reserve. Gloriana crossed her arms. That's not good enough, and you know it. While these mechs may be effective at taking down expert mechs when there are many of them, the most troublesome aspect is that expert mechs are too good at avoiding or escaping envelopment. It's too hard to pin them down. Since you know that this is true, how do you think we're supposed to be able to do better? With simple logic, VS. We need to leverage your mother. She's a supreme who is greater than any god. Mere proto-gods don't stand a chance against her. Now think about what will happen if she directly squares off against a demigod. Who is the greater divinity in this confrontation? Not the latter, that's for sure. Therefore, the more surefire way to counter an expert mech is by forcing its expert pilot into a direct confrontation with the superior mother. This is guaranteed to work. VS had no words for her logical plan. Was this what Gloriana was like when she was a little more rational than usual? He coughed. Wifey. Don't call me that, she hissed. Sweetie, as much as you think highly of the superior mother and my design philosophy, we can't just snap our fingers and come up with a mech that just happens to succeed where every single mech designer in existence has failed. The willpower of an expert pilot is simply too strong to get affected by external glows. As for trying to force a direct confrontation, I'm sorry, that will never happen unless you force a Friday Man mech pilot into the cockpit of one of our mechs. There was no way something as absurd as that would ever happen. She grew even more upset. VS wasn't giving her the right answer. How are we supposed to beat the Friday men and their loathsome guest expert pilots, then? We have to come up with something to alleviate this pressing crisis. Look, we might not be able to counter expert pilots in one go, but maybe we can develop some applications that can make battles against them a little less lopsided. Oh? She began to look hopeful again. Do you have any suggestions? Not yet. Let me think about it. I have some ideas, but I need to explore them further before I am sure. Don't expect much from me, though. Expert pilots have reigned over many battlefields for centuries. Their strength is for real, and it's very difficult to challenge them without bringing expert pilots as well. Still, Ves believed it was very worthwhile for him to investigate this topic. Encountering enemy expert mech in battle was only a matter of time, and it would be nice to have an extra option in reserve. He couldn't help but cast his mind back on the instance where an enemy expert mech was able to fight with impunity. Venerable Foster's Belisarius was so overpowering that the entire land-bound contingents of Lydia's sword maidens and the flagrant vandals essentially collapsed in front of its invincible might. Ves never wanted to live through such an awful tragedy again. Chapter 25-30 Leveraging Spirituality. Gloriana was delusional if she thought that they could design a standard mech that could fight against expert mechs in a cost-effective manner. How many mech designers attempted such a feat? While there were instances where large amounts of regular mechs managed to overcome expert mechs, the circumstances were always special. First, the attacking side had to bring a lot of mechs. These mechs also had to be fairly good. They needed to be tough enough to slow down the expert mech's attempts at taking them down. They also had to possess enough firepower to wear down the expert mech's defenses. Even with these conditions, the expert pilot could always decide to run away. It was very hard to hinder an expert mech's flight. Even the slower mech types such as defensive knights always exhibited above-average mobility due to the immense amount of investment poured into their development. At the level of expert pilots, mobility was an essential lifesaver. Otherwise, wouldn't it be easy for one side to carpet bomb the coordinates of an expert mech with a couple of hundred artillery mechs? While it was a bit cold-hearted, if the Hexers or Friday men could sacrifice 2 or 3 elite mech companies to take down an expert mech, they would take the trade every time. This was because a properly employed expert mech could easily demolish thousands of mechs during a long campaign. Not only that, but expert pilots also brought a lot of other value to the table. Their presence boosted the morale of their own side and intimidated any enemy in sight. They were invaluable trainers and contributed to a state's prestige. It was due to their strategic value that research on countering them had never stopped. It was unfortunate that no one had ever come up with a silver bullet that could end their tyranny on the battlefield. Ves did not have much hope of developing something effective either. From a purely technical standpoint, expert mechs were already cheat-like existences. Their insane build quality meant that they were always bridge mechs by default. Expert pilots were so skilled that it was foolish to expect them to fumble. Only an insanely huge disparity in numbers could overcome this disparity, but that was not really a solution. His only choice was to target expert mechs from a different angle. Gloriana clearly had hopes that he could employ his specialty to attack the spiritual qualities of an expert mech. Was it possible for Ves to come up with a method to disturb the resonance between an expert mech and an expert pilot? If he could accomplish this amazing feat, then much of the power of the combination would be lost. An expert mech that leveraged the power of resonance was often invincible against standard mechs. An expert mech that lost the power of resonance was merely a single super high-quality mech. However, was it easy to accomplish this seemingly simple feat? No. Expert pilots were incredibly strong in will and spirit. The combination of the two produced a near-tangible force that was incredibly difficult to interfere. If that wasn't enough, these expert pilots combined their force of wills with their expert mechs. Even the minds of regular mech pilots became as hard as armor plating once they interfaced with a mech. The melding of man and machine resulted in a combination that leveraged the sentient mind of a living human with the immense processing power of a mech. Only immensely powerful spiritual entities such as the Dark Gods and the Temple Protector of the ruined temple had managed to overcome this protection. Glows worked in a similar fashion. They were able to circumvent the protection afforded by the man-machine connection, but their ability to cause direct harm to mech pilots was limited. Against expert pilots, they basically exerted no influence at all as the interaction was too indirect. Demigods were easily capable of shrugging off both positive and negative glows. In short, Gloriana's theory was a complete non-starter. Even if Ves designed a mech that was directly capable of channeling the superior mother onto an enemy, even she would have a headache trying to defeat one of the most mentally resilient combinations on the battlefield. Ves did not entertain his wife's delusions any further. He figured he should just try and find a different way to hinder expert mechs. As for defeating them? No way. That goal was way too far away. Let's move on with planning our other projects, he said briskly. So far, we have come up with 2 possible projects. For the third one, I want to design a light skirmisher, one that is suitable for the Larkinson clan. Venerable Tusa has been complaining to me for a long time that we haven't developed a light mech. I think it is time to make up for this oversight. His wife fell silent for a few moments. He's right. We have been remiss in this. However, before you bring up a suggestion, let me make a proposal. Didn't we publish the Ferocious Piranha a short time ago? Instead of coming with an entirely new mech concept, we can save a considerable amount of time and effort by uplifting it into a second-class mech. To be honest, Ves hadn't thought about adapting the Ferocious Piranha. While second-class mechs were indeed very different from third-class mechs, the concept for the space-borne light mech was quite good. It utilized the glow of the Doom Guard in an offensive manner without any of the self-harming aspects that plagued the Striker mech. If the clan could pilot a large number of second-class ferocious piranhas, then these mechs would be able to terrorize large groups of enemies. Just like the Doom Guard, the light skirmishers that propagated the rapidly cycling glows of Zygra and Lufa were simply too intolerable to any but the most firm-minded elites. This was an incredibly potent ability on the battlefield. The Larkinson clan simply had to adopt the second-class version of this mech as soon as possible. Good idea. Ves eventually nodded. Let's add it to the list. We'll give it the same treatment as the Bright Warrior. It was quite clever to look towards upgrading their existing products. They already fleshed out the concept and put it into a form that proved its value. Not only that, but during the design process, the people who took part in the project generated a lot of data. While most of it wasn't relevant, there were plenty of details that remained just as relevant regardless of the class of the mech. Considering that Ves wanted to tackle 6 major projects at once, it was vital for him to find any opportunity to save time and effort. The only point he wasn't sure about yet was whether he should publish the completed mech design. The Ferocious Piranha should already be quite potent. Ves was afraid he might spark too many waves in the second-class mech market once he released this monster. Yet, didn't he require more money? Acquiring capital ships wasn't cheap. He couldn't take the hegemony's generosity for granted. With at least 6 more capital ships to go, Ves would have to earn trillions of hex credits in order to round out his expeditionary fleet. Of course, the more the better. His upcoming factory ship already became a lot more capable after its budget had been raised by 1.2 trillion hex credits. Therefore, from a business standpoint, so what if he disrupted the second-class mech market? Money solved every problem. That, and designing excellent mechs. So long as Ves focused his attention on these two aspects, nothing would be able to hinder his path. Ves discussed some practical issues with Gloriana. A third-class light skirmisher featured so little capacity that they were always barebones without fail. Once they translated it into a second-class mech design, they gained a bit of capacity, especially if its budget was high enough. By incorporating enough miniaturized components, they might be able to add 1 or 2 additional models or weapon systems. Gloriana waved her hand. We can explore these options in our own time. Right now, there are too many choices to count. That was 3 mech design projects now. The pair was making good speed in filling out the available slots. This time, Gloriana proposed another Hexer mech. I've been thinking about what you've managed to accomplish with your specialty. The properties of the glows of your mechs are remarkable. We have only scratched the surface of what is possible. Since we are turning mechs into gods, our products ought to be capable of doing more. We just have to be imaginative enough. What are you talking about, Gloriana? Have you ever thought about using your specialty to establish communication channels? Gloriana let out an exasperated sigh. She placed her hands on her hips. Didn't you work on some way to bind people together? I don't entirely know what you've been doing with these networks, but I'm surprised you haven't paid attention to their most obvious application. Networks are inherently suited for communication. If used correctly, a communications network that is supported by a proto-god can probably circumvent all kinds of technological jamming. Perhaps it can even facilitate communication across star systems. He overlooked this angle. Ves had already used the Larkinson network in this capacity in the Nixian Gap. However, so many other matters followed that he subconsciously neglected it. While Goldie had already demonstrated the capability to monitor the minds of other Larkinsons and communicate directly with him, Ves never considered the Larkinson network to be a communications network. To him, it was a measure to restrain traitors and a means of reinforcing loyalty. Even if it was possible to open up viable means of communications through this spiritual network, Ves still wouldn't have considered it. Revealing the Larkinson network to every clansman would just expose one of his secrets. It was not worth it to draw so much attention to him once the spiritual network became common knowledge. So far, most clansmen knew that there was something special going on, but as long as Ves didn't say too much, they could only hold their opinions to themselves. I think this is a genuinely good idea, Ves eventually replied. It's just that implementing it on a wider scale requires a lot of research. We can refine this concept in the coming weeks. By then, you can tell me whether it is viable or not. I think our communications mech can help the Hex army coordinate its units better. Considering the supportive function of this mech, it was a given that it should be a male mech. Its specs didn't have to be high. It just needed to perform its primary function to the best of its abilities. Therefore, from a technical aspect, the design of this communications mech shouldn't take much time to complete. The only issue was that Ves had to work by himself to figure out a complete spiritual communications network. He did not forget that his previous spiritual networks were all connected to humans. This was not a big problem if Ves personally supervised the formation of these bonds. Yet this solution was untenable when it came to a mass-produced Hexer mech. It was a lot better if Ves managed to tie a spiritual network to the mechs themselves. Normally, Ves would dismiss such a ridiculous idea. Spiritual networks could only be accessed by living entities. Dead objects weren't able to establish any connections to them because they did not possess any spirituality. Or did they? If Ves changed the object to a living mech, the story might be different. As long as the mechs possessed enough life, they should be eligible to form a connection with a spiritual network. In fact, he didn't even need to design a new mech to test this theory out. He already had a network and some suitable mechs at hand. What if Ves bound the most spiritually developed mechs to the Larkinson network? What if he treated living mechs like the Quint and the Shield of Samar more like actual Larkinsons? Chapter 2531, Weapon of Last Resort. What a radical idea! For a long time, Ves often stated that his mechs were alive. His design philosophy centered around the premise the mechs were just as alive as humans and should be treated as such. While it was too impractical to grant them rights equivalent to that of a human, it was already good enough to treat them with respect and pay attention to their needs. Yet despite sticking to this core principle, Ves hadn't entirely treated living mechs according to his own ideals. It couldn't be helped. Mechs may be alive, but they were also products made to fight. Getting too attached to them was a bad idea for most people, as the loss of a living companion was much more hard to stomach than the loss of a piece of hardware. Another reason why Ves wasn't able to push for better treatment was because he needed to convince a lot of people that it was worthwhile to do so. While many of his clansmen had steadily come around to treating their mechs as if they were alive, only Joshua fully embraced this mindset. Other Larkinsons were only partially there. Both their hearts and minds had to agree that mechs were alive. Otherwise, these people would continue to treat their mechs as machines for the most part. This was what their learning and senses told them. They simply couldn't see the potent spiritual foundations of living mechs. Ves shook his head. This was not the time to investigate this radical idea. He resolutely added it to his to-do list before shoving every related thought out of his mind. He found it rather strange that he managed to generate several promising new ideas in a short amount of time. In his mentally exhausted state, his creativity and imagination should have suffered. Did he misunderstand his low state? Was there more to draining his spiritual energy than what he already ascertained? Perhaps his current conditions were similar to that when he activated the remote domain fragment in his mind. When he was able to gain access to Gloriana's domain, he was able to view himself in the lens of another person. By adopting a different perspective, he was able to pay more attention to details that his normal self overlooked. Ves believed that he might be benefiting from a similar dynamic at the moment. By draining a significant chunk of his mind, his personality and thinking patterns had changed. Since he hadn't lost too much spiritual energy this time, his changes weren't too severe, but it was noticeable enough to produce a contrast. Contrast. This was the key word. By creating contrast, his hidden biases became obvious and the flaws that he never took notice of became extremely eye-catching. What all of this meant that it was not a waste to put himself in a low state sometimes. As long as he took advantage of his temporary conditions, he might be able to come up with solutions from angles he never would have considered when he was his old self. Of course, just like every other tangent he came up with today, he intended to explore these ideas later. He still had to brainstorm 2 more potential mech design projects. Since Gloriana had just finished her turn, Ves began to dig up another potential mech concept from his mind. As a mech designer, he frequently came up with new ideas for mechs. He stored everything that was interesting and viable enough in his implant. Therefore, he would always be able to push forward a potential mech design even if he wasn't able to invent one on the spot. My next proposal is more specifically geared towards the needs of our clan. As far as I'm concerned, the Transcendent Punisher is the foundation of our expeditionary fleet's defense. It is our greatest weapon against a variety of threats, whether it is vast swarms of pirate mechs or smaller numbers of elite mechs. With sufficient numbers, they can even pose a threat against expert mechs or weaker first-class mechs. That last part was especially important to Ves. In the Red Ocean, pioneers of all backgrounds mixed together in a relatively small pond. Even though the Big Two divided the dwarf galaxy into many zones that restricted the conduct of more powerful pioneers, how could anyone possibly enforce the rules at a distance? Even if some mad Terran and Rebarthan broke the rules and bullied a second-rate fleet, the punishment meted out to them only came in effect after the incident. By that time, it was too late to save the victim. The only way to avoid this unfortunate outcome was to present enough of a threat against these powerful parties to deter any hostile actions. Order was in short supply in the new frontier. The Big Two's authority did not extend far beyond their star systems and the active frontline against the indigenous powers of the dwarf galaxy. What happened in the already conquered hinterland of the Red Ocean was hardly a priority to the Meshers and Fleeters. This was why Ves prioritized giving his Larkinson clan some teeth. He added one tooth in the form of the successful development of a powerful heavy artillery mech was one tooth. He planned to add some additional teeth by developing some expert mechs. Yet that was not enough to constitute an actual threat against first-class fleets. What makes first-class mechs so powerful against second-class mechs? Ves suddenly asked. His wife looked confused. Why would you ask such a simple question to me? It's the same as pitting a second-class mech against a third-class mech. The quality difference is so great that the better mech can easily beat several weaker mechs. Of course, there are also other variables such as teamwork to consider, but overall much of the disparity comes from better tech, better materials and better mech pilots. The gap between third-class and second-class mechs is quite big, but not insurmountable, Ves added. In the Battle of Kesseling 7, the Sword Maidens managed to take down some Friday men mechs with third-class swordsman mechs. I recall that part of the battle. The Friday men were too overconfident and brazenly dispatched a squad of night mechs without sufficient support. My point remains. It is difficult but not impossible for third-raters to defeat second-raters. However, everyone says that you can basically forget about second-raters defeating first-raters. Why is there such a difference? That's because the difference in tech and quality is much greater this time. I already know this, Gloriana answered with an annoyed expression. This is one of the reasons why the cost of our expert mechs can be insanely high. It's too difficult for second-raters to catch up to the power of a first-rater. What would you say is the best way for second-class mechs to threaten a first-class mech? Deploy a lot of second-class ferocious piranhas? She replied. The quality of a mech jumps by a huge margin, but the improvement of the mech pilot is not so drastic. The piranhas have to get close, though. I don't think the light mechs will be able to survive the approach. First-class mechs are usually equipped with a variety of miniaturized weapon systems. They almost always come with solutions against swarming opponents. As much as he wanted to deny it, she was right. Throwing large amounts of relatively fragile mechs against a first-class multipurpose mech was no different from sending them to their deaths. This was also one of the reasons why dispatching Lancer mechs might not work. While these mechs were capable of punching above their weight, their other parameters weren't able to catch up. It was too easy for a first-class mech to snipe the incoming Lancer mechs at a distance, or dodge aside a lance charge at the last moment. First-class mechs were just as difficult to beat if not more as expert mech. And Ves only considered the lowest and cheapest first-class mechs in his consideration. The range of performance between different first-class mechs was huge. However, different from expert mechs, first-class mechs did not enjoy the power of true resonance. This made them more fallible in V's eyes, but that did not mean they were easy to threaten. Their shield generators were much more powerful than that of second-class mechs. This advantage was enough for them to toy with his expeditionary fleet. I have had my hands on a first-class allo for some time now, he said. I've been thinking about how to integrate them into our expert mechs to ensure the best possible defense. I have also been thinking about how such a mech can be defeated head-on. Do you know what I've concluded? No, but I can tell you that if the rest of the expert mechs are still second class, then they will be much more exploitable than a simple first class mech. The difference is just too big. You're not wrong, Gloriana. It would be great if we can defeat mechs with strong protection by exploiting their weak points, but I don't think we can do that against first class mechs. The only way to confront them is to confront them directly. Isn't that the stupidest solution? Tricks won't work against first-class mechs. As far as I'm concerned, the only reliable method to threaten a first-class mech is to overpower them the old-fashioned way. We need to attack their shields until they pop, attack their armor until it has formed a hole, and attack the internals to disable the functioning of the mech. His rather basic explanation caused Gloriana to become even more doubtful at his sensibilities. Are you kidding me, Ves? Is this the answer you came up with? Even a 6-year-old could give you this answer. The difficulty does not lie in identifying the right method, it is coming up with the requisite power to accomplish such a feat. Ves did not speak a word this time. Instead, he raised his finger and projected some very specific archival footage. The clips he chose all centered around one of his other recent inventions, the so-called battle formation and battle network. Gloriana became engrossed as she watched a tiny portion of the battle against the Abyss. It depicted the Sword Maiden mechs entering into a battle formation. Every Sword Maiden mech pilot harmonized with the center of the battle network, which happened to be Venerable Dice. Once the Sword Maidens united as one, Venerable Dice extended her power to her fellow Sword Maidens, causing them to become an extension of her will. In a situation where Venerable Dice had just broken through to expert pilot, her overflowing power was immense. In truth, it was too much for her to harness. However, by sharing some of that excess power to the other Sword Maidens, Venerable Dice was able to lighten her burden while at the same time spread out her force of will over multiple minds. The result was that the Sword Maiden battle network managed to form a giant great sword that literally scythed through large amounts of pirate mechs. This wasn't the only battle network in play. The Penitent Sisters entered into a battle formation as well. The battle network centered around the Superior Mother all caused the Hexer mech pilots to borrow some of her power and manifest her silhouette. Gloriana instantly became more attentive. Isn't this what I've just talked about? This is exactly what the Hex army needs to defeat the Friday Coalition's expert mechs. He knew that she would react in this fashion. Don't be foolish. This is a very sensitive invention. We can't share it with the public. Besides, the conditions to make this happen are simply too onerous. I don't think most Hex army units are qualified to activate this power. Says who? Says me, the inventor of this method. Ves patted his chest. Look, I'm too afraid of what might happen if more people find out the power of my battle formations. It should be reserved as one of the trump cards of our clan. I'm only putting it on the table today because I want to design an affordable solution against first-class mechs. It is a weapon of last resort. Under normal conditions, we should never reveal we possess this capability. Understand? Gloriana did not look convinced. Chapter 2532, Overlooked. Compared to his lack of interest in turning the Larkinson network into a true communications network, Ves was much more interested in making greater use of battle formations. The power of battle formations was too attractive to him. Even in his low state, his heart pumped faster at the thought of designing a mech that specifically took advantage of the advantages that battle networks brought. Unlike his other applications, battle networks gave him the greatest hope of being able to leapfrog challenges. It was one of the few ways in which Ves was able to make his mechs utilize the strength of a powerful individual, whether it was an expert pilot that had just broken through or a powerful design spirit like the Superior Mother. Still, this application had many flaws. Aside from finding a group of highly aligned mech pilots, and choosing a compatible source of power, this seemingly magical application was also very draining. Normal mech pilots did not have much spiritual load-bearing capacity. They could only sustain the pressure for so long until they were unable to maintain their position in a battle formation. Once the battle formation broke up, the mech pilots were usually at the end of their rope. Mentally, they could hardly fight any longer. This only reinforced his determination to treat it as a weapon of last resort. Its disproportionate power was too good for Ves to pass up. As for all of the practical problems surrounding this method, he could deal with them. After all, battle formations played a considerable role during the battle against the Abyss. The only issue right now was that Gloriana insisted on imparting the power of battle networks to the Hex army. Ves had to argue with her a lot. Eventually, he managed to cut her inquiries by coming up with a somewhat valid excuse. It won't work, Gloriana. Battle networks are principally connected to mech pilots, not mechs. It works for us because I can manually forge these connections to the individuals in question. It's not possible to do so to the Hexers fighting against the Fridaymen because there is no way we'll be in the same room. Just forget about it and focus upon what works, okay? That basically settled the matter. Once the discussion went back on track, Ves began to explain the concept of his mech. There are 3 potential candidate groups for battle networks. The Penitent Sisters, Battle Criers, and Sword Maidens are all highly homogeneous and unified. They're also incredibly close to each other and can get in sync easily. I've already tested my battle networks on them and confirmed they are suited for this application. Who will you choose to focus on this time, Ves? Gloriana asked with an unenthused voice. She took his refusal hard. She had to grab Clixie in order to comfort herself. Meow. Clixie glared resentfully at Ves for making Gloriana unhappy. Ves paid no mind to the Rebarthan sentinel cat. For now, I am focused on gaining immediate battle effectiveness. I don't anticipate meeting any overpowering enemies in the near future, but it's best to have our weapon of last resort ready sooner than later. The Penitent Sisters are the best candidates in mind. They are true second-class mech pilots, and the source of their strength happens to be the strongest out of all of the options. With the superior mother feeding them strength, I have no doubt their battle formation is the strongest. Gloriana looked up again. The Penitent Sisters are also Hexers. Why can't we design this mech for the Hex army as well? We have permission to use its tech. That was exactly what he did not want to do. Ves wanted to decrease his entanglement with the Hexadric hegemony. Don't dream about it. Also, you're wrong. The Penitent Sisters are no longer Hexers. They're Larkin's sons. The hegemony has stripped them of their Hexer citizenship, remember? Even if they have a lot in common with Orthodox Hexers, they will slowly turn into something else. There is no stopping their change. His Larkinson network might not be versatile, but it was quite good at performing its core functions. Ves did not believe the Penitent Sisters were able to succeed where Rania failed. Perhaps the only Penitent Sister that would be able to resist the Golden Cat's influence was Juliet Stamaros. As a journeyman, she was just as difficult to influence as Gloriana. Wait a second. Ves just realized he overlooked another important detail. What is it, Ves? Do you know our Larkinson clan has 3 journeyman mech designers instead of 2? Gloriana tilted her head. Of course I do. The Penitent Sisters possess a lot of pride in their head designer. He grimaced. Why didn't you remind me? I'm not your personal assistant, Ves. She sneered. What do you have against Miss Stamaros? She's a journeyman. She's also a criminal. An exile. A heretic. Ves had the feeling that Gloriana only cared about the latter. Nonetheless, the vehemence in her voice was very real. Our Larkinson clan doesn't waste talent. Don't you think it is stupid to neglect a bona fide journeyman? As far as I know, Miss Stamaros is just as capable of designing mechs as us. Adding her to the design department will increase its productivity by half. The difference she can make is immense. She's a harmful presence, Ves. Why are you thinking about designing mechs with someone who revels in killing boys? The penitent sisters should have never been redeemed. That's not fair to her. Look, as far as I know, the Temple of Hexism outright executed all of the boy-impaling priests and their lackeys. The cultists who were spared from this fate weren't culpable for these crimes. They're just brainwashed victims for the most part. The hegemony forced them to become the penitent sisters as a more appropriate punishment. In the service of our clan, these exiles have fought bravely by our side. I would have died in the Nixian Gap if they weren't there to lend their strength. In my opinion, they have atoned for their crimes and should be treated as such. He truly owed a lot to the penitent sisters. Their contribution in the previous battles were undeniable. Despite their heavy losses, the former Hexers never issued a word of complaint. As for any concerns about their extremist views, Ves no longer worried about that problem. Aside from relying on the Golden Cat to mellow them out, he had also distributed enough idols of the Superior Mother to them to convert them to a less extreme interpretation of Hexism. It was unfortunate that Gloriana shared none of his sentiments. She hadn't taken part in the Nixian Gap campaign, so she never experienced the hardships he went through. She also did not acquire any gratitude to the exiles. I am not designing a mech with Juliet Stamaros, and neither will you, she hissed. You're going too far. She's a journeyman and a Larkinson. I already spoke with her a few times. She is content with her current lot. She just wants to keep serving the penitent sisters in her current capacity of head designer. Ves grew increasingly more annoyed with his wife. You are just saying that. Who knows if that's what she really wants? After all, it seems you have a different agenda. I don't want her anywhere near you. I'm your wife, Ves. I need to defend my territory. Do you think we're animals? I'm faithful to you. I have no attraction towards Miss Stamaros at all. Just because she has a Hexer background doesn't mean she poses a threat to our marriage. His wife grew more intense. You don't know anything about women, especially Hexer women. There is no way that Stamaros is disinterested in the son of the Superior Mother. This was ridiculous. I think she's professional enough to treat me as a colleague. You're a fool if you think that. I will not allow her to get anywhere close to you. Just leave her to rot with the penitent sister like she deserves. Suffice to say, either of the two came to an agreement regarding this matter. Ves was not willing to let go of another journeyman. Regardless of what Gloriana thought, the design department was too short on high-ranking mech designers. While Ves had high hopes for Kedis and Miles Tovar, it would probably take years before they advanced. This was too long considering how many mechs he wanted to design. While it wasn't impossible for the Larkinson clan to recruit a competent journeyman, Ves did not even consider the option. It was too risky. Any journeyman could be a spy or hold nefarious intentions. With their solidified design seeds, assimilating them into the Larkinson clan was much more difficult. In fact, Gloriana and Stamaros were in the same boat. It was just that they were more acceptable in his opinion. The former was his wife. The latter had gone through several life-and-death crises with his clan. Juliet Stamaros had proven her courage and earned the trust of the Larkinsons. Because of this, Ves actually felt compelled to defend her honor. Since Ves and Gloriana were at loggerheads over the penitent sister's head designer, they ended their discussion without concluding their list. Gloriana glared at Ves and left the room while hugging Clixie. VS looked a bit annoyed as well. Dealing with someone as volatile as her was really frustrating sometimes. He turned to his own cat. Why did I marry her in the first place? Lucky shrugged. Meow? Well, thanks for that. VS took his cat and departed from the stellar chaser. He didn't want to stay on the ship for 1 minute longer. He needed to talk to Juliet Stamaros in person. He had to find out why she never contacted him about taking on a greater role in the Larkinson clan and see if he could invite her into the design department. Though VS truly wanted to respect Gloriana's opinion, sometimes she was wrong. Some matters were too important to allow emotions to override his good sense. His shuttle flew towards one of the few penitent sister ships that was still intact. Of course, the vessel was just a logistics ship, not a combat carrier. The penitent sisters received word of his arrival. Many former Hexers lined up as VS, Lucky and Nita stepped aboard. Patriarch, we did not expect your arrival today, Commander Valerie Chansey remarked after she saluted him. Is there something you need from the penitent sisters? Please allow me to speak with Juliet Stamaros in private. I have some very important matters to talk about with your resident mech designer. The penitent sister commander sent a silent command through her implant. Done, sir. Follow me, please. I will guide you to the upper decks. As they began to walk through the hallways, VS entered into a discussion with Chansey. I'm sorry about neglecting your group. After we returned to Hisneck, I had to deal with a lot of issues. My wedding, the talks with the Cross clan, and finalizing my mech projects all took priority. We understand, sir. We are content with our lot. Our situation is not much different from that of the other mech forces. We are all waiting to receive our new mechs and combat carriers. We don't particularly require any special attention. VS sighed in relief. At least the penitent sisters didn't suffer from his lack of attention. That's good to hear. How is Miss Stamaros doing, by the way? Oh, she is keeping herself busy, Commander Chansey replied. She has been helping us decide which commercial mechs we should buy in order to restore our battle effectiveness. There is quite a lot of choice, even if we limit ourselves to Hexer mechs. I see. It sounded as if Stamaros was truly engaged in her current responsibilities. While that was good, VS still thought it was a waste to leave her with the penitent sisters. She could do so much more for the Larkinson clan if she contributed to his design projects. While VS knew he was playing with fire by disregarding his wife, VS did not give up on his current course of action. One way or another, he wanted to add another journeyman to the design department. Chapter 2533, Unredeemed. VS had been in the company of a journeyman for more than half a year without realizing it. For some reason or another, he mentally diminished the status and importance of Juliet Stamaros. It was as if he thought she was just another unimportant apprentice. How could he make such a colossal oversight? Why hadn't Gavin or any of his staff reminded him of the potential value that Miss Stamaros held? The former was a bit stupid on his part. He lived an incredibly busy life and work constantly occupied his mind. He spent most of his thoughts on planning his grand expedition, thinking about what capital ships he should acquire and what mechs he should design next. The penitent sisters rarely occupied his thoughts. Though the Larkinson clan operated several different mech forces, VS did not exactly treat them equally. For example, he openly favored the avatars of myth. It was originally his mech troop, and even when it shifted towards serving the clan as a whole, VS still showered it with attention, such as bestowing it with the bright warrior design. Of all of the mech forces under his command, VS knew the most about the avatars. In contrast, the living sentinels earned very little attention from him. As the only non-elite mech force of the Larkinson clan, he wasn't really interested in investing in them. VS simply trusted Major Verl and the Sentinel commander to run this large mech force. The only reason for VS to pay more attention to the Sentinels was when he wanted to design a mech that was specifically targeted to them. As the militia of the Larkinson clan, it was not suitable for the Sentinels to pilot the most advanced LMC mechs. He knew that he needed to design a more general-purpose mech for them sooner or later. Of course, that might take some years. There were other mech forces who were much more deserving of his attention, such as the Flagrant Vandals and the Sworn Maidens. In a way, his unequal attention wasn't necessarily a problem. He was simply overlooking too many people and organizations. Forming biases and playing favorites was unavoidable. What VS really should have done was to split responsibilities. For example, since he hardly cared about the living Sentinels, why not let Gloriana supervise their mech needs? Sadly, that didn't really work, as Gloriana was rather unsuited for this role. Her specialty made her much more suited to supervise the custom mechs and future expert mechs of the Larkinson clan. As a result, the Penitent Sisters fell through the cracks. To be honest, VS still wasn't used to having them. They were an unexpected and somewhat unwanted addition to his clan. He only agreed to let them in because of their loyal service and their exemplary behavior on the battlefield. One of the principles he valued was to be fair to people who fought on his behalf. Just because the Penitent Sisters possessed a Hexer background was not a reason for him to mistreat them. The fact that the Hexer exiles had mellowed out a lot and shed their dislike towards him and the Larkinsons helped a lot in accepting them into the fold. Yet even then, VS was still trying to adjust that they were a part of his clan rather than a bunch of barnacles on the hull of his ship. For these reasons and more, VS essentially overlooked the value of Commander Chansey, Commodore Ivern, Head Designer Stamaros, and the rest of the Penitent Sisters. Luckily, less than a month had passed after Task Force Predator returned to the Synapse system. During this span of time, VS truly became far too occupied to pay special attention to the Penitent Sisters. The women shouldn't hold it against him for neglecting their situation. Once they reached a small meeting room aboard the logistics ship, the main mech designer of the Penitent Sisters was already present. Patriarch. Miss Stamaros. It is good to see you again. How are you dealing with the changes to your life so far? Are you inquiring about my professional or private circumstances? Juliet frowned. Both. I've come to make some decisions concerning you and your sisters. I don't mean to pry, but it will help if you are willing to share more details. As a mech designer, Juliet understood the importance of gathering lots of data in order to make the most informed decisions. VS left it up to her to decide how much she was willing to say. He believed she was clever enough to be earnest towards him. Withholding accurate information would only hinder her opportunities. VS briefly turned his head to Commander Chansey. Could you give me a private moment with Miss Stamaros? I would like to talk to her as one mech designer to another. The Penitent Sister commander gazed at him for a few seconds before nodding. If that is what you wish, sir. She did not kick up any fuss as she turned about and marched through the exit. The hatch closed when she passed through, providing VS and Juliet with a modicum of privacy. Of course, VS was pretty sure the monitoring system was still recording everything, but he did not bother to activate his signal jammer. His main purpose to send Commander Chansey out wasn't to ensure confidentiality, but to give Juliet some space to speak about herself outside of the presence of her direct superior. I am a Penitent Sister, she began. When she didn't say anything else after a few seconds, the room turned awkward. Even Lucky, who had crawled onto V's lap, looked confused. Okay? I believe you have failed to comprehend what I said. Some clarification may help, VS gently suggested. Juliet crossed her arms. For most of my life, I grew up in the presence of hexers who believe that boys like you are abhorrent and should be punished for being born this way. My fellow sisters and I became damned because of this. Do you know the pain of being treated this way by the state and people you trusted and put your faith in? Do you know how much we suffered for realizing that we were the ones who turned out to be wrong? I don't claim to have lived through these pains, but I have suffered similarly when the Bright Republic and the Ovane Protectorate sold me out to please the Friday Coalition. I trusted these states and the people that govern them to cover my back. Both of them shared a distinct glance. They held the eyes of someone who suffered from deep betrayal. This shared identity brought them a little closer to each other. Juliet continued with her story. After the Temple of Hexism determined our guilt and forced me and my surviving sisters to earn our redemption, we had already given up on our lives. It was already made clear to us that it is enough to repent by fighting the enemies of the state. We needed to fight until none of us were left. Then the penitent sisters fell into my hands. Indeed. She ruefully smiled. We originally prepared to be deployed to the front lines of the Komodo War. To be frank, many of my sisters looked forward to this deployment. Despite our shabby mechs and our older combat carriers, we would at least be allowed to fight against the Friday men. There is hardly any better way for us to earn our redemption. Being stripped of the opportunity to die a noble death in order to cater to a foreign boy of all people brought a lot of despair to us. No one, not even myself, looked forward to becoming your slaves. I never treated you as such. And I thank you for that, Juliet replied earnestly. I have to admit that many of us treated you and your Larkinsons coldly due to our unwillingness to be deprived of the opportunity to take part in the Komodo War. We were also unused to the outside galaxy. After that, Juliet began to explain some of the changes she and her sisters went through after becoming attached to the Larkinson clan. Their experiences during the Nixian Gap campaign caused them to continually adjust their views. For one, they no longer held any ambitions to return to their home state. It is best for everyone involved if we don't return. She spoke with a determined voice. We aren't welcome there, and we don't particularly like the Hexers there either. We will always be tainted in their eyes. Our clan thinks differently of your people. Juliet shook her head. Not really. There are plenty of Larkinsons who try to distance from us whenever we show up in public. To them, we are still Hexers and extreme ones at that. Don't deny it, Patriarch. We don't deserve your pity. We deserve all of the contempt that we can get. You may have persuaded the hegemony's government to redeem us and put us under your care, but that is mainly on account of your merits, not ours. In our hearts, we have yet to redeem ourselves. We are committed to serving you for as long as it takes to earn our repentance. That sounded rather troubling to Ves. He did not want these new additions to the Larkinson clan to act as if they were lesser than other clansmen. Yet what could he do? He knew what fanatics were like. These penitent sisters may have changed some of their ways, but they carried too much cultural baggage for them to get rid of them all. Their former cult and the other Hexers around them had constantly instilled them with values meant to keep them under control. Now that Ves essentially inherited the penitent sisters, he could work towards reducing their sense of guilt, but not immediately. This was going to be a long-term project. He pulled his thoughts away from the penitent sisters as a whole. He did not come here with the intent to reform this group. For now, he just wanted to sound Juliet out and find out whether it was possible to pull her into the design department. Miss Demeros, thank you for sharing your views with me. I will definitely make sure your sisters will have ample opportunities to earn whatever redemption they seek in the future. She looked pleased at his promise. Even if he sounded rather vague, it was the thought that mattered. We are grateful for any support that we can get. We don't expect to receive the best treatment, but it is already enough if the clan can meet some of our needs. Ves leaned forward. Do you want to have more control over how the clan treats your sisters? What are you suggesting? You are a journeyman mech designer. That puts you on the same level as Gloriana and I. With your status, you can easily gain a much bigger say in our governance structure. With more power, you can make sure that the penitent sisters are properly represented at the highest levels of our clan. Of course, with power comes responsibility. You must perform your duties if you wish to enjoy the benefits. Are you asking me to become a politician or something? Juliet dubiously asked. No. I'm asking you to take on an even better role. Come join the LMC's design department. As the third journeyman mech designer of our clan, your talents are wasted elsewhere. If you join our design department and help us design new and better mechs, your standing within the Larkinson clan will skyrocket. While I can't promise you will become as powerful as Gloriana or myself, as one of the main contributors to the earnings of the clan and the strengthening of our mech forces, our people will never neglect your interests. His offer overwhelmed her. She never expected him to invite her into the prestigious design department. This was where all the miracles took place. The true foundation of the Larkinson clan did not rest in its mech pilots or expert pilots. It was actually the mech designers who ensured everyone's continued prosperity and growth. Without designing all of their great mechs, Ves and Gloriana would have never earned so much recognition. This, I don't think I can accept, the head designer reluctantly answered. I don't deserve this honor. My only goal is to serve my fellow sisters. I can do that best in my current position. If I go somewhere else, who will ensure the mechs assigned to my sisters are working properly? As someone who always viewed herself as damned, tainted and burdened with guilt, Juliet simply did not feel comfortable with taking on a greater role. Besides, she had another reason to reject his offer. Her eyes looked strangely at him. Your wife also made it abundantly clear I'm not welcome in the design department. I don't want to antagonize her or provoke any discord between your relationship. I don't think either of us can ever collaborate on the same projects. Damn. Chapter 2534, The Third Designer. Don't worry about what Gloriana thinks. While I cannot deny that she dislikes you, don't let this stop you from stepping up. Our design department needs more journeymen. She is not in charge. That is not what she has said towards me, Juliet hesitantly responded. She had mentioned many times that she doesn't want me to take part in any design projects. Your wife has made it abundantly clear that she will respond very negatively if I ever trespass her territory. The design department is not her personal castle. She is merely a lead designer in the LMC's hierarchy, while I am the boss. Nothing in the rules allows her to override my wishes. Listen, Miss Stameros. Just ignore what Gloriana told you and come with me. She'll be pissed, no doubt, but she'll get over it once she realizes that you're not a threat to her. In cases like these, we just have to show her the hard way that her fears are unfounded. The entire situation sounded bizarre to Juliet. As a woman, she understood quite well why Gloriana told her off. It was just that the penitent sister designer did not wish to cross such a powerful woman. No matter what Ves claimed about the limits to Gloriana's power, she was still his wife. Her influence and soft power in the Larkinson clan was very considerable despite her Hexer background. Ves was able to read what Juliet was thinking about as well. He grew more and more exasperated at what his wife had done behind his back. Instead of recognizing Juliet's value as an indispensable design asset, Gloriana only saw her as a threat. This was unfair. Why did his wife have so little faith in his loyalty towards her? He never looked at Juliet as anyone other than a penitent sister and a journeyman mech designer during this meeting. Patriarch Ves, it is not that I am unwilling. I just don't want to aggravate your relationship with your partner. If my entry causes your relationship with her to deteriorate, then I fear that my sisters and I will suffer from the fallout. Ves cut the air with his palm. Nothing of the sort will happen. Look, as long as you turn into a powerful contributor in the design department, you will gain enough clout in the clan to protect the penitent sisters. In fact, you will be able to resist any of her attempts to make your lives difficult. If you remain as you are, your importance to the clan is pretty much trivial. Any competent apprentice mech designer can fulfill your current role. I understand that, sir. You have already made that clear. I just can't accept your generous invitation. You don't understand the rivalry that goes on between women like us. Back in the hexadric hegemony, competition between hexers can get quite nasty. From what I have learned about Miss Gloriana, she's a lot more ruthless than you think. His heart sunk. Though he did not want to acknowledge what he heard, in his heart he knew that Juliet was right. Ves had personally fallen victim to Gloriana's scheming, after all. Though he didn't take it to heart anymore, he still recognized that his wife was anything but an innocent wallflower. So what, though? The Larkinson clan belonged to him. He put in all of the hard work of founding it, nurturing it, and helping it ascend to its current height. Though Ves had the help of many other Larkinsons, it was undeniable that his will trumped over hers. The design department was not her turf, and he had no reason to allow her to engage in sordid court scheming. His determination hardened. The clan would miss out on too many benefits if it allowed a journeyman to remain suppressed in the penitent sisters. What Gloriana had done was no less than to sabotage the interests of the clan she was a part of. This firmly put her in the wrong. Let's not mess around anymore, he stated in a firmer tone. Accept your new position and embrace your new responsibilities. I will make sure our administration processes your transfer by the end of the day. Tomorrow, I will personally bring you to the design department and introduce you to all of our lovely assistant mech designers. While they might not know how to deal with a penitent sister, they are already used to working under hexers. He did not give Juliet the illusion of choice anymore. While he did not wish to resort to coercion in order to get her to cooperate, it was clear that she would remain reluctant if the choice lied with her. Rather than allow Gloriana to dominate her decision-making, Ves decided to take matters into his own hands. This way, if Gloriana blew up, she would direct most of her ire towards him, not Juliet. As someone who had taken plenty of punches from different people, Ves was confident he could handle an angry wife. Still, just because he issued a command did not mean that others were willing to play along. This does not sound entirely appropriate, sir. I cannot see how Miss Gloriana will be able to tolerate my presence. Ves banged his fist against the armrest of his chair. Meow! Lucky jumped from his lap. Who is in charge of the Larkinson clan? The patriarch, who happens to be you, Juliet replied. Who is in charge of the living mech company and every department? I haven't studied the corporate governance structure of the LMC as of yet. Are you the CEO? Ves nodded and grinned. I am the founder, chairman, and CEO of the LMC. Even though I let others manage all of the tedious business operations of my mech company, I am still the absolute majority shareholder. This means I don't have to give a damn about what other people want. Juliet looked impressed at him. How much stock does Gloriana possess? Nothing. I own 59% of the LMC. The Larkinson clan owns 24%. The Larkinson family, who you must have heard about, owns 1%. That does not add up to 100%. What about the remaining 16%? His face darkened for a brief moment. That's not important. I'll be taking back those shares back in due time. Anyway, as a journeyman, as long as you earnestly put your design capabilities to good use in my mech company, then I will not skimp on your rewards. You will get what you deserve, and you can use your gains to help your fellow penitent sisters in many ways. This is the greatest opportunity that you can grasp in the Larkinson clan. She started to look interested. Though the shadow of Gloriana still loomed over her shoulders, Ves slowly pulled her into his rhythm. What sort of rewards can I expect to gain? Let's start with the intangibles. Becoming the third lead designer of the LMC already puts you at the same level as the expert pilots of our clan as far as I'm concerned. This neatly solves the lack of high-ranking mech pilots among the penitent sisters. Juliet looked swayed by that argument. I can see how that can be useful. There is more. As a lead designer, you gain a say in determining which mech design projects we should start and how to shape the design of our mechs. Our assistants have no choice but to follow someone else's arrangements, but it is different for you. As a journeyman, you should already be worthy of our trust when it comes to leading design projects. Am I wrong? Juliet couldn't help but puff her chest. I graduated with a degree in mech design at the Artemis Institute. While my alma mater is not as prestigious as Kelma University, the gap is quite close. I can design most types of standard mechs. According to your record, you have a Class 4 design philosophy, correct? Now that the conversation turned towards her qualifications, Juliet exhibited a lot more confidence. That's right. The description of your design philosophy doesn't go in depth of what you can actually do. It merely describes your specialization as high-mobility flight systems. Ves was already accustomed to vague and unhelpful labels that mech designers used to describe what they excelled at. Maybe they wanted to hide something. Maybe they wanted to be as open as possible. It turned out that Juliet had another reason to keep her specialization vague. My design philosophy is not as mysterious as it sounds. It accurately describes what I can do. It is just that the emphasis is not entirely obvious. The key word is high mobility. I excel at designing flighting systems that feature powerful movement characteristics. I constantly have to juggle between prioritizing, acceleration, top speed, agility, responsiveness, and so on to design aerial and space-borne mechs with great maneuverability. That did not sound specific enough to Ves. He felt that Juliet may be holding back a critical aspect that tied what she said together and clarified her ambitions. There was no need for him to pry too much. He would learn about the essence of her design philosophy in due time once they began to collaborate on some mech design projects. All he needed to know was that her relatively broad specialty was a useful addition to the design department. Many of the mechs he planned to design in the future were supposed to be multi-environmental mechs that could fight effectively in space and in atmospheric conditions. Pairing these flexibility mech designs with excellent flight systems that were capable of enduring many different environments was very important. The amount of help that Juliet could provide in this aspect was already worth it. In fact, she would probably be able to contribute much more to mech designs that conformed to the high mobility aspect of her specialty. This meant she was highly suited to take charge of every light mech design project. Can you show off some of your past works to me? I need to gauge your overall skill and gain an impression of your design style, Ves requested. She did as instructed. A few projections came to life. Ves immediately pored over the dozens of light and medium designs. Each of them were fast. Some were faster than others, while others possessed significantly better evasion characteristics. Overall, Juliet's mech designs were not that much worse than the mechs that Ves and Gloriana designed. This was already good enough. The only problem was her design style. Each and every mech she designed shared one very notable trait. These are all female mech designs, he flatly stated. Yes. Have you ever designed a male mech? Why would I do that? Of course she would say something like that. She was still a hexer. If I order you to design a male mech, will you be able to fulfill my expectations? Ves asked. I suppose I can. It's just, I could use some help. Her answer did not give him a lot of confidence. Oh well. No one was perfect. Ves proceeded to explore her work in greater detail. He asked her to explain her design choices and how her design philosophy empowered her mech designs. He learned more details about her design style. He even learned her signature look consisted of shaping the flight systems of her mechs as prominent pairs of wings coated in red. Juliette Stameros passed all of the tests that mattered. While she possessed numerous shortcomings, they did not detract from her overall value as a journeyman. She was usable. Ves wrapped up the meeting. I have no more questions for now. The body of work you showed me along with the insights and understanding you have shared has given me enough confidence that you will be an excellent addition to our design department. I suggest you spend the remainder of this day on making arrangements for another mech designer to take over your current position. The penitent sisters must still have a head designer, but it shall not be you anymore. If your group lacks a capable apprentice who can fill your big shoes, then you can always turn to me. There are plenty of mech designers in the clan who can fulfill this role. He stood up and turned to leave the room without letting her voice any rejection. However, just before he passed through the hatch, he stopped and turned. He pointed his finger straight at the male sign symbol on her face. By the way, you can remove this mark of shame. A proud journeyman of the Larkinson clan should never carry such a disgraceful sign. Chapter 2535, Repulsed. Strangely enough, Juliette Stameros refused to remove the rather eye-catching male sign symbol on her face. We penitent sisters do not wear this mark with pride, she stated firmly. It is a mark of shame, as you said. It reflects our guilt and reminds us that we are not finished yet for atoning for our crimes. But do not make this request again. Not a single penitent sister will voluntarily remove this mark. If you help us to get rid of this sign, then help us earn our redemption faster. You have already done enough in my eyes. You don't owe any debt to anyone. Juliette stiffened her back. I'm sorry, but that is not for you to decide. We are more than capable of making this determination ourselves. Not you, Miss Gloriana, or any Larkinson clan can make this judgment. He didn't understand her stubbornness. This was yet another quirk of the penitent sisters that they still held close to their chests. Ves reluctantly dropped the matter. There was no reasoning with the penitent sisters when it came to their core beliefs. I am afraid your mark of shame will attract too much attention when I attempt to introduce you to the design department tomorrow. Can you at least cover it up or something? That would defeat the purpose, she immediately replied. While I do not wear this mark with pride, it is essential for others to see me who I truly am. Don't make this request again. His control over the penitent sisters wasn't very extensive. As long as he touched anything sensitive, the women immediately became prickly. Ves let the issue slide. It was just a cosmetic mark that looked rather embarrassing. If Juliette and her sisters were tough enough to endure the shame of bearing it, then he was fine with letting them have her way. The mark played an important symbolic role in their subculture. After he left the room and informed Commander Chansey of the imminent transfer, her reaction wasn't as bad as he feared. I see. The older woman spoke. I had a hunch that you would come for her. I am glad for her promotion. She deserves more, and we are all grateful that you are willing to grant her the opportunity to develop herself again. Perhaps she will be able to smile again like old times. I am not taking her in because I take pity on her. As a second-class journeyman, she can make significant contributions to the clan by contributing to our design projects. It is through designing new mechs that our clan is able to field more powerful mechs and earn enough money to afford new starships. No matter how you look at it, every journeyman that joins our design department will have a direct effect on our growth trajectory. This was also why Ves was so adamant about bringing Juliet Stamaros aboard. With just one extra journeyman, he could easily earn another trillion hex credits due to her effect on the productivity of the design department. This meant he would be getting a lot of good stuff sooner than he projected. "I hope you will be treating her fairly, sir." Commander Valerie Chansey spoke. "If I recall, it is customary for journeymen and higher to receive a stake in the mech company. While her design capabilities are not as strong as yours, she can still make a difference." Ves suddenly regretted heaping so much praise on Juliet. Increasing her importance also raised her bargaining position. She still has to prove herself. Even if she has successfully integrated into the design department, it is still a question whether it is appropriate to award her with shares. The LMC is a much bigger mech company than the ones led by other journeymen. My design philosophy plays a key role in its success. Any latecomers like Miss Stamaros are essentially taking advantage of all of the effort and resources I invested into the LMC. She is also a lot more dispensable to the success of the mech company than myself. If I am gone for whatever reason, you can bet the LMC will collapse in a matter of years. This was undeniable. As Commander Chansey wasn't a mech designer, she did not pursue this argument further. "I hope you won't shortchange her. I will be watching." "I'm not a scumbag, Commander. Every penitent sister is a Larkinson in my eyes. It is just that for the good of the company and the clan, it is best not to split or dilute the shares of the LMC." He just didn't want to give up any more shares. While Commander Chansey was correct that journeymen were usually entitled to at least some stock in the company they worked for, Ves vehemently objected to the practice. No one was allowed to pry a single share from his hands. The 59% that was currently on his name all belonged to him and him alone. Therefore, he hoped to hoodwink and distract everyone who was eligible for this reward. Even if they deserved it, Ves would not hesitate to employ his devil tongue to the fullest in order to dissuade his high-ranking mech designers from requesting shares. In fact, if Ves really wanted to be fair, he should have given some shares already to Gloriana. He did not do so. He might love her, but some possessions were too precious to give away, even to his wife. With all of the trouble he experienced about the ownership of his mech company, Ves was incredibly sensitive about any further giveaways. He vowed that his ownership in his mech company would never drop below 59% ownership for the rest of his life. In fact, it would be great if he could get back the 16% owner that had fallen in the hands of the Bright Republic and the Ilvain Protectorate. He would probably launch a party when that happened. After successfully brushing aside the matter of awarding Juliet with some stock, Ves discussed one more topic with the penitent sister commander. "Do you remember how your penitent sisters fought in the previous battle?" "Of course." Pride filled her face. "The battle against the Abyss is one of the greatest battles of our lives. While it is regretful that many of our sisters have fallen, they have not died in vain. Defeating evil is one of the noblest ways to earn our redemption. Well, one of the factors that allowed your penitent sisters to exert so much power during the battle is the battle network I've implemented. We are very grateful for allowing us to receive the Superior Mother's blessing. You are truly her son for being able to convince her to give us a chance. We are unworthy. Each time we enjoy her blessing, our debt increases." That was a very interesting detail. Perhaps their self-determined redemption wasn't getting closer over time. If the penitent sisters thought that every blessing from the Superior Mother cost something, then they might be laden with debt over time. How did that even work? Did these crazy hexers even accept the concept of bankruptcy, or would they just continue to allow their guilt to approach infinity? Whatever. It was not exactly bad if the penitent sisters maintained the silly delusion that they were still damned. From what he had seen so far, they were remarkably obedient and open to compromise in their current state. Ves should cherish this advantage. Besides, if Juliet Stamaros thought the same way, Ves had even less reason to reward her with company stock. In her current mindset, Ves could probably keep her happy by rewarding her with nothing but nutrient packs. Of course, he wouldn't take advantage of her to this extent. As long as he threw enough scraps at her, he wouldn't invite criticism from the penitent sisters and the rest of the clan. As Ves left the penitent sisters' ship, he began to inform some important people about his latest arrangements for Juliet Stamaros. He left it to Gavin to process the administration and make Juliet's new appointment official. Boss. Ves grew annoyed at the projection. Just spit it out, Benny. Did you discuss this move with your wife, perchance? Gloriana doesn't rule my clan, Ves angrily barked. There is no reason for me to consult her about this move. Gavin panicked. You're acting too quickly, boss. I highly advise you to slow down. Let us get to know Miss Stamaros better and ascertain whether she is a good fit for the design department. Just because she is a journeyman doesn't mean she automatically fits in with your other mech designers. Every mech designer in the design department is subordinate to me, Ves replied with gritted teeth. Their opinions don't matter. My orders are absolute. I can think of at least one mech designer who may have words about your choice. Ves glared at his assistant. Enough! Your job is to execute my will, not to hinder it. Right now, it is my will to transfer Miss Stamaros to the design department and promote her to our third lead designer. Now stop getting in my way and make it happen! He immediately closed the communication channel, causing Gavin's projection to fizzle out. He took a deep breath and settled into his chair. Why does everyone think that Gloriana is in charge? Lucky heard his question and rolled his eyes as he floated around. Meow. That's slander. Meow meow. You're wrong. I can teach Gloriana who is truly in charge. Just wait for me to get back home. Adding a third journeyman to the design department wasn't a simple matter. Ves had to spend the rest of the day informing the most important stakeholders of the drastic and sudden change. People such as Raymond Billingsley Larkinson and Keddies each reacted with shock at his decision. He had to explain himself over and over again before they acknowledged that he was being serious. He also had to make some personal arrangements at the design department in order to make room for Juliet. He needed to ease her in as soon as possible so that he could briskly embark on his next round of mech design projects. At the end of the day, Ves finished with his preparations. After considering his options, he reluctantly returned to the Stellar Chaser. Fortunately, Gloriana's personal ship did not bar his way. He took Lucky and slinked back to her stateroom. Once he entered, Gloriana was already lying in her bed. She directed a grumpy expression at him as she clutched Clixie against her chest. Did you have fun today? She asked. Ves moved to the attached bathroom but kept the hatch open as he changed his clothes and prepared for bed. I did not revel in the decision I made. I did what was necessary to strengthen our clan and bring us closer to our goals. Humph. I bet you had an enjoyable time talking about mech design with our latest lead designer. Gloriana, I love you. I would never hurt you by pursuing other women. You think too little of me. I take my vows seriously. I know you, Ves. You are ruled by your passions and emotions. Who knows what you have been thinking as you have been exploring her design philosophy today? Will you explore something else about her tomorrow? Don't put words in my mouth. I am fully in control of my own actions. I have never lost control. Once Ves finished his evening routine, he emerged from the bathroom and approached the queen-sized bed. Just as he was about to slip in, A repulsive anti-grav field emerged from the bed and pushed him away. His body soared in the air and landed a short distance away. As his back smacked against the deck, he couldn't believe what had happened. He rose to his feet and approached the bed yet again. The anti-grav field arrived yet again and slapped his body back. "Gloriana! Let me in! I'm your husband!" "No," she huffed. "You can sleep on the couch or go back to your stolen Friday men vessel. Whatever you choose, you are not sleeping in this bed tonight." Ves tried to approach the bed several times, only to be repelled again and again. After the fifth time, he stopped and attempted to hack the device that was responsible for keeping him away. Unfortunately, Gloriana's arrangements were too good. He couldn't hack her programming unless he borrowed his cat's CF8-derived hacking abilities. "Lucky! Where are you? Help me beat this stupid repulsion field." "Meow? Meow." To his astonishment, Lucky had curled up next to Clixie. Both cats were lying comfortably on what was supposed to be his pillow. "Wake up and help me already!" Meow! Arg! Chapter 2536 Design Department Changes. Aboard the Scarlet Rose, a tense atmosphere settled over the design lab. The braves and erudites that entered the compartment each walked with nervous gaits as they took their regular seats behind the terminals and workstations. Only a handful of mech designers took less notice of the ambiguous mood in the design lab. "What's going on?" Kitties asked as she sauntered over to Miles Tovar. The satisfied smile on her face was completely at odds with the grave expressions of the other low-ranking mech designers. "We're finally about to design some mechs again. Isn't this great?" The former brighter mech designer raised his palms in a soothing motion. "Quiet down. Don't attract too much attention today." "Why?" "Because there is trouble on the horizon?" Keddies looked confused. "Huh? What trouble?" The man leaned forward until his lips came close to her ears. "The marital kind." "Oh." The sword maiden mech designer still looked clueless. "Haven't you been paying attention to the messages on the internal net?" "No. I am preoccupied with something lately. I've been, training some personnel over at the Hall of Heroes." She couldn't help but smile in a mischievous manner as she said that. Venerable Joshua rapidly improved his swordsmanship after he began to follow her high-intensity training program. Alas, she couldn't spend as much time with the expert pilot as before. Her duties to the design department came first, and she also had to spend enough time on her own projects in order to progress her design philosophy. Her improvement never stopped. Though the prospect of advancing to journeyman was still fuzzy to her, she continued to work diligently in order to get closer. She had already completed all of her early mech designs and had begun to design another wave of swordsman mechs. Perhaps other mech designers might go bored or crazy after designing one swordsman mech after another, but Keddies was different. She loved swords. She loved mechs. She loved combining the two. As long as she had enough time, she could design an infinite variety of swordsman mechs. This was how a hyper-specialized mech designer worked. The more restrictions they imposed on themselves, the more they were able to expand their options in the areas they excelled at. There was never a case where Keddies would run out of ideas. As she and Miles spoke in low tones to each other, the entrance to the design lab slid open again. Everyone sat up straighter. The air became even tenser. Gloriana did not pay attention to the nervous expressions of her assistants. She marched over to the front of the lab. Her white coat billowed as she advanced like a woman possessed. Meow. Clixie dutifully followed the mech designer while keeping a close eye on the other mech designers. A number of Glory Seeker bodyguards had entered as well. They hardly attracted any attention as they took position around the design lab. No one spoke as Gloriana quietly sat down at the seat reserved for her. Clixie jumped up and perched on her lap. A delicate hand soon began to stroke her fur. A few minutes passed as every mech designer tried to keep themselves as still as possible. No one wanted to be the one who attracted Gloriana's ire. Rather than sticking their necks out, it was better to stay still and act like statues. After all, Gloriana didn't have a problem with them. Only one person was responsible for putting her in a foul mood. The hatch slid open yet again. Everyone turned to face the entrance. Several people passed through. The assistants automatically dismissed the presence of Nita and the other Larkinson bodyguards. Lucky attracted a bit more attention. The eye-catching mechanical cat floated forward as if he served as a scout for the people who were just about to pass through. Meow. 2 more people passed through. One of them wore a familiar red and white uniform that possessed some ornate touches. This was the Larkinson Patriarch uniform that Ves wore on a daily basis. The woman next to him wore a very different uniform. Only one mech force issued the fairly distinctive black and orange outfit. The logo on the front of the uniform attracted even more attention. The very distinctive orange male sign symbol surrounded in a black circle left no doubt to the identity of the mech designer walking next to the clan patriarch. An invisible storm seemed to form around Gloriana as the pair of mech designers approached. The intensity of her barely restrained fury caused one of the 2 newcomers to falter in her steps. Ves turned his head to his companion. "Stiffen up. You're a soldier, aren't you? You're a journeyman, just like her. The penitent sisters have fought against pirates, mechs, and warships without flinching. Will you shame your sisters by showing cowardice in front of another woman?" The penitent sister's body froze. Ves was right. The penitent sisters had shown undaunted courage and valor throughout the Nixian Gap campaign. No matter how many sisters perished, none of the exiled hexers ever broke. Yet defying Gloriana was easier said than done. If there was one weakness the penitent sisters possessed, it was that they were never able to show strength towards other hexers. The hexadric hegemony held the power of life and death over them once. Though Gloriana wasn't an extension of the hexer state, she was the closest thing to a proxy in this situation. She even had the Glory Seekers at her beck and call. Right now, aside from the Cross clan, the Glory Seekers possessed the greatest might in the Hisneck system. On the other hand, the Larkinson clan wasn't able to exert that much strength anymore as it was in the process of drawing down its third-class assets. How could the penitent sisters hold their heads high in this situation? Despite their common origins, the Glory Seekers did not regard the penitent sisters as their own. In fact, it was the opposite. Every penitent sister knew that if they made one wrong move, the Glory Seekers might take the initiative to wipe them out, their affiliation to the Larkinson clan be damned. Though Ves was vaguely aware of this dynamic as well, he didn't think the situation could deteriorate to this extent. Relations between the Woden dynasty and the Larkinson clan would instantly sour, and his marriage with Gloriana might fall apart as a result. The Wodens would never let such a disaster come to pass. Therefore, Ves bet that no matter how he interacted with the penitent sisters, Gloriana and her guard dogs wouldn't do anything. The penitent sisters may possess a troubling history, but that was in the past. As far as he was concerned, the former hexers were Larkinsons now. Since they were his clansmen now, Ves had an obligation to treat them as warmly as his own kind. Once the pair of mech designers approached the front, Ves turned around to face the assistants. He gestured to the woman he brought into the design lab. "This is Miss Juliette Stamaros, a journeyman mech designer from the hexadric hegemony. She is a graduate of the Artemis Institute in her former state. That means that she is a real second-class mech designer. Her specialty is high-mobility flight systems. Given these qualifications, I have decided to appoint Ms. Demeros as the third lead designer design department, effective from today. He really went through with his intentions. Despite Gloriana's darkening expression, Ves pretended as if his wife didn't exist at this time as he began to unveil some procedural and administrative changes as a result of the latest edition. The sudden changes to the hierarchy of the design department necessitated a lot of new rules. No longer were Ves and Gloriana able to command their assistants as casually as before. They needed more structure in place so that the department would continue to run smoothly even if some irregularities took place. We will be adopting a different project schedule for this round, he announced. Due to our growing need for second-class mech designs, we will temporarily stop working on minor design projects. For the next round, we will all be working on 6 major design projects. Since the workload is much greater for all of us, I've decided to raise the time limit from 4 months to 6 months. Within half a year, I expect us all to complete 6 different second-class mech design projects. 6 second-class mech designs. Just half a year of time. Many assistants couldn't help but gasp when they heard the news. The challenges were much greater this time. None of the braves or erudites were truly up to the task of designing a second-class mech as of yet. Even if they were relegated to an assisting function, they needed to work much harder and draw on a much greater body of knowledge in order to perform even the most trivial of tasks. Sure, the design department had 2 more months to complete the design projects, but the magnitude of work was much greater. With just 2 journeyman mech designers at the helm, it was extremely doubtful whether the mech designers of the LMC could complete so many projects at the same time. This was when everyone began to shift their gazes to Juliet Demeros. Only the addition of a 3rd journeyman would allow them to finish their projects within the time limit. Ves smiled in satisfaction as the braves and erudites began to look at Juliet in a more positive light. Through applying pressure, he easily manipulated his assistants into regarding Juliet as their savior and helper instead of an interloper. Whatever negative influence Gloriana exerted to them became a lot less effective. One of the lessons that every Larkinson learned was that they should always aim to complete their assignments. If they were late or failed to perform their assigned tasks, they might miss out on earning precious Larkinson merits. No one wanted this to happen. The Larkinson merit exchange that Ves had set up added more and more valuable goods and services to its redemption list. There was definitely something for everyone. Ves clapped. As you can imagine, designing 6 second-class mech designs at once is quite cumbersome. This is why Gloriana and I will share ultimate responsibility for the design projects with Ms. Demeros. While she is still unaccustomed to working here, I have high expectations for her. Every lead designer will soon be in charge of leading 2 design projects each. This meant that Ves, Gloriana and Juliet would only have to pay attention to 2 projects instead of all 6. Of course, this did not mean that they were supposed to isolate their projects from each other. An LMC mech was not an LMC mech if it did not possess any life. Ves played an essential role in applying his design philosophy to all 6 upcoming mech designs. In the same fashion, Gloriana was indispensable when it came to optimizing and elevating the performance of the mech designs. As for Juliet, her role was a bit more specialized. It was her task to empower and maximize the performance of the flight systems of every mech design. In fact, her specialty actually encompassed some smaller mobility systems as well, such as modular thrusters and boosters. Since every second-class mech, including the land-bound kind, possessed at least some form of extra propulsion, Juliet could still play a role in the design of mechs devoid of flight systems. Even if that somehow wasn't possible, the fact that she was a journeyman meant that she could already handle many other aspects of a mech. It was just that the areas that fell outside of her specialty wouldn't be as remarkable. That was okay. The third lead designer wasn't supposed to excel in every area. What mattered more was how much value they could impart in a mech design when they pooled their respective specialties together. Ves truly looked forward to how much faster and more agile his next products would be. With the addition of Juliet, it was the perfect time for the LMC to develop a lot of new light mechs. Chapter 2537, Second Round. Throughout the entire announcement, Gloriana did not speak a single word. Usually, Ves and his partner jointly handled these matters. They were used to sharing power and responsibilities on an equal basis whenever they were on duty. In practice, Ves handled more responsibilities on some days while Gloriana took charge on other days. It mostly depended on what mood they were in and how preoccupied they were. Yet no matter who took the lead, Ves and Gloriana basically supported each other's decisions by default. Even if they didn't agree with something, as long as the issue was small enough, it wasn't worth kicking up a fuss. Now, this dynamic would no longer hold. The insertion of a third journeyman meant that it became a lot harder to keep everyone aligned. This was especially when two of them were antagonistic towards each other. To be honest, this situation was anything but ideal to Ves. If he didn't manage the situation properly, then the next 6 months might end up in disaster. However, as Ves laid his eyes on Juliet, he believed it was worth the risks to integrate her into the design department. The benefits she brought were too great for him to pass up. He just had to placate his wife and find some way to prove that her concerns were unfounded. For now, though, he had to address their goals for the current design round. He raised his hand, summoning a projected list. As I've stated earlier, we will be starting 6 new design projects. For the next couple of weeks, you will be put on exploration duty. Depending on the nature of your assigned project, you will have to gather as much relevant information as possible. We need you to explore which criteria and requirements we must set, which tech and components we should use, and so on. For our Larkinson mechs, I need you to interview our mech pilots and find out what they wish to see in their mechs. Performing market research was essential to designing the right mech. It didn't matter how good his mech was if it did not conform to the needs of his fighting forces. After explaining these basic matters, Ves moved on to explaining the focus of the 6 mech design projects. 3 projects will be oriented around designing Hexer mechs for the Hex Army. The other 3 projects are centered around designing commercial mechs or mechs that are exclusive to the Larkinson clan. Someone couldn't help but raise his hands. Yes, Mr. Ringer? How many commercial mechs will we design this time? Just 1. Isn't that rather small? Mr. Ringer frowned. Why aren't we designing any commercial mechs this time? Shouldn't we focus on increasing our revenue? Due to his poor and debt-laden background, the former Reinaldan citizen was very sensitive towards money. One of the reasons why he loved the Larkinson clan was because it excelled in earning lots of money. Ves sent a disapproving glare at the eager assistant. In fact, I'm not certain yet whether we will publicly release the mech with commercial potential. It is an uplift of one of our recent third-class mech designs, but its value and utility is on a whole other level when it becomes a second-class design. He did not want to disrupt the mech market too much. Even with his rising prestige, Ves knew that competing against second-class mech companies was a lot more dangerous than competing against third-class mech companies. Even if the LMC stole half the market share of the latter, what could they do? Aside from performing some small tricks, those inconsequential mech companies could never affect the LMC's dominant market position in many foreign states. It was different once the LMC stepped in a second-class mech market. The competitors there were not inferior to the Larkinson clan. In fact, many of them were far more powerful by virtue of their strong physical presence. The LMC was foreign to every state. In every second-class state, its subsidiaries had to keep their heads down and avoid attracting too much attention from the local tyrants. If the domestic mech industry of a given state all joined hands, the LMC would definitely lose its foothold. For now, Ves did not feel that the LMC and his clan were strong enough to set up a strong foundation in those powerful foreign states. There was not that much sense in selling a powerful second-class LMC mech at this time. Since his assistants were all curious about this potential commercial mech, Ves simply decided to unveil it first. He waved his arm, causing the projection of a very familiar mech design to dominate the design lab. "That's the ferocious piranha!" Ves grinned. "I'm sure you can guess it already. One of the projects will be centered around translating our successful ferocious piranha design to second-class standards. In the interests of saving time and effort, we will be borrowing heavily on the data we have generated when designing the original version." "Who will lead the project, sir?" "As the ferocious piranha is a light skirmisher that relies heavily on its flight system to perform its role, it is most appropriate to hand over this project to Juliet." Everyone switched their gaze towards Juliet, who Ves had referred to on a first-name basis in order to bring her closer. To her credit, she did not exhibit any nervous tension. The lack of any hostile action from Gloriana made Juliet feel more secure about joining the design department. Though she still didn't feel very comfortable here, it was enough to avoid the other Hexer as much as possible. She knew what to do now. She took a step forward. "While I have not taken part in the development of the original design project, the Patriarch Ves has filled me in. I possess a different understanding of light mechs. In my eyes, the ferocious piranha Mark I is an adequate light skirmisher design with some very interesting properties. However, when you leave out its glow, its performance characteristics still have room for improvement. These openings will grow larger when we translate the mech concept to a second-class design, so there is room to add some extra modules to the mech depending on the budget." She looked towards Ves, who paused before answering her implied question. "We will set an exact budget for each project after we have completed our preliminary research. It has to be high enough to make it useful to our clan, though. I don't want to assign any budget mechs to our clansmen. They deserve better." This meant that the ferocious piranha was definitely going to cost a lot compared to other second-class light skirmishers. Ves moved on to announcing Juliet's second design projects. In addition to supervising the second-class version of the ferocious piranha, she is also responsible for designing a mech with a narrower focus. For various reasons that I won't explain to you, the Penitent Sisters require a new mech model that is geared towards resisting very powerful individual opponents. He gave the word to Juliet again. "We are still exploring the basic properties this mech must possess in order to fulfill this difficult goal," the Penitent Sister spoke. Despite her unconventional background, she possessed genuine leadership ability, which was good. "At the moment, I am inclined to design a rifleman mech that can combine its firepower with identical mechs. This mech must be fairly mobile but also possess sufficient protection to defend against area attacks." They could have chosen to design a melee mech instead, yet Ves did not favor this plan. It was far too easy for a powerful mech to wipe out an entire mech company up close. While such a powerful opponent also posed a threat against distant targets, the attack power might not be as great. Once Juliet finished outlining her thoughts on the Penitent Sister mech, Ves called up the projection of another familiar mech design. It was the Bright Warrior design. "I am sure you are familiar with this bridge mech design. While our clan has not deployed this model in greater numbers, the avatars of myth fought well with the few bright warriors they possessed. The model is also responsible for facilitating the rise of heroes such as Venerable Joshua. While there are various shortcomings to the bright warrior concept, it is worth it for us to reimagine it as a second-class mech design." "Will the armor system still be made out of briar alloy?" Ves shook his head. I have no plans to do so this time. While I have not finalized this decision, from a logistical viewpoint it is much more convenient to design an armor system that does not rely on any overly scarce materials. In fact, every material we incorporate in our mech must be commonly available in many regions. This is how we can keep building them no matter where we travel. This was a rather complicated matter. Not only did Ves have to account for the distribution and availability of lots of exotics, he also had to look ahead and adapt his work to the materials available in the Red Ocean. Fortunately, this was what staff and assistants were for. He did not have to waste his time on performing this tedious but essential research. The Bright Warrior Mark II will be the true successor to the original version. I have no intentions to design another third-class Bright Warrior. The Mark II will largely adopt the same principles and design choices of the original. I doubt there will be any room for additional modules, but if there are opportunities, then we might be able to add some extra functionality. Catherine Evanson raised her arm. Sir, what is the purpose of the Bright Warrior Mark II? How long do we intend to keep it in our mech roster? Ves looked sharply at the former noble sentinel. She understood the objective of this project right away. The Bright Warrior Mark II is another transitory mech. The Mark I has succeeded in its goal of serving as a bridge between third-class mechs and second-class mechs. Now, due to the shortage of clan-exclusive designs, the Mark II is intended to give as many of our mech pilots an opportunity to pilot a second-class LMC mech as possible. Once we complete its design with 4 different configurations, its modular nature ensures that our clan will effectively receive 4 powerful mech models at once. This will largely alleviate our critical lack of second-class LMC mechs. In other words, the Bright Warrior Mark II probably wouldn't last very long. Once the design department designed a comprehensive set of different mechs, the performance of the Mark II shouldn't be able to keep up with the Larkinson clan anymore. At that time, the clan might dump the Bright Warrior Mark IIs to the Sentinels or simply recycle them to reuse all of the expensive materials used to make them. As much as Ves valued living mechs, it simply did not make sense to keep them around once they served their primary purpose. There was no way that Ves was willing to give them a second life by selling them to third-party clients. If possible, there might be a case for passing them on to the Larkinson family, but that depended heavily on whether his clan would still be in the Yena star cluster. After he introduced the Bright Warrior Mark II project, he also moved on to detailing his second design project. I can't say much about the other project I'll be taking charge of. For now, it is meant to be an exploration of a hexamech that may be able to restrain the rampant Friday Man expert mechs on the battlefield. Don't put your hopes up, though. A lot of people have tried to figure out a way to counter expert mechs without relying on any of their own. None of these attempts succeeded as far as we are aware of. Even if an amazing solution exists, it's probably in the hands of the MTA. Given how much the Mech Trade Association values high-ranking mech pilots, it made no sense for it to publicize a method that could easily take down their extraordinary mechs. In fact, Ves had a hunch that if he somehow developed a killer mech against expert mechs, the MTA might come knocking on his doors to prohibit its deployment. Chapter 2538 – Conflict of Interest. To be honest, Ves had no idea how he should go about designing a mech that restrained expert mechs. He only dared to come up with a mech that restrained expert mechs. Countering them was out of the question. It was too unrealistic to design a mech that could actually threaten these powerful killing machines. Just hindering them was already worthwhile enough for the Hex army. In fact, a mech that was powerful enough to act against an expert mech would definitely have a much greater effect against weaker machines. This meant that even if this design project failed in fulfilling its primary goal, it could still meet its secondary goal. Ves held the attitude of trying it out. Succeed or fail, he would at least learn some valuable lessons. Since he intended to add some expert mechs to the clan as well, he needed to know how they coped with various situations. They were powerful, but not invincible. We have introduced 4 out of 6 design projects so far. He addressed the crowd of assistants. Juliet and I will supervise 2 projects each, so that leaves 2 more. Gloriana, would you like to introduce them to our design teams? She glowered at him. Just because she maintained her composure throughout the session didn't mean she was happy with how Ves handled the situation. Unfortunately, this trend could not be stopped. Ves had gone through with his intentions, signaling that he was not abiding by her stance. It was unseemly for her to express her dissatisfaction to Ves. She had an image to uphold, and she could not air her dirty laundry in public. How could she possibly face the mech designers who looked up to her after showing her ugly side? Besides, even if she argued with Ves, she knew in her heart that he would not budge on the matter. He was too materialistic for his own good. The moment he realized the Larkinson clan possessed a 3rd journeyman was the moment he was determined to expand the design department. Given this unpalatable situation, Gloriana had to make a difficult decision. Every viable choice was a bad one. She could choose between the least bad solution or the most catastrophic solution. She still possessed enough logic and good sense to choose the lesser of 2 evils. She stood up and took a few steps forward. She composed her face and pressed down her anger and resentment as much as possible. I will be in charge of leading 2 Hexer mech design projects. The first one is centered around the concept of a light communications mech. Through taking advantage of some of the unique properties of my husband's glows, we believe it is possible to design a mech that can transmit and receive data without becoming affected by conventional ECM and jamming. Several mech designers looked up when they heard this. These individuals were aware of how much such a mech could affect the course of major battles. One of the most troublesome aspects about planetary campaigns was the sheer amount of jamming and interference set up by both sides. While it was possible to maintain short to medium-range communications depending on the proximity to the enemy, it was difficult to keep in touch with units at the front lines. This meant that requests for reinforcements, warning messages of enemy reinforcements, footage recorded by scouts, and other forms of crucial data weren't able to reach their intended destination. Out of all of the assistants, Molter Ringer and Mayor Tordo possessed the greatest interest in this design project. Mayor Tordo was one of the youngest and most junior mech designers among the assistants, but he had made great strides towards expanding his expertise in communications, command and control systems. If he was able to participate in a design project that made use of a communication system based around entirely different principles, he might be able to make a considerable harvest. In contrast to Mayer, Molter was interested in the opposite. His specialty lay in signal disruption. In his opinion, no foolproof communication system existed. As long as one mech transmitted a signal to another mech, there should be a way to disrupt this exchange. He wanted to take part in the design of this Hexer communication mech as well. He wanted to understand what made it tick and how to break it. While that sounded rather counterproductive, it was actually very valuable to LMC to learn what could interfere with the transmissions of this unusual Hexer mech. What they didn't know was that Ves did not think highly of their chances. If the unique communication system of the Hexer mech was based around spirituality, then how could a pair of spiritually dull apprentices be able to perceive what was happening? This is not the most exciting mech design, Gloriana warned everyone. As an auxiliary mech, it is not necessary to add additional functions to this mech. It merely needs enough mobility and survivability to last on the battlefield. While auxiliary mechs sounded rather boring, they were still vital to many larger mech units. Trying to command and coordinate several different mech companies over wider areas was quite challenging. Any decent opponent would try its best to set up a lot of interference. The consequences of neglecting this vital step were very dire. Perhaps a group of mechs might get surrounded by enemies from all sides. Perhaps some scout mechs on the ground were accurately able to transmit coordinates to mechs in orbit which were able to launch precise orbit-to-surface attacks. Whatever the case, stopping the enemy from communicating with other elements was very much worth it, even if it hindered friendly communication attempts. As Ves played a very vital role in the design of this mech, he had to say something as well. The core communication principles behind this Hexer auxiliary mech will largely be based around my design philosophy. This is an experiment to see whether it is possible to establish a communication system that is not counterable by ordinary technological means. If this design succeeds, we may start a follow-up design project to design a Larkinson exclusive scout mech that takes advantage of the same system. This was a good attempt to pioneer a new application of his design philosophy. If the concept delivered on its promises, Ves would be able to refine it until it turned into a second-generation implementation. Through all of this maturing, the scout mech exclusive to the Larkinson clan should be able to perform even better in this regard. Once he had his say, Gloriana turned to the second mech design project she intended to lead. Ves had briefly spoken to Gloriana about this before. He gave most of the decision-making power concerning this last project to her. It was his way of soothing her anger. He hoped that by being able to dictate the overall form of the sixth design project, she would no longer be preoccupied with driving Juliet out of the design department. The sixth mech design project that we will be working on is another Hexer mech design, Gloriana announced. Unfortunately, I don't have much time to specify what exactly it should be. For now, I have some ideas which I will share in private with the design teams assigned to this project. The Komodo War is continuing to tilt in the favor of the Friday Coalition. While we aren't the only ones who seek to turn this situation around, I believe we can play a vital role in helping the Hex Army regain the initiative. Everyone carefully composed their expressions as they listened to Gloriana. To Ves, their actual feelings were poorly hidden. Hardly any of his assistant mech designers harbored any sympathy for the Hexers. In fact, some of them were probably looking forward to seeing the hegemony collapse. It was not easy to figure out why this was so. Many of the new hires came from states aligned with the hegemony. This included people like Catherine Evanson, who still had a lot of relatives in the Sentinel Kingdom. If the Hexadric hegemony vanquished the Friday Coalition, the Hexer culture would probably spread throughout the rest of the Star Sector. In contrast, if the Friday men defeated the Hexers, the Sentinel Kingdom would probably continue to be business as usual. This was because the Coalition didn't possess an abnormal culture. Sure, every Coalition partner developed some quirks. The Carnegie Group was filled with merchants. The Gage dynasty was too full of itself, the Kansa clan obsessed too much over hierarchy, and so on. Yet compared to the galactic standard, they were pretty much within the range of normality. Ves suddenly realized that this might become a serious problem. Even though people such as Catherine Evanson pledged to sever all of their former ties, it was hard to get rid of their sympathy and sense of belonging to their former states, or the people they grew up with. Why should people like her contribute to a mech design that might very well plunge her former family and friends into a society where people like Gloriana were considered normal? This was a massive conflict of interest. The worst part about it was that Ves had no easy way to solve this problem. He understood people's reluctance to contribute to a potential Hexer victory. Yet, for the sake of his mother and his wife, Ves had to ensure that his clan assisted the Hexers as much as possible. He paced around the lab. Before we go any further, let me just say something else. Each of you are Larkinsons. Each of you have pledged an oath to put the interests of the clan above the interests of any third parties. While I don't expect you to disregard your own interests, it is best if you remember your current allegiance. He pointed at Catherine and some other assistants. Each of you come from the Sentinel Kingdom, is that correct? Yes, sir. Will you assist in the design of our Hexer mechs, knowing that your efforts will help the hegemony defeat the Coalition? The mood in the design lab changed yet again. Both Gloriana and Juliet became more attentive as they figured out what Ves might be doing. We will perform our jobs as long as it furthers the interests of the clan, Katharina glibly answered. As a former aristocrat, she understood she needed to express a firm stance. The sooner, the better. The other Sentinel assistants followed suit. Once Felicia Slen affirmed her duty as well, Ves began to grin. I am glad you know what you are supposed to do, but knowing is not enough. You must stick to your words and act according to our expectations. If you ever feel troubled by what you are doing, you are welcome to visit me in private. This is the only time that I will show sympathy to any moral dilemmas or conflicts of interest you might harbor. His grin grew cruel. However, if you keep your feelings to yourself, then you must bear the consequences of doing so. If any of us ever find out that you are hindering our design projects, we will treat you according to the rules and regulations of the LMC and the Larkinson clan. If you haven't read them already, then I suggest you skim over them. If you ever run afoul of them, don't say I didn't warn you. Is that understood? Yes, sir. No one dared to stick their necks out. They weren't stupid. Even though Ves knew that plenty of former citizens of the Komodo Star sector still harbored very mixed feelings about assisting a Mech design project, he did not need their approval. He merely requested their compliance. This was how reality worked. Employees rarely got to choose how they worked. Situations might arise where they would be working on behalf of those they feared or detested. So what? All of his assistants worked for him now. Ves had the final say here, and his interests trumped over theirs. If these mech designers wanted to choose their own design projects, then they should have started or continued to run their own mech company rather than joining his clan. Once they became a Larkinson, they lost the right to speak on these matters. Chapter 2539 Dysfunctional Department. Several weeks went by as the design teams received their preliminary assignments. The LMC was a very different company from just a year or even half a year ago. While Ves and Task Force Predator dove into the Nixian gap, Raymond Billingsley Larkinson slowly beefed up the overhead of the company. This not only resulted in the growth of the marketing department, but also led to the formation of the product research department. When Ves confronted the COO of the LMC about this surprising addition, Raymond supplied his reasoning. The design department is purely focused on designing mechs, while the marketing department is mainly oriented towards marketing our existing products, he explained while he stroked the back of Freddy, his gray Persian cat. Certainly, the latter is also engaged in researching market trends and such, but the analysts who work there do not possess a good grasp on the technical side of mechs. Then why not add some low-ranking mech designers to the marketing department? Ves asked in puzzlement. We've tried. It doesn't help. The mech designers assigned to the marketing department are too disconnected from the design department. There are physical, organizational, and information barriers keeping the two departments apart. Then why not drill a hole through those barriers? That is what the product research department is for, Ves. It may be a bit more elaborate than a simple channel, but it is the best way to connect the design and marketing departments without leaking too much sensitive data. It is becoming increasingly more vital to keep the core operations of the design department confidential. It is easier to do so if we keep it relatively small. For now, it only consists of mech designers. You haven't even hired any secretaries. Raymond's explanation started to make more sense to Ves. I see. You want to keep the departments focused on their primary missions. If the design department has to split its focus between designing mechs and performing market and product research, then it may become too muddled. I know that time is precious to you and your fellow mech designers. While some aspects of technical market research can only be performed by a mech designer, there are many other forms of research that don't require such an individual. The product research department is filled with analysts of various different backgrounds that select the most suitable mech component licenses, discover the availability of specific exotics that play a key role in producing your mechs, identify specific cultural norms or local laws that allow or prohibit certain types of mechs, and so on. These are tasks that used to be carried out by your assistants but can now be offloaded by people who are dedicated to this research. Ves recognized the greatest benefit of the product research department. One of the advantages of using this model is that we can easily hire hundreds of analysts without caring about their mech design qualifications. They can be basic novices or not know anything about mech design at all, thereby sparing my assistants in the design department a lot of needless effort. He became sold on the idea. The time of mech designers was too precious. Each day, each hour, and each second that went by should ideally be spent on work, studying, essential body maintenance, and occasional leisure activities. Ves felt increasingly more pressured to increase the proportion of the former and reduce the proportion of the latter. Of course, humans weren't machines. It was inhumane to live a life that completely revolved around working as much as possible. Just like overstressed machines, humans tended to break when pushed to the brink so many times. The design department did not go so far. Ves had implemented a fairly generous work schedule. As long as his assistants put in enough work hours, they were free to do what they wanted for the rest of the day. Rather than forcing his assistants to work more hours, Ves instead implemented a lot of incentives. Those who worked harder, longer, and achieved more results would always be rewarded with Larkinson merits, more attention, and other benefits. By driving the competitive spirit of his underlings, they voluntarily increased their output without feeling exploited. It was rather tasteless to whip their backs. Not only would Ves tire out his arm, his assistants would all build a lot of resentment towards him. Subordinates who began to hate their own bosses might become prone to acting irrationally. Aside from that, they wouldn't put their all into their work. As someone who believed in the power of mutual interests, Ves was much more inclined to appeal to someone's greed and desires. While it was rather expensive to satisfy the constant needs of so many people, the LMC was already doing well. There was no need to skimp on salaries and other benefits. After Raymond fully explained the role of the LMC's latest department to him, Ves began to ask for a lot more data. He wanted to obtain broader and more detailed market research. He wanted to know the habits and preferences of the mech pilots of each of his mech forces. He also wanted the marketing and product research departments to set up subgroups that were specifically geared towards the Red Ocean. Ves wanted to obtain some reports on how the mech and material markets of the new frontier were shaping up. As his future playground, he needed to master the rules in advance. Once he entered, he needed to know straight away which kinds of mechs were in high demand and what materials he could build them with. Knowing this early would allow Ves to design Red Ocean mechs prior to passing through the Beyonder Gate. As every mech designer and the related departments of the LMC paved the way for the next round of design projects, Ves tried his best to manage his two other journeymen. "Don't bother me," Gloriana warned the other journeyman. "Ves may have let you in, but that doesn't mean we're friends." Juliet grimaced. "I will stay in my own corner of the design lab. If you need anything from me, you can pass your request through Ves." As if that would ever happen. Neither women liked each other. Gloriana put herself above Juliet in very obvious ways. There were 4 reasons why she acted high and mighty towards Juliet. First, Gloriana came on board the LMC a lot earlier. She played a considerable role in the design of many of the company's bestsellers, such as The Desolate Soldier and The Doom Guard. The Ferocious Piranha and the Crystal Lord Mark II, which were only just catching on to the mech market, also brought a lot of credit to her name. While Ves was the most central mech designer of the design department by virtue of his indispensable design philosophy, the quality of his products would have never been good enough to sell in so many foreign markets if Gloriana hadn't boosted this aspect. Second, there was a difference in status between the two women. In the hegemony, Gloriana firmly belonged to the upper class. As the granddaughter of a matriarch and a member of a prominent dynasty, she was pretty much a noble in her former society. Of course, her official status wasn't so noble in the Larkinson clan. The hierarchy was a little flatter and more casual, and that was largely by design. Even so, Gloriana managed to build up a formidable reputation by virtue of being V's wife and lover. In contrast, Juliet was a criminal and in exile. Worse, she was damned. Not just Gloriana, but also Juliet herself recognized their difference in status. "I still don't know why you accepted one of the damned in our ranks," Gloriana grumbled to Ves without bothering to lower her voice. Not just Juliet, but every other assistant in the lab heard her words. In the past, the cult that Juliet belonged to performed deeds that were too awful to even the most conservative hexers. Ves sighed for the umpteenth time. "I know. I've heard that already. That is all in the past, and peripheral members like Juliet were never materially involved in these sordid rituals. While I don't like the hegemony, I see no fault in how it judged the guilty." His wife only became more pissed when she heard this answer. Third, the addition of a third journeyman messed up the collaboration between Ves and Gloriana. What made this cooperation so great was that they both complemented each other without encroaching on each other's territories. Ves was in charge of the spiritual design of the mech, while Gloriana dictated its technical design. Simple. Now that Juliet had joined the team, the situation for Ves didn't change. As someone who held a monopoly on spiritual components, he did not have to worry about anyone displacing his role. It was different for Gloriana. Her broad Class 1 specialty covered entire mechs in a holistic fashion. Her influence ran through every physical part of a mech. Did this prevent her from collaborating with mech designers who delved into the same parts? No. Gloriana was fully capable of ceding ground and letting someone more specialized take care of a specific aspect. Otherwise, no mech designer other than Ves or some other Class 9 weirdos would be willing to work together with someone so demanding. It was just that Gloriana loathed the prospect of ceding every ground related to flight systems and other mobility systems. It was as if she used to own an entire house, but suddenly had to give away the kitchen to a stranger. Even if the newcomer was a much better cook than Gloriana, the latter found it very difficult to recognize this basic truth. Ves let out an exasperated breath. "Just accept it, honey. You may be better in designing the other aspects of a mech, but Juliet remains the undisputed authority when it comes to flight systems, thrusters, boosters, and other movement modules." Fourth, Gloriana was afraid that Juliet would steal Ves from her. She exhibited much more paranoia than her husband when it came to this touchy subject. "I already told you 1,000 times, I'm not going anywhere. Why can't you just trust me when I say I would never cheat on you? I'm a man of my word." His wife looked contemptuously at him. "I failed to be on guard when that boy-stealing Friday man snatched you from my grasp. After almost losing you to Aisling Curver, I promised to myself that I would never dismiss the threat of another woman." And she did. With each passing day, her vigilance towards Juliet remained intact. Still, it was difficult for her to remain on high alert. Her work was a heavy burden, and she couldn't spend all day on staring at Juliet in person. Ves and Juliet always interacted professionally to each other. Even without his overprotective wife, he would have acted in the same decent fashion. As for the third lead designer, her main motivation was to contribute to the Larkinson clan in order to provide more benefits to the penitent sisters. Juliet did not do anything that could jeopardize this process. Over time, Gloriana became less tense. Ves and Juliet both acted so carefully that she genuinely couldn't find fault in either of them. Since her fears didn't come true, she eventually dropped most of her guard and put most of her attention on her work. The needs of the Hex Army were very important to her. She needed to flesh out the 6th design project all herself, and that was not very easy. She needed to come up with a good mech concept and vision that complemented the mech lineup of the Hex Army. She couldn't do it alone. As a specialist in custom mechs, she needed to consult frequently with Ves. She even had to seek Juliet's input in order to set the requirements of the flight system of her design project. If she wanted to design the best possible mech under the current circumstances, Gloriana had little choice but to accept the latest changes. She did so grudgingly and with gritted teeth. That was good enough for Ves. Chapter 2540 Bright Warrior Mark II. The collective efforts of the design department, product research department, and the marketing department yielded a lot of results. Each day, Ves gained access to a flood of new reports and other data. It was excessive for him to go through all of this reading material, but fortunately he didn't have to. He merely had to quiz the assistants responsible for managing a specific task or order them to write a summary of their findings. With so many people dedicating themselves to so many different tasks, Ves gained a lot more pertinent information and insights than in the past. Every additional detail lit up the darkness that was ahead of him, allowing him to stop groping in the dark. Rather than guessing something, Ves could simply dig through the constantly expanding database for the right proof. By backing up his decisions with solid data, he gained more confidence in his design choices. The chances that his assumptions were wrong were much smaller, though he was careful to allow for at least some room of error. After all, not every data was accurate. Ves also had to account for the shortcomings and biases of the people who provided, collected, and interpreted the data. With each additional step in between, the data became more distorted. It would have been a significant burden to keep track of every detail concerning the 6 design projects, but that was exactly why he split them up. While Ves regularly discussed the direction of every project with the other 2 journeymen, he mainly focused his energies on fleshing out the concepts for the 2 projects that fell under his purview. The Bright Warrior Mark II project was the most straightforward of the 2. On the surface, it was nothing more than converting a third-class mech design to a second-class mech design. Of course, it was a lot more complicated in practice. A lot of changes took place during this conversion process. Design choices that made sense for lesser mechs became suboptimal if he attempted to apply them to greater mechs. Before Ves specified anything else, he first had to set a budget for the mech design. He couldn't set the budget too high because it would be a waste to invest too much in a second-class mech he only intended to field for a few years. On the other hand, he couldn't be too stingy either. The Larkinsons needed to pilot something better than the second-class commercial mechs that were already being shipped to the Synax system. Otherwise, what would be the point of switching mechs? I think aiming for a production cost of 200 million hex credits per copy is reasonable. This was fairly generous but not too luxurious in Hexer standards. The highly successful Blessed Squire design also cost the same amount to produce. However, it was not appropriate to make a straight comparison between the Blessed Squire and the Bright Warrior Mark II. Their roles were completely different. The former was a purely supportive mech that was designed to be nothing more than a projectile sponge, a moving battery, and a glow dispenser. The latter was initially meant to become the mainstay fighting machine of the Larkinson clan. Ves wanted as many of his mech pilots to switch to a Bright Warrior Mark II once he completed its complicated design. This was quite easy to accomplish as the Mark II catered to many different mech pilots, just like its predecessor. The Mark I version came in 4 different configurations. The second design choice that Ves had to make was determining whether he wanted to keep the current configurations. Gloriana happened to have an opinion about this topic. She sought him out and explained her views. We can do more with the Bright Warrior concept this time. VS raised his eyebrow at him. Explain. A second-class mech isn't as limited in terms of capacity as a third-class mech. Components can be smaller as long as we invest more money into them. What I suggest is to make more room in the basic configuration of the Bright Warrior so that there's more room for customization. This way, we don't have to stick to choosing between a rifleman mech, knight mech, lancer mech, and swordsman mech. Though her argument was sound, VS did not immediately accept her suggestion. Just because we can doesn't mean we should. The 4 configurations already cover 80 to 90% of every medium mech pilot. Sure, there are other mech types absent from this list, but will their inclusion truly matter to our mech pilots? I think not. Even if some of our mech pilots specialize in piloting striker mechs or auxiliary mechs, almost all of them are proficient in piloting the 4 basic configurations. In fact, all we really need is the rifleman mech and knight mech configurations. Every mech pilot first learned how to pilot those 2 basic mech types before choosing their specialization. Even if a mech pilot didn't score well in piloting them, they should at least be decent enough. Adding the swordsman mech and lancer mech configurations added a lot more practicality to the modular mech platform. VS already thought it was more than sufficient to leave it at that, but Gloriana thought differently. You're treating the new Bright Warrior like the old one. It doesn't have to be like that, VS. I think there is untapped potential in the concept. As long as you increase its scope, it can become a truly useful asset to the Larkinson clan, just as you envisioned. VS shook his head. It's not possible. Our mech pilots are too specialized. They don't want to switch mech types according to the situation. I still think the Bright Warrior Mark II is best suited to serve as a stopgap mech and a reference for upgrading the Quint. You don't understand. As long as we free up enough capacity, we don't have to spend a lot of effort in adding at least 4 more configurations. We can turn the Bright Warrior Mark II into a platform that can become a striker mech, a cannoneer mech, a construction mech, or even a stealth mech. Her list of suggestions did not impress him at all. He stared flatly at his wife. It will take too much time to design these extra configurations. Our clan can't wait that long. Also, the overall design will have to give up a hefty chunk of its budget in order to incorporate all of these miniaturized components. That means we have less money to spend on its armor system and the configuration-specific parts. In other words, the performance of the entire design will drop. He decided to retain the original mold as much as possible. Not only did it save a lot of time and effort, it also ensured that its performance of the Bright Warrior was reasonably up to standard relative to its cost. Perhaps the biggest deviation to the original design was the switch to another armor system. VS wanted to implement armor plating made out of materials that were widely available in the Yana star cluster and elsewhere. He didn't want to resort to using Briar Alloy anymore because its supply was too limited and VS had much better uses for this material. This led to a very strange situation. Almost all of the specs of the Bright Warrior Mark II exceeded the original, but its defensive attributes were actually worse. No matter if it was impact resistance, thermal absorption, electric insulation, and other relevant properties, the successor of the Bright Warrior was actually easier to destroy. It couldn't be helped. VS intended to fabricate thousands of them from his own factory ship. There was no way that the constant cycle of melting down Cassandra Brayer's escape pod could output so much Briar alloy in so little time. This was especially because VS already reserved much of the current and future output to armoring and decorating the prow of his flagship. As VS steadily absorbed a lot of reports and other data concerning this design project, he began to sketch a draft design. Overall, the modular mech platform with its 4 configurations looked fairly basic. VS made a deliberate design choice to leave less room for optional modules. The mechs didn't really need too many fancy functions. The Bright Warrior Mark II might be an average performer in the eyes of other second-raters, but Ves treated it as the bottom model of his clan. This was the mech that every Larkinson mech pilot should start with before moving on to more powerful machines. Therefore, Ves didn't want to make it too complicated. He wanted to keep the configurations as dedicated to their primary functions as possible. A rifleman mech should be a rifleman mech. There is no need to issue a sword to this machine. The only way for this configuration to keep itself safe is to use its superior mobility to kite its pursuers. At most, I'll add a knife. Anything more will just slow down the mech. A swordsman mech should be a swordsman mech. A sword suited for chopping through mechs is all it needs. Okay, maybe I can throw a small shield and a pistol in the mix, but they are only there for emergencies. A lancer mech should be a lancer mech. It should do fine with a lance and shield. Whatever capacity is open should be put into increasing the shock and impact resistance of the mech. If there is still room left, I'll throw in a collapsible spear. A knight mech must definitely be a knight mech and nothing else. A tower shield is indispensable. As for the other weapon, it doesn't matter if it's a sword or spear. Aside from that, a pistol is all I'm willing to add. While there was still room for additional weapons and modules, Ves merely filled them up with various auxiliary functions. For example, the rifleman mech received an upgraded sensor system and some ECCM and anti-jamming systems. The other configurations received some goodies as well, but they all augmented the primary functioning of the mech. Perhaps the only other major change from the Mark I was its much improved flight and maneuvering characteristics. When Ves approached Juliet and asked her to complete his draft design, she went to work. Ves had purposefully left out the flight systems and other mobility systems from the incomplete draft. This was a small test to see if Juliet was able to achieve greater performance than him. What he didn't tell her was that he had already completed the draft design himself. Once Juliet did what he asked, Ves briefly admired her work and began to compare the current draft design to the one he made before. The differences were clear. While Ves noticed that the techniques and solutions selected by Juliet were not too advanced, she achieved considerably better results. The penitent sister designer exhibited a deep sense of understanding and proficiency in drafting the flight system of the Bright Warrior Mark II. Compared to his own work, the difference may be as much as 20%. This might not sound impressive to some people, but in an instance where Ves would have to work for months to squeeze out an extra % of performance, this was quite impressive. Of course, only a few parameters received such a huge boost. The acceleration of a mech and the other parameters received much more modest boosts in comparison. The only variable left out of the draft was the effect of Juliet's design philosophy. This was something that Ves would have to explore very carefully once he moved to the actual design process. "Thank you for your input, Juliet," he said softly to her. "I know it's been difficult to work with my wife staring at you all of the time, but I could have never imagined that my Bright Warrior Mark II could be so nimble." Juliet shrugged. "I am only fulfilling my obligations." "Has my wife annoyed or harassed you in any way this past week?" "Not quite." Juliet shook her head. "Aside from glaring at me, she is content to ignore my presence. This makes it difficult to coordinate with her. It has gotten better as of late." Ves grinned. "Reality is dawning on my stubborn wife. There is nothing she can do to stop our collaboration. The sooner she accepts this change, the sooner she'll get back to normal." "Has she ever been normal, sir?" Chapter 2541, How to Counter an Expert Mech. To be honest, designing the Bright Warrior Mark II was rather boring to Ves. As someone who enjoyed coming up with unique and creative visions for his mech designs, this design project felt too much like a retread. He was adopting many of the same design choices as before. While there were plenty of challenges in trying to design a second-class version of the Bright Warrior, none of them were particularly stimulating to him. It was as if designing the original was a rehearsal for the current project. Since Ves and his partner already overcame most hurdles, they didn't have to spend as much effort in jumping through the same hoops. Even though the passage of time slowly pulled him out of his low state, his creative juices simply weren't flowing. His passion remained cold as he approached this project with the mindset of going through the motions. It was too hard to get excited for an achievement that he had already accomplished. Designing the original Bright Warrior stimulated him a lot. It took quite a lot of thinking and ingenuity to design a base platform that was compatible with 4 different mech types. Now that he had solved these interesting problems, there was nothing left to maintain his interest. His passion for the Bright Warrior Mark II project never lit up beyond the size of a candle flame for this reason. Was this bad? In some ways, yes. Was this enough of a reason to scrap or overhaul the project? No. Even if designing this mech is a chore, it's still necessary for the Larkinson clan to obtain a versatile mech platform. Designing the Bright Warrior Mark II was the same as designing 4 different mechs at once. Of course, the downside was that the 4 mechs in question were destined to be boring, mediocre, and lacking in features. It even lost the main redeeming feature of the original, which was its class-transcending armor plating. There was no way Ves was willing to clad the Mark II with unending alloy or other first-class materials. Fabricating just a couple of mechs would probably bankrupt him outright. I need to save all of the best materials for my upcoming expert mech designs. That was another area that Ves needed to address. Since he had started up 6 design projects, there was no room for any expert mech design projects. Master Willix had to call him in person about the delay. The longer your expert pilots go without an expert mech, the longer they stagnate. It is very difficult to sustain their progression if they are continually constrained by their mechs. Ves looked helplessly at her physical projection. The Dark Break module continued to serve as his private channel to his new patron within the MTA. I want to do it right the first time, and that takes time, he answered. I am not confident yet in my ability to design high-performing second-class mechs. I need more practice in order to become proficient in all of the quirks surrounding these kinds of mechs. Also, I have to obtain more high-quality materials first. Due to their rarity and difficulty in procuring them, I don't think it is wise to design an expert mech first. Who knows if we end up with a design that I can never build? Master Willix actually looked approvingly at Ves. You are quite prudent. This is good. My earlier words are still valid, however. When an expert pilot emerges, there is a certain window of time where they continue to grow their resonance strength. This will continue for a year or a couple years depending on the genetic aptitude and the potency released by the breakthrough. However, once this natural growth runs out, the expert pilot can no longer grow that easily, Ves answered. I'm familiar with this rule. Then you should know that your expert pilots are on the clock. 6 months. Please give me half a year. I am confident that my team and I are ready to begin with designing not one, but multiple expert mechs. This was quite a lot of time, but not too much considering the current situation. Master Willix carefully weighed his answer and faintly nodded. Very well then, Mr. Larkinson. 6 months it is. Please be ready to take part by that time. My time is limited and I should not be at your beck and call. The sooner I complete my obligation, the better. If Ves was in her place, he would feel annoyed as well. He wouldn't think about making life difficult for her if she was a faceless master from the MTA, but it was different now. While they weren't quite friends, they were bound by mutual interests. She was not going to break their deal just because he wanted to delay his homework. They began to discuss some preliminary matters about their upcoming expert mech design projects. She pointed out some areas that he needed to pay special attention to, such as the need to include resonating materials. Since VS was already talking to a master, he felt he might as well take advantage of the situation. While Master Willix was fairly open as a teacher, her patience wasn't endless. He rapidly thought over the questions that he might want to ask. He selected two which he really wanted to hear an answer from someone high in the hierarchy of the MTA. "Excuse me, ma'am, but if it isn't too much trouble, can I ask you whether the MTA has ever succeeded in developing a method that allows standard mechs to defeat expert mechs?" Though Master Willix's demeanor and posture hadn't changed, VS instinctively felt more pressure from her projection. As someone who was very sensitive to life, he guessed he must have touched a nerve. "What an interesting question to ask," she slowly drawled. "Are you asking this question because you wish to develop a solution to the hexadric hegemony's predicament in the Komodo War?" VS coughed. "I know it is unlikely that I will be able to succeed in designing a mech that can cause significant harm to an expert mech, but I'd like to know what others have accomplished." Master Willix frowned. "First off, while we have extensively explored these ideas, I cannot tell you the results. Such research is highly confidential. You are welcome to perform your own original research, but don't think about obtaining any tips from us. Secondly, too many mech designers have tried to accomplish this. I think you know quite well how little they achieved. The only feasible way to defeat an expert mech without one yourself is to field a mech of a higher class. A first-class multipurpose mech could easily demolish a third-class expert mech. There was absolutely no doubt about this outcome. As for smaller gaps, the answer was still in the air. It depended on the strength of the mechs and the strength of the mech pilots. Her answer and attitude fell in line with his expectations. The MTA certainly poured a lot of research in this subject. Whether they succeeded or not, they did not want these methods to spread. The importance of high-ranking mech pilots to the association was too great. As for allowing VS to research this topic on his own, this was only because Master Willix held no confidence in his ability to find a solution. Even if he somehow did, VS bet that the MTA would come knocking on his doors to take away his research data and forbidding him from disseminating his results. Even after receiving the answer he expected, he wasn't done yet. VS asked a follow-up question. "What if I take a step back? Instead of threatening an expert mech, what if there is a way to hinder or inconvenience them? For example, if it takes an extra second for them to destroy an enemy mech, then that can already change the results of the battlefield. There are proven methods that can hinder expert mechs." Master Willix relaxed. It seemed that VS had steered her towards a safer subject. There are mech designers with abnormal specialties that can develop products that minutely affect some of the functioning of powerful machines. There are very abnormal exotics that can be used to disturb or weaken some of the functions of expert mechs. There are even a number of universal approaches that any mech designer can employ. Can you give me a specific example? You will have to figure this out for yourself, Mr. Larkinson. I have already revealed too much. If you cannot extrapolate a viable method given the information I provided to you, then perhaps I overestimated your ingenuity. Damn. The communication session ended soon after that. Once Master Willix's projection disappeared, the dark brake module went dormant again. VS turned around and returned to the design lab. He ignored his assistants and fellow lead designers. They were all absorbed in their own work anyway. Once he sat down behind his own terminal, he began to call up a document that contained all of the specifications for his second mech design project. Since the Bright Warrior Mark II project was such an uninspiring chore, VS hoped that his other project might inflame his passion. He did not want to spend the next half-year like a zombie. Let's see. How can I design a hexer mech that can materially hinder the performance of an expert mech? He racked his brains for ideas. None of them sounded very good. For example, He had already witnessed what would happen if he designed a mech that was meant to dogpile an expert mech to the ground. The designers of expert mechs have already taken these common situations into account. I need to find a trickier angle. Several minutes went by as he tried and failed to come up with a good angle. Eventually, a different idea came to mind. Wait a minute. Why do I need to do all of the thinking myself? The galactic net must have considered this question a lot. There are bound to be some good suggestions. Though he despised gaining inspiration from the galactic net, he allowed it this time. The key here was to find the right platform and source to gain his information. The galactic net united an unimaginably huge amount of humans, but that simply meant they uploaded an unimaginably huge amount of nonsense every day. VS first needed to identify a channel for quality information. It had to come from verified and reputable sources such as other mech designers. Browsing combook doesn't cut it, he muttered. He came up with two different choices. First, he could enter a closed club that gathered a lot of mech designers such as the Rim Exchange. Second, he could browse the forums frequented by mech fanatics. Let's go with the latter for a change, he chuckled. Aside from mech designers, mech fanatics knew the most about mechs. These nerds and fans of mechs could recite entire spec sheets by memory and boast about viewing hundreds of thousands of different mechs in person. The mech fanbase was indisputably the biggest collective in human space. Forget about religion. Forget about states. Forget about ideologies. No matter whether someone was a Rebarthan or a Brighter, chances were both of them shared the same passion for mechs. As was usual with fans like these, they tended to talk endlessly about their love for mechs. They also came up with a lot of theories and swapped very odd ideas with their fellow compatriots. Due to their lack of technical and engineering knowledge, most of these ideas were too unrealistic or impractical. However, that also meant that mech fanatics were free from the mental blocks that constrained the thinking of actual mech designers. Since they didn't know what was possible, mech fanatics simply sprayed out all of their ideas no matter how stupid they sounded. As VS frequented a random forum, it didn't take long for him to come across a viable idea. Expert mechs are much more powerful than normal mechs. Every part and every material is better. However, have you ever considered that the leap in performance is different for every element? Take defense for example. Expert mechs are notoriously hard to kill because their makers stuff them with the toughest materials they have. Can any other aspect be improved as much? No. Think about the specs that can't be improved that much, such as limb strength, power throughput, heat management, and so on. In order to debilitate a mech, target these weaker aspects. Pixar, it didn't happen. You fool. You failed to comprehend the majesty of expert mechs. They are invincible and inviolable. No mortal can ever hope to defeat a demigod. You can blind them. Unless the expert mech utilizes sensors that are an entire class higher, they're not so easy to harden and improve. The resonance shields of expert mechs can negate a lot of attacks, but I doubt it can do much to stop against ECM attacks. VS sat up straight in his chair. That's it. ECM. In other words, the answer he might be looking for was to blind the enemy expert mechs. His enthusiasm suddenly faded. It can't be that easy. If some random mech fanatic could think about it, then the designers of all of those expert mechs could come up with the same possibility. They would definitely do everything possible to equip the best possible sensor systems onto their expert mech designs. Was there a way for him to accomplish this feat without designing the most expensive electronic warfare mech in the star sector? Chapter 2542 Electronic Warfare Mechs. Was it easy to blind an expert mech? It's possible, VS guessed. It almost never happened. Confrontations between expert mechs took place every day in the Komodo War, but Ves had never heard of a story where a bunch of electronic warfare mechs managed to interfere with the sensor systems of a powerful mech. As Ves gained more interest in this train of thought, he began to research this topic more seriously. Of course, he did not research this topic by himself. He commanded his new product research department to deploy some manpower to study this topic. With an army of analysts at work, Ves only had to wait a few days to obtain a comprehensive report. The document he received distilled everything he wanted to know without any superfluous data. If he wanted to dive deeper, he could easily follow up on the references. As it turned out, blinding expert mechs was possible. It was just hard. It got harder with each subsequent generation. Sensor tech became more sophisticated over time. Competition relentlessly drove innovation. Component developers constantly sought to raise resistance against ECM, jamming, interference, and other strange effects. Those who failed to keep up would not be able to sell their sensor systems anymore. There were immense transgalactic corporations who investigated every exotic, every tech, and every combination to see if they could harden sensor systems more. The most important criteria to judge a sensor system wasn't precision or range, but resilience. There is too much jamming on the battlefield. Weapons fire already made it difficult for sensors to resolve accurate readings. When thousands of mechs fired their positron beams at once, how could such an enormous discharge of energy not mess up any sensors that were sensitive to electromagnetic emissions? On top of these chaotic discharges, a lot of modern mechs possessed at least some ECM functionality. Most of the time, they were fairly weak and basic, granting them some ability to hide against long-range sensors. However, once a large amount of mechs grouped up, the interference they generated overlapped, forming a stronger field that frustrated targeting systems, spoiled precise readings, and generated other effects. There were mechs that were designed to do more than throw up an interference field for self-protection. These auxiliary mechs carried or integrated powerful directional arrays. Designed for electronic warfare, these machines were capable of projecting interference across a distance. It was similar to how a person across the street waved at Ves before shining a very bright flashlight in his eyes. It was annoying as hell and disturbed his vision. At the level of mechs, this flashlight actually consisted of very sophisticated components that operated along principles that were countless times more complicated than projecting a simple beam of light in someone's eyes. What Ves found curious was that electronic warfare mechs constantly faded in popularity. In the earlier mech generations, they were quite a regular sight on the battlefield. It was worth fielding them because they truly did interfere with the aim of long-range mechs. However, as the age of mechs progressed, sensor development continued to overtake electronic warfare development. It made less sense to deploy mechs dedicated to electronic warfare. They weren't necessary in small-scale combat. Mercenaries almost never bothered with them, as it made more sense to field an extra mech that possessed actual teeth. If 100 electronic warfare mechs all focused on disturbing the sensors of an enemy mech company, then they might be able to disturb most but not all sensor systems. This makes no sense. It is much more straightforward to deploy 100 combat mechs and wipe out the enemy mech company the old-fashioned way. After all, electronic warfare mechs dedicated most of their capacity towards their interference capabilities. There was hardly any power or space left for self-protection. Only larger organizations such as mech armies fielded these kinds of mechs, as only deploying them in greater numbers allowed them to achieve substantial effects. To be honest, Ves wasn't too well versed in how mech militaries fielded these auxiliary mechs. There were major differences in third-class and second-class EW mechs that strongly affected their use. There were also a lot of different tech and methods that targeted specific sensor systems. There are too many variables. A mech contained at least several dozen different sensor systems. Was it easy to blind all of them at the same time? No. An EW mech simply didn't have the capacity to accomplish such a feat by itself. The story was a bit more complicated when there were more mechs in the equation, but generally most combatants on the battlefield considered EW mechs to be a nuisance. It was already good enough if these unassuming machines were able to reduce an enemy's sensor range by 10% or drop their resolving power by 15%. These effects hardly make a difference in small-scale battles. Ves shook his head in disappointment. Of course, these results mainly applied to situations where both sides maintained technical parity, which wasn't always the case. The Friday Coalition and the Hexadric hegemony are roughly equal in this regard. He was sure the truth was more nuanced, but he was just an outsider. Perhaps some mechs designed by specialists in electronic warfare achieved more stellar results, but Ves didn't have access to this kind of information. What he did know was that no Hexer electronic warfare mech ever succeeded in blinding a Friday Man expert mech. It's futile. When Ves read this part of the report, he learned the main reason why expert mechs were so darned hard to interfere with. It was not necessarily their tech. A second-class sensor system was still a second-class sensor system. No matter if the tech and materials cost 10 million hex credits or 10 billion hex credits, they were still inferior to first-class sensor systems. Just because the more expensive system was 1,000 times more expensive didn't mean it was 1,000 more effective. Diminishing returns played a very important role. It's actually just 10 or 20 times stronger or something, Ves muttered. He didn't have enough information to know the exact disparity. Whatever the case, if it was just the quality of sensor systems alone, then it should have been possible for 100 EW mechs to heavily interfere with the sensor systems of an expert mech. Yet this didn't happen. If it worked, then the Hexers wouldn't have hesitated to employ this solution. It's energy, Ves uttered. Expert mechs have too much energy. Expert mechs were incredibly powerful machines, but that wasn't solely due to resonance. In order for a high-performance mech to hit hard and move fast, it was essential to supply enough energy to sustain these exertions. With their incredibly luxurious power reactors, expert mechs were able to supply an abundance of power to every function. Their flight systems were able to accelerate a lot faster. Their rifles unleashed much more devastating beams. Their swords hit several times harder. Sensor systems also enjoyed this bounty. When they were designed with elevated power supplies in mind, they became so effective and so resistant against interference that only thousands EW mechs could ever hope to hinder their performance. Who would ever be so extravagant to deploy so many EW mechs at once? It was impractical. It didn't matter if one form of electronic warfare was a little more effective than another form. Specialties didn't matter either. An expert mech's resonance that was infused with force of will naturally resisted a range of harmful effects. In conclusion, blinding expert mechs is not cost-effective. The Hex Army either had to field thousands of EW mechs or deploy a single first-class EW mech. This was a galaxy-wide consensus. Perhaps there might be exceptions such as luring expert mechs into pockets of warped or anomalous space, but such instances simply didn't happen in the Komodo War. The Hex Army is in a real bind, Ves grimaced. It was truly difficult to overcome the disparity in expert mechs. Ves wasn't sure how much additional foreign expert pilots the coalition managed to press into action. Estimates ranged from 10% to 30%. What was worse was that difference was widening over time. With their superiority in numbers, the Friday Men expert mechs were able to defeat more Hexer expert mechs. If one Friday Man expert pilot died for every 2 Hexer expert pilots, then the coalition would occupy an unstoppable advantage in just a couple of years. Ves already read reports that the Hexers were adjusting how they deployed their expert mechs. While their survival rates increased when they grouped up in greater numbers, they weren't able to cover enough units anymore. The absence of just a single expert mech exposed thousands of regular mechs. In other words, the Hex army is trying to keep as many of its expert pilots alive by trading the lives of many more ordinary Hexer mech pilots. This was a painful and unsustainable trade. No matter how much assistance the Blessed Squire and Valkyrie mechs provided to the Hexers, they were only effective against mortals. The Hex army already attempted some experiments where hundreds of Valkyrie Redeemers activated their marked for death abilities against a Friday Man expert mech. The sight was exceptionally grand. The third eyes of the Valkyrie Redeemers projected hundreds of beams in the direction of the enemy expert mech. Unfortunately, the enemy demigod did not pause. Instead, it soared forward until it entered into the midst of the Valkyrie Redeemers and proceeded to slaughter them with unrelenting sword strikes. Not even unleashing simultaneous shock and awe pulses managed to do more than cause the expert mech to pause for a fraction of a second. Ves looked dismayed when he learned of this disastrous trial. My products simply aren't designed to confront expert mechs. There was no shame in admitting this fact. It wasn't as if other mech designers achieved anything better. Not even dignified masters solved this problem. This was why the Hexadric hegemony continued to lose the advantage in the Komodo War. The Hexer masters must all be racking their heads over the Friday Coalition's crucial advantage. What about him? What power did he possess to affect this unfavorable situation? Regular glows don't affect expert pilots. Do they? Ves didn't actually know the answer. He became so intrigued by it that he left the design lab in order to perform a study. While his expert pilots did not have any expert mechs, it was enough for him to conduct some simple tests on Venerable Joshua while he was piloting the Quint. What do I have to do, sir? The expert pilot asked while his Quint was standing in the middle of a giant test chamber. Just stand still. A number of different LMC mech models approached the Quint. Ves had already unlocked the restrictions of their glows so that they were able to act against a friendly Larkinson. What he found out was that expert pilots weren't actually immune to glows. Their willpower was just too strong. Fear and other emotions simply weren't strong enough to shake their convictions. It's like stopping a battleship by putting a frigate in the way. There's no way the latter can slow down the former. Yet the fact that glows weren't blocked at the gates gave Ves an opening. Was every glow ineffective against the Quint? As LMC mech after LMC mech attempted to influence the masterwork mech piloted by an expert pilot, Ves perceived no noticeable drops in performance in either of them. Not even the sanctuary managed to dampen Joshua's lively will. Ves had already lost hope at this point. When the first production copy of the Crystal Lord Mark II marched forth, he hardly paid attention to the proceedings. His mind was already following another tangent. Sir! Venerable Joshua called over the communication channel. I think I'm feeling something. It's faint, but this new Crystal Lord makes me feel as if I'm looking at a sparkling gem. What? Please confirm that, Venerable. It's not enough to interfere with my perception, but there is definitely something strange about this Crystal Lord. Ves sat up straighter in his chair. Was there more to the Crystal Lord Mark II than he initially thought? He felt a bit absurd. As the lead designer of this recent mech model, how could he be ignorant of this interaction? Chapter 2543, Blinding Mech. His excitement didn't last long. The Crystal Lord Mark II's effect against Venerable Joshua's was incredibly weak. It was the equivalent of parading a shiny gem in front of the expert pilot's eyes. Ves retrieved one of Lucky's gems from his hidden pouch. He swung it around and allowed its facets to shine in the brightness that illuminated the observation room. These twinkles might be able to distract an expert pilot in certain situations, but truthfully the effect was negligible. Ves could perceive much more hindrances just by walking on a street on a sunny day. The Crystal Lord Mark II's glow wasn't harmful enough to be considered a weapon. Let alone regular mech pilots, there was no way that expert pilots would let themselves get distracted by some spiritual glinting. In order to explore the exact effects of the illustrious one's glow, Ves began to perform more tests. He continually changed the Quint and the Crystal Lord Mark II's settings in order to explore the rules of this newly discovered phenomenon. He discovered a couple of interesting rules. First, the illustrious one's ability to affect Venerable Joshua's perception somehow acted on a spiritual level. In other words, the designed spirit affected Joshua's spirit, not his eyeballs. The exact consequence of this remained unknown as the glow was too weak to produce a concrete result. Second, the luminar crystals incorporated in the Crystal Lord Mark II played an essential role in enhancing the effects of the illustrious one's glow. Ves already knew that luminar crystals amplified the illustrious one and vice versa. Their synergistic relationship was so clear and obvious that he couldn't help but mess with the crystals. He brought some bots and tools and carefully removed them whenever possible. He then performed the same test over again. It's weaker now. It's weaker than before. I don't notice anything anymore. It was too bad that the current testing environment only allowed Ves to remove or disconnect the luminar crystals embedded in the Crystal Lord Mark II. It did not allow him to add more luminar crystals because that would require him to modify the design. The crystals needed to be connected to the systems of the mech. Once Ves dismissed Venerable Joshua and the Quint, he fell into thought. According to my observations, the illustrious one can definitely affect an expert pilot, bypassing both the mech and the man-machine connection. This is the greatest and most hopeful sign that I can fulfill my goal of designing a mech that can debilitate an expert mech on the battlefield. He thoughtfully rubbed his smooth-shaven chin. Lucky floated around his head and landed on his shoulder. Meow. Yeah. It's no use if the effect is not good enough. The Crystal Lord Mark II failed to affect my test subject's combat effectiveness for two reasons. First, the mech isn't designed with a blinding function in mind. Second, its glow is too weak in this aspect. The illustrious one used to be a weak design spirit until Ves forced it to merge with the spiritual remnant of the blinding one. Not only did the design spirit of the Crystal Lord line gain a massive power boost, it also inherited much of the properties of the fallen Dark God. Blinding One. Weren't the names of the Dark Gods indicative of their greatest or most defining strengths? The naming scheme of the Hallowed Abyss Temple was hardly a mystery. Ves could tell or guess what a Dark God was capable of just by studying their labels. As ancient alien entities that had lived for many eons, their actual names were probably incomprehensible or lost in history. The Watchers who named the Dark Gods could only come up with simple descriptive names in order to make sure they prayed to the right entity. After all, wouldn't it be embarrassing for a Grey Watcher to ask for help from the Unending One only for his prayers to reach the Blinding One due to translation errors? In these cases, simple but straightforward descriptions worked best. Having witnessed 3 of the Dark Gods in battle, Ves could easily understand their labels. The Unending One likely referred to the tentacled whale's endless hunger. His label was a bit more abstract than the other ones, so Ves wasn't completely sure the unending part referred to the Dark God's appetite, bulk, or something else. The Inexorable One was easy to explain. Ves accessed the dictionary stored in his implant, and called up a definition. Inexorable, impossible to stop or to prevent. The huge avian exabeast was not only fast, but difficult to slow down. Ves found it curious that the hallowed abyss temple chose this particular strength to describe the inexorable one. Did this mean that speed wasn't its forte, or that some other dark god had beaten the big bird in terms of speed? Compared to the labels of the aforementioned dark gods, the blinding one couldn't be simpler. This dark god's very presence was too bright. Bedecked with crystals and shining with bright, white light, the blinding one seemed to defy the stereotype that evil creatures needed to be surrounded by a gloomy, dark aura. With a name like this, Ves did not doubt the ascended luminar alien's ability to blind those looked directly at him. Of course, the blinding one was capable of doing more than that. The light beams he released possessed enough strength to threaten starships. Yet at the root of their existence, luminar aliens appeared to be masters in manipulating light, or more precisely electromagnetic radiation. The luminar race developed a civilization based around distinctive crystal technology that allowed them to do a lot with light. For some reason, any light unleashed by a luminar crystal possessed additional properties that increased their lethality in unfathomable ways. It's not gamma radiation! If luminar technology was based around raising the frequency of electromagnetic radiation, the MTA would have never allowed Ves to publish his Crystal Lord models. What actually took place when a luminar crystal became excited and released a light beam even caused the MTA to scratch their heads. According to the classified research files that Master Willix once transferred to him, one of the principal reasons why the MTA studied luminar technology was because of its potential to qualitatively improve directed energy weapons. If a regular laser weapon outputted 100 points of damage, then one that incorporated the principles of luminar tech might be able to output 200 or 500 points of damage. It was too bad that the alien crystals the luminars left behind were too complex. The MTA only deciphered the most basic portions of their incredibly complicated internal circuitry at this point. While it was possible that Master Willix hid the MTA's success in reverse engineering luminar technology, but Ves had a hunch that the MTA researchers were not too far ahead. This was because Ves discovered that luminar crystals were spiritually reactive. The crystals were much less impressive if they hadn't come in touch with spiritual energy. Ves also achieved modest improvement gains with the Crystal Lord Mark II for this reason. By letting its luminar crystals get in touch with the mech's spiritual foundation, the crystals were able to absorb more energy and unleash slightly stronger light beams. The more the Crystal Lord Mark II grew over time, the greater the amplification. The reverse relationship also held true. The greater the luminar crystal, the stronger the glow. The quality of the crystal also played a very significant role. Unfortunately, Master Willix didn't give me the good stuff. Frankly speaking, the luminar crystals integrated in the Crystal Lord Mark II were equivalent to third-class components. If the MTA passed on its research on stronger luminar crystals, then Ves would readily be able to embed them in his counter against expert mechs. He scowled. I'm still in trouble. I have no choice but to work with fragile third-class crystals. Friday-men mechs can easily break them with casual attacks, especially if they employ physical force. Yet Ves had very little alternatives. While he could seek out other ways to hinder expert mechs, he would merely be following up on solutions that were already proven to be bad. The costs were simply too great to make them viable. Ves spent hours thinking over whether he should follow up on basing his anti-expert mech around luminar crystals. Fragile or not, I have several unique advantages when it comes to implementing luminar tech. He bet that the MTA probably hadn't been able to arouse the full potential of luminar technology due to their limited expertise in spirituality. He also bet that combining the illustrious one and luminar crystals in a more targeted fashion might deliver greater results. Maybe VS might succeed in drawing out the blinding one's strength over the course of the design project. It won't be easy, though. The glow of the illustrious one was sparkling and beautiful, but its offensive properties weren't apparent. VS would have to transform it just like he did with the Valkyrie Redeemer. Without its ability to narrow its glow into a narrow beam, the Valkyrie mechs would never have been able to affect enemy mechs at range. VS hoped that a similar concentration attempt might be able to cause someone like Venerable Joshua more discomfort. This was one direction of strengthening the main effect of his anti-expert mech. The other direction was to integrate more crystals onto the mech frame. The Crystallord Mark II was far from saturated when it came to this aspect. Back when he designed it, there was no need to increase its production cost and unbalance the mech by piling on an excessive amount of crystals. Now that VS wanted to do the opposite, how would his anti-expert mech look like? His imagination immediately conjured up the image of a mech bedecked in crystals. Its entire chest glittered in the light as the crystals embedded on its surface were impossible to ignore. The imaginary mech carried a powerful energy rifle that integrated numerous crystals. Yet before this mech was able to discharge a light beam with the aid of all of its crystals, a single enemy rifleman mech fired its Gauss rifle at the attention-grabbing machine. A powerful Gauss round immediately punched the chest of the obvious, glittered target. Almost 100 different crystals shattered as the incredible kinetic energy transferred by the projectile was too much for them to cope. This is not good! Then what if VS adopted a more defensive design? The ruined mech disappeared from his mind. In its place was a bigger, fatter knight mech. While it did not show many crystals on the surface, its internals were filled with them. VS also made use of special cushioning materials and shock-absorbing systems that mech designers usually employed in Lancer mech designs. If these systems were able to protect the mech pilots and the delicate internals of a mech from impact damage, then they should also be good enough to protect the fragile luminar crystals. The knight mech held no weapon. Instead, it carried a single, broad tower shield. When the same enemy ranged mechs fired a couple of Gauss rounds at the defensive mech, its sturdy shield withstood the blows while only incurring a couple of dents. Once the ranged mech stopped firing, its target began to activate a setting. The surface layers of the tower shield parted to reveal an entire surface of luminar crystals. Like a giant mirror, the crystal-encrusted shield projected the illustrious one's powerful, focused glow at the enemy. The ranged mech instantly froze as the mech pilot closed his eyes and moaned in pain. "I can't see!" The illusion ended after that. When VS pulled himself back to reality, he evaluated the ideas he just considered. Can this even work? The mech he just imagined looked so silly and impractical that VS didn't have much in the concept. Yet according to understanding, the mech might be able to affect an expert pilot. Maybe not by itself, but what about a couple of hundred? VS briefly imagined a majestic shield wall consisting of hundreds of mechs. As an enemy expert mech swaggered forward, the shield wall suddenly turned bright as the tower shields all revealed their crystal surface. So much light poured in a single direction. Even if the shields didn't precisely land on the expert mech, at least it left the target with few escape routes. The expert mech stumbled and dropped altitude for a few seconds. Though the expert pilot quickly managed to recover from the unexpected disturbance, the blinding effect continued to hammer at his mind. Chapter 2544 Reconciliation. The design he codenamed Blinding Mech was one of the most unusual mechs that VS had ever come up with. It depended so heavily on strange and alien principles that VS felt as if he had entered the rabbit hole. On the surface, it sounded ridiculous. Whether he designed it as a rifleman mech or a knight mech, the entire concept of stuffing as many luminar crystals into a mech as possible made him feel ashamed. Yes, ashamed. What self-respecting mech designer would ever develop such a silly-looking mech? Still, if it actually works, who cared how stupid it looks? Ves actually held a bit of confidence in this mech concept. The Crystal Lord Mark II may have failed to affect Venerable Joshua in any meaningful way, but that was just a limited test. What if he deployed 100 Crystal Lord Mark II at once? What if he replaced the Crystal Lords with his blinding mechs? He did not believe the illustrious one's glow was easy to shrug off in this instance. Once he embraced this mech concept, he became more passionate about trying to make it work. He did not need to achieve drastic results. As long as 100 to 200 blinding mechs were capable of interfering with the perception of an expert pilot, this was already good enough for the desperate Hex army. In fact, according to my existing understanding, the blinding mech's effects should be quite mixed towards weaker mech pilots. The majority of humans, mech pilots included, were spiritually weak. Their spirits were so small and weak that they were in a permanent elusive state. They weren't able to affect reality, but in turn it was very hard for reality to affect them in turn. This was for their own protection. Therefore, if his blinding mechs all tried to light up a random mech, chances were the mech pilot in question would only experience a bit of brightness. It's like looking into the direction of a sun on the surface of a planet. You just have to squint your eyes and shade your eyes in order to cope with the light. Yet what if the targeted mech pilot happened to possess spiritual potential? What if the pilot just happened to be an expert candidate? Ves shivered. Without the strength of an expert pilot, they were much more vulnerable against spiritual attacks. He had no idea how much the spiritual illumination effect would impact mech pilots. He had too little data to make an educated guess. At best, allowing some blinding mechs to shine on a mech pilot might reveal whether he or she possessed spiritual potential. This is quite a handy invention if this is the case. While Ves already possessed the means to identify spiritual potential, he was just one person. If this particular capability could be reproduced with a simple standard mech, then he didn't need to use his perception in person. His clansmen might be able to discover this quality among themselves with the help of a blinding mech. In fact, the Hex army could employ the blinding mech in this fashion as well. As long as the Hexers knew which particular mech pilots possessed the capability to rank up, they would be able to nurture them in a much more targeted manner. This would definitely help them produce more expert pilots over time. There is another possibility. What if blinding mechs could do more than agitate mech pilots with spiritual potential? What if the illustrious one's glow was strengthened and concentrated to such an extent that it was able to harm these promising mech pilots? Perhaps it might be possible to kill the future expert pilots of the Friday Coalition by lighting them up with hundreds of blinding mechs. This was a very frightening possibility. Even though Ves believed it was unlikely that a glow could directly kill anyone, he reminded himself that the illustrious one assimilated some of the strengths and techniques of the blinding one. A highly developed dark god who lived for a very long time should have definitely sublimated its spiritual existence. Such an entity was on a whole other level than his designed spirits. Not even Kalanxo came close. She hasn't lived long enough, he muttered. If his designed spirits grew naturally, then they might catch up to Kalanxo's level of strength. Yet how long would it take to grow to the point of matching a dark god? 1,000 years? 1,000,000 years? 1,000,000,000 years? That was way too long. The Age of Mechs would probably be a vague historical record by the time his designed spirits ascended to that level. To VS, the only way to hasten their growth was to rely on spiritual feedback. Ever since the Nixian Gap campaign came to an end, a couple of design spirits such as Kalankso and the Golden Cat grew considerably stronger. The Larkinson clan may have lost thousands of clansmen from the grueling battles, but the overall quality of mech pilots had risen. To his design spirits, this exchange was a net positive. The spiritual feedback supplied by an expert pilot such as Venerable Janzi was at least 1 billion times more valuable to a powerful spiritual entity such as Kalankso. As long as the mech pilots of his clan continued to progress, it would only be a matter of time before his design spirits attained the strength of a dark god. Naturally, he wouldn't be so crass to call them by that nefarious-sounding moniker. Should I turn the name around and call them bright gods? His face immediately turned ugly. This was a bad idea. Design spirits weren't gods. Everyone who equated them to such were completely delusional, his wife included. I'll have to come up with another term, he muttered. In any case, it would probably take decades before any of his design spirits reached this point. Even the illustrious one had a long way to go, though VS guessed that his path to ascension might be smoother because of his better foundation. VS put down his research on the blinding mech for the moment. He devoted enough time on this problem. Now that he obtained a solid direction, he was no longer when it came to this tricky project. He stood up from his chair and decided to check up on Gloriana's progress. Let's go, Lucky! Meow! When he dropped by Gloriana's office at the design lab, she looked up from her terminal in irritation. I'm working, VS. I know. That's why I came. VS smiled and sauntered forward. Can I visit my own wife? She gritted her teeth. This wife of yours is very upset at a certain insensitive husband. Hey, don't misunderstand my intentions. I'm only looking out for our interests and the interests of our clan. It was inevitable that we would expand the design department this way. Juliet truly isn't as bad as you think she is. At the very least, she doesn't pose a threat to our marriage. They both talked about this several times already. Gloriana was not in the mood of retreading the same arguments. She sighed. Do you love me, VS? I do. Do you know how much it pains me to be so apart from you? We are only married for less than a month, but already we're sleeping in separate beds. Do you want the rest of our marriage to proceed in this pattern? A bit of regret showed on her face. No. This isn't what I've hoped from our perfect marriage. It's just. VS moved closer. He walked around her desk and put his hand on her head. Gloriana, I know you're upset with me, but can we get back to how we used to be before? Where is the trust we had for each other? Where is the joy that we used to feel? I want to return to those days too, VS. Then why are you hesitating? Just throw aside all of your concerns. They aren't helpful at all. Can you do that? I'll try. The two spent some private time together. Both of them left for the lounge in order to cuddle up against each other. While their cats were chasing each around the compartment, VS and Gloriana hardly spoke as they reveled in each other's scent and body warmth. Though they hadn't fully hashed out their differences, they grew more comfortable in each other's presence. VS no longer felt as if Gloriana was one step away from exploding. She visibly calmed down as she continued to enjoy his presence. Are you better now? He gently asked as he rubbed her shoulder. I don't know. I think so. I enjoy these times. That's because we aren't talking much, he explained. We have a lot of differences, but as long as we don't voice them, we won't enter into a conflict. She sighed. We've been getting into more and more arguments. That's not good. We both need to adjust if we want to keep our marriage intact. Ves pressed his lips. He did not mention that their recent problems were largely her fault. If she wasn't so paranoid and irrationally afraid of Juliet, she wouldn't have stirred up so much tension. Still, he was confident this issue would blow over. Time seemed to work quite well in calming Gloriana down. He didn't dare to approach her like this a week ago. He only tried to reconcile with her now because he judged she was in a more receptive mood at this time. Let's talk about something we are more aligned with, he suggested. How is your mystery Hexer Mech project going? Have you determined some more criteria for our 6th mech design project? She nodded. I've studied the Komodo War and identified several opportunities for us to influence its course by introducing a new mech. To be honest, the Hex Army's mech roster is quite rounded and already covers every essential role. Even with your glows, it's hard to come up with a vision that can add unique value to the Hex Army's lineup. There is more to my design philosophy than glows, you know. I know. You've explained that to me already. It's just that in a war situation, glows have the most immediate effect. All of those other benefits, such as growing a living mech or increasing the compatibility between mech and mech pilot, just isn't fast enough. By the time those other benefits come online, the Friday men may have taken over half of the hegemony by then. We need to focus on delivering immediate benefits to the Hex Army. So what is your best idea? What Hexer mech do you think can revitalize the Hexers? A devious grin appeared on her face. I want to design a stealth mech. Ves blinked. A stealth mech? Are you about to say that stealth tech is classified? You aren't wrong, but it's not a problem for us. With how much the hegemony adores us, we can easily gain the right permissions as long as it is for a good cause. Let me tell you that my cause is definitely worthy. He scratched his head. I don't know, Gloriana. How can a stealth mech designed by us be more useful than the hegemony's existing models? We don't specialize in stealth tech, and glows are kind of the opposite of what you want. Any invisible mech that emits a noticeable glow will doubtlessly be detected before it can get close. That's the thing, Ves. Your glows have a variety of effects. As you say, most of them draw attention. What if you can achieve the opposite? What if you can develop a glow that causes people around it to avoid attention instead of drawing it? As long as we implement such a glow into a serviceable Hexer stealth mech, it can probably sneak into more sensitive areas. The idea sounds impressive. It's just, most if not all forms of stealth detection purely relies on tech. It's the sensors that trip the alarms, not people. A glow doesn't act on equipment. Are you sure about that? Chapter 2545, Incoming Shipment. As Ves and Gloriana slowly patched up their relationship, the design department almost completed the preparations for the second round of design projects. He knew that the Braves and Erudites had to work harder than ever this time. All of them were just third-class mech designers not too long ago. Though they had prospered greatly after gaining access to the abundant learning resources of the Larkinson clan, they had yet to receive any significant augmentations. This meant that the assistant mech designers wouldn't be able to provide as much help as before. With their insufficient knowledge and judgment, their design choices simply couldn't be trusted. The 3 lead designers who were qualified to design second-class mechs had to take on a much more hands-on approach as a result. Not being able to delegate a lot of challenging work to their assistants meant they had to commit a lot of time in order to complete the projects within the deadline. While Ves wanted to obtain some great mech designs, he did not want to sink an excessive amount of time in their development. Designing mechs was not just about coming up with the best products. It was also about completing their designs in a timely manner. Every mech designer had to make compromises in order to balance these 2 priorities. This time, he prioritized haste. He was lagging behind schedule when it came to designing second-class mechs. His mech forces urgently needed some second-class LMC mechs, and he was very keen on completing his obligations to the hexadric hegemony as soon as possible. Attaining the greatest possible quality is not a big concern this time, he muttered. Lucky, who was lounging on his shoulder, issued a warning. Meow. It's fine. It won't hurt as long as I don't say anything to Gloriana. He knew his new wife would not be pleased if she found out that Ves intended to rush his projects. This was why he was determined to stay mum and pretend to design his mechs as usual. Once the deadline came close, he would keep urging her on and force her to end her work. No matter how much she wanted to perfect her work, she always surrendered to his persuasion in the end. This was because he always held more say when it came to designing mass-produced mechs. However, once they started to design some custom mechs and expert mechs, Gloriana would certainly insist on spending more time to optimize them. This was fine to Ves, as it was very important to achieve the greatest possible quality for these high-performing machines. That's something to consider for the future. Once he completed the current round of projects, he intended to design his first expert mechs. With the help of Master Willix, Ves had very high expectations for his first batch or projects. In the meantime, he tasked the LMC's procurement department to be on the lookout for exceptionally valuable materials that conformed to the criteria he set. Many of the exotics Ves was looking for were regarded as strategic materials by states, so obtaining them was anything but trivial. The chances of any of them showing up on the open market or semi-open venues such as auction houses were too slim. Still, as long as there was a chance, there was hope of obtaining enough materials in the next half year. The procurement department hired or dispatched agents throughout the Yena star cluster in order to approach various states and institutions for their strategic materials. Perhaps it was possible to make some private deals with them. The Larkinson clan possessed a lot more clout these days. With the establishment and expansion of several new departments, Ves felt assured about delegating more tasks to others. It was completely unnecessary for him to waste his precious time on performing market research or begging for strategic materials. The LMC hired plenty of professionals who could do a much better job of performing these tasks. Ves and his fellow mech designers just needed to design their mechs, and that suited everyone fine. Speaking of procurement, the Larkinson clan's initial batch of purchases finally arrived. Large amounts of starships entered the Synnax system and flew to the inner system. Many of them were massive cargo haulers. Their large, cavernous cargo hulls stored rows and rows of large-sized containers. When the cargo haulers delivered them to a large civilian space station, Ves and his mech commanders eagerly visited one of the warehouses to inspect the new goods. Large teams of mech technicians were already crawling over the containers. They inspected the goods and began to open some of the containers. Soon enough, the mech technicians swiftly assembled the mechs stored inside. Several different mechs stood before the Larkinsons. These were the imported products that the Larkinson clan had ordered. The initial shipment brought over 1,000 second mechs, which significantly alleviated everyone's security concerns. So these are our next fighting machines, Commander Melker observed as his visor continually scanned the hastily assembled mechs. No offense, Ves, but they look a bit more basic than I expected. The mechs of the Cross clan are at least 4 times as impressive, Commander Cinnabar grunted. Ves helplessly spread his hands. These are stopgap mechs. We're just using them until my design department completes some suitable second-class mechs that you can use. Once you get your Bright Warrior Mark IIs, we'll have to dispose of these mechs in some way. Whether we resell them, recycle them, or hand them down to someone else, we won't be able to recoup the cost of procuring them in the first place. It's best to go cheap under these circumstances. The newest mech commander nodded. I believe it is good to start with basic models. The high-end mechs used by the Cross clan, The Friday Coalition and the Hexadric hegemony are challenging to control. Most of our mech pilots won't be able to utilize more than a fraction of their potential. We might as well make use of something easier and get accustomed to piloting second-class mechs before we move up to better models. Commander Sendra snorted. Don't equate your living sentinels to the rest of us, Casella. The Sword Maidens don't need training mechs. We are more than ready enough to harness real battle machines. The argument continued for some time until Ves raised his palm. Quiet down. The choice lies with me. While I am aware of your requirements, it simply isn't possible to fulfill all of them, especially since I have opted to purchase these products in bulk this time. Be patient and wait for some time. Once we have freed some design capacity, I will start some projects that are tailored to the needs of your troops. That shut them down. Each mech commander knew that a mech designed in-house was the ultimate product they could get their hands on. With all of the advantages they conveyed, the Larkinson clan would definitely soar in strength once it obtained more LMC mech models. The newly released Transcendent Punisher model already gave them a nice preview. The Larkinson clan's new artillery mech might be incredibly unwieldy and difficult to fabricate, but its power and functions were undeniable. In the initial test run of the first production copy, the mech was capable of tracking even the trickiest practice targets. Its uncanny Ovanan targeting and aim assistance allowed it to nail distant light mechs with a surprising degree of success. If the other LMC mechs possessed similar features, then the continued rise of the Larkinson clan was assured. Of course, all of that took time. For now, the mech forces had to settle for what passed for budget mechs in the second-class mech market. The first model that Ves and his commanders inspected was a rather slim swordsman mech. This is the Princess Jekka AR0005 Primacy. Ves presented to the others as he called up a projection of the model's spec sheet. It's designed and produced by Marin Systems, which is based in Vicious Mountain. Its performance is moderately slanted towards offense. Its armor system isn't very impressive, but that is also the reason why it is priced at 59 million hex credits per copy. Everyone turned to Commander Sendra. As the new leader of the Sword Maidens, she would be relying heavily on these foreign-made mechs. They look usable, the tall and athletic woman stated with a hint of reluctance. A grimace formed on her tanned face. I've seen better second-class mechs. I give credit to Marin Systems. The mech designers there truly know what swordsman mech pilots want to see in their machines. It's just that these Princess Jekka mechs are too damn cheap. Compared to the mech models of her dreams, the Princess Jekka model possessed lackluster armor, average mobility, and a lack of interesting modules. Its budget was simply too small to accommodate more features. It still had a few good upsides, though. Otherwise, Ves wouldn't have spent his money on this particular model. Just like many of the other mech models he procured, the Princess Jekka was cheap, easy to maintain, easy to pilot, and possessed surprisingly high arm strength. The offensive power of this space-borne swordsman mech model allowed it to burst out a considerable amount of damage. That last bit barely placated the Sword Maidens. The other mech forces would also be making use of the Princess Jekka, though to a lesser degree. The commanders inspected another model. At 48 million hex credits per copy, the ANX Corp Vima Sun RT556L was even cheaper than the Princess Jekka. The Vima Sun was a classic second-class space-borne rifleman mech model. It boasted high firepower, above-average mobility but very poor defense. The ranged mech excelled in wielding laser weapons. Its high-powered laser rifles boasted high alpha damage, allowing it to vaporize or melt through tougher obstacles. The trade-off was that the Vima Sun's energy reserves drained quickly when the rifles fired continuously at their highest setting. The rifleman mech's shape did not offer that much capacity, and its affordable energy cells weren't known for their abundant storage. The heat management of this model was also rather poor, especially in open space. The only mitigating factor was that the Vima Sun was fairly good at shunting its excess heat into any starship hull, asteroid, or other solid object it came into contact with. Therefore, these Vima Suns were destined to take cover behind combat carriers in most combat situations. These Vima Suns are completely inadequate for avatars of myth. Melker distastefully frowned. As a rifleman mech specialist, he had a better feel for ranged mechs. Their defense is so poor that their good mobility doesn't matter. They are serviceable to the living sentinels, Commander Casella Ingvar judged. While I agree with the Avatar commander, the needs of my sentinels aren't as high. We can make do with the Vima Suns. VS already expected to hear such answers. You don't have to settle for the base model. If your men have enough spare time, you can tell them to upgrade or modify your new mechs as you wish. Part of the reasons why I chose to procure the Princess Jekka and the Vima Sun models is because they're easy to modify and improve. Their relatively simple and uncomplicated designs lend themselves well to extensive upgrades. That mollified the mech commanders a bit more. Personally, VS felt it was a waste of time to upgrade these stopgap mechs, but he did not forbid it. The mech forces each needed to keep themselves busy somehow. Upgrading the new products also allowed the maintenance departments of the different mech forces to accrue more practical experience. The third important model they checked was a Space Knight model. This is another product of Marin Systems, VS introduced. I took a fancy to the Tamara Stellar TR1013 TLAZ because it features the same clean and basic design style as the Princess Jekka. It's a generic offensive mech model that boasts relatively high defense, decent mobility for a hefty mech, and poor offensive capabilities. Is there anything special to this Space Knight? Commander ABI's Firelight asked. The flagrant Vandal commander was not impressed by the model. Its shield looks rather thin. That's why it is priced at just 67 million hex credits. That's a bargain in my eyes. There are no gimmicks to this mech worth noting. If you aren't satisfied with its shield, then you can easily replace it with something better. Every mech commander knew that their troops had a lot of work on their hands. Even if they wouldn't be using these affordable mechs for a very long time, none of them felt assured by their factory specs. Chapter 2546, VS the Cheapskate. The Larkinson clan obtained a number of other mech models, but they were just as disappointing as the first three ones. Why so glum? VS frowned as he turned around. The commercial mechs I've ordered may not be impressive compared to other second-class mechs, but they are solid, reliable products with proven track records. Don't forget that each of them perform far better than any of the third-class mechs we are getting rid of. You can finally say goodbye to your paltry and outdated Desolate Soldiers, Doom Guards, Deliverers, and Aurora Titans. His mech commanders grew even more morose. We may have outgrown those mechs, but they're special to us, Melker voiced. I know we don't have room for them anymore, but it feels wrong to part with them. They're living mechs, are they not? Shouldn't we treat them better? VS responded with a rueful smile. In an ideal reality, I would like that as well. It's not possible, though. Carrying capacity is one of the scarcest and most precious resources of any fleet. Each additional starship we acquire increases our burdens and slows us down. We cannot justify bringing along too much junk. I'm willing to retain retired mechs that are either exceptionally valued or possess a lot of historical significance. Everything else must go. You should at least be grateful that most of the mechs we are parting with will have a second life under another owner. As long as the mechs weren't exclusive to the Larkinson clan, VS was willing to put them up for sale. The second-hand mech market was willing to accept any used products, as long as they were in decent shape. It's a shame the performance of these mechs can't match up to your existing second-class mech models. Why can't we use some of them instead? Do you want your avatars to pilot hexer mechs? VS raised his eyebrow at the Avatar commander. As long as your men are willing to pilot blessed squires, I'll supply as many as you want. No thanks, Melker quickly replied. He would rather remove the visor from his face than to force any of his men to pilot such an insulting mech model. Besides, the Blessed Squire was primarily a land-bound mech design. It was troublesome to adapt them for space combat. Sir, we are still slated to receive our Valkyrie Redeemers, correct? Someone asked. VS nodded to Commander Valerie Chansey. Correct, but it will take some time. Every mech company in the hegemony is running at full capacity. They're busy churning as many mechs as possible to replenish the Hex Army's losses. From what I've been told, the hegemony will bundle the shipments of Valkyrie mechs with the delivery of our starships. Both the Penitent Sisters and the Glory Seekers were allowed to field the Hexer mechs he designed for the military. Both of them had already approached him in the past about procuring the highly acclaimed Valkyrie mechs. Since both of them wanted to obtain hundreds of them, VS was forced to order them from the hegemony. Without his factory ship, his fleet simply didn't have enough production capacity to make so many mechs. The Valkyrie Redeemers were high-end military mech models that boasted incredibly complexity for their size. These problems only increased V's yearning for his factory ship. Though the additional upgrades he recently ordered made his future flagship more impressive, they also delayed her completion by a couple more weeks. It was worth it though. With 20 high-end production lines, his factory ship could spit out 20 Valkyrie Redeemers every 3 days once they fully ramped up. If VS added in the mech workshops, then his new industrial vessel was capable of outputting even more products. Of course, it took a lot of effort to get to this point. His mech technicians had to be retrained to operate the advanced second-class production machines. His fleet also had to procure all of the raw materials needed to produce so many mechs. To be honest, his clan still lacked too much qualified manpower. It would be great if the LMC managed to activate 10 production lines within the first month of receiving the factory ship. This was only possible by relying on the trainers supplied by the Hexers and by borrowing the mech technicians hailing from the Penitent Sisters and the Glory Seekers. VS was already satisfied if he could operate his factory ship at half or even quarter capacity. He not only wanted to produce more Valkyrie mechs, but also a lot of very crucial Transcendent Punishers. As the primary fleet defense mech of the Larkinson clan, VS would never contract its production to another mech company. It wasn't all about keeping the design schematics confidential. While it was important to hide the weaknesses of the artillery mech, VS had a more important reason to rely on internal production. Only his own production crews were able to produce better LMC mechs. While the LMC stopped using its label system as much, that did not mean it had become irrelevant. VS was a bit dissatisfied by the impersonal and efficiency-oriented production approaches adopted by many third-party manufacturers. The LMC wasn't able to force them to change their methods just so that they could output slightly better LMC mechs. The trade-off simply wasn't worth it for many companies. Only the mech technicians and production workers of his own clan abided by his standards. As long as they followed his methods, the Transcendent Punishers produced by his factory ship should come with stronger spiritual foundations, thereby giving more play to its distinctive spiritual qualities. This meant that the Transcendent Punishers became drastically more accurate as a result. The difference might save the lives of hundreds if not thousands clansmen down the line. During the remainder of the inspection, VS explained some of these logistical considerations to his mech commanders. They needed to know that it would take time to supply their troops with excellent mechs. You don't have to wait that long to get some better mechs. In half a year, the Bright Warrior Mark II will become available. With our factory ship, we should quickly be able to supply each of your forces with the new backbone of our clan. Just remember that the Mark II's role is different from the Mark I. Its standing is lower than that of specialized mechs. Melker frowned. The avatars of myth adored the original Bright Warriors. Many of them even owed their lives to its amazingly strong defense. I get why you did that, but won't this shift go against the original purpose of the Bright Warrior model? You can make an argument for that, Ves admitted. It's inevitable that the role and purpose in a mech will change when classing them up. It's folly to keep everything identical. Still, you're turning what used to be the most premier mech of the Larkinson clan into a version that is only 1 or 2 steps up from the Princess Jekka's and the Vima sons. You'll be breaking the hearts of many of my mech pilots. They won't cry for long once my design department starts rolling out more specialized mech designs. Right now, we are about to design a very good light skirmisher. All of the light mech pilots in our clan will stop complaining once we complete it. The penitent sisters can look forward to something even better. Commander Valerie Chansey was very pleased to hear that. She may have lost her former head designer, but she gained a very powerful supporter in the LMC's crucial design department. With Juliet in charge of the design project, the penitent sisters shouldn't have any worries. The round of inspections finally ended. Major Vol had already divvied up the shipment of mechs. Each mech force received a variety of mechs depending on their force makeup and mech doctrines. For example, there was no need to transfer any Vima sons to the Sword Maidens. Commander Sendra was already content with receiving a lot of Princess Jekkas. The Living Sentinels obtained the most mechs because they had the most mech pilots, each of which needed hands-on training. Showering them with second-class mechs would also do wonders in repairing their damaged self-esteem. Commander Melker acted like a spoiled kid who got an apple from his mother when he actually wanted to eat some sweets. The Avatars of Myth was supposed to be an elite mech force. Piloting the second-class equivalent of budget mechs did not conform to its style. The remaining mech forces were just as dissatisfied, though it was hard to argue that the new shipments represented a downgrade from what they had before. Overall, the strength of the Larkinson clan started to rise again. Shipments continued to trickle in the coming days. While the trading companies charged a hefty fee for importing mechs across star sectors, the Larkinson clan saved a significant amount of money by taking advantage of bulk discounts. A lot of people were secretly dissatisfied with Ves. He was the main driver behind procuring so many budget mechs. There wasn't a single decent second-class mech in any of the shipments. The men aren't shy about complaining about the disappointing specs and lack of features of their new second-class mechs, Gavin reported to him during a routine briefing. Ves leaned back in his office. You can't please everyone, Benny. I thought you should know that since you're a marketing expert. There are good reasons behind our frugality. Aside from reserving our funds for the production of LMC mechs, we also have to build up our war chest for some big expenditures. Meow meow. On his desk, Lucky pounced on the Larkinson mandate and tried to draw out the golden cat. Nyaya. For some reason, Goldie didn't want to come out today. When Lucky became a little too insistent, the Larkinson mandate unleashed a strange kinetic blast. Meow! The gem cat soared across the stateroom and slammed straight into the bulkhead. Gavin spoke up once this distraction passed. We know you are prioritizing the future, boss. There is nothing wrong with that. It's just that some of us believe you're going overboard with hollowing the present in order to accomplish your ambitious goals. Ves leaned forward. I don't like to be wasteful. We need to make the best use of our resources. Know that we will be getting rid of many of our ships and mechs once we reach one of the Beyonder gates. The gate consortium only allows a limited amount of ships to pass, so it's impossible to bring everything. We will be in the best position to start our adventure in the Red Ocean if we focus mostly on building up our capital ships and expert mechs. Is that safe? I heard the stories about the Nixian Gap campaign. A lot of mech pilots and other personnel lost their lives because their mechs weren't up to the talk. You don't have to worry about that, Benny. Ves chuckled. Our mechs might not amount to much, but we've ordered a lot of them. Being able to field thousands of mechs is already intimidating enough. If that's not enough, we can borrow the strength of our upcoming allies. You mean the Cross clan, sir? Correct. Do you have a problem with them or something? We know too little about them. They're foreigners and they have their own ideas. They're also stronger than us. The quality and quantity of their mechs are much greater than ours. The Crossers won't do anything. There is hardly any benefit. If their new guest designer is able to exert enough influence, then I am pretty sure the Cross clan will cover our backs. It was a bit of a gamble, but one he was willing to take. The negotiations between the Larkinsons and the Crossers had reached the final stages. The two clans formed an elaborate treaty over the past few weeks. What was remarkable about this treaty was how many opportunities it opened for cooperation. The Larkinsons agreed to make some of their formidable production capacity available to their allies. In turn, the Cross clan promised to dispatch some highly experienced mech instructors and trainers to the Larkinson clan. These were just two of the exchanges stipulated in the treaty. Chapter 2547, Purple Feather. Soon after the shipments of mechs arrived, the Larkinsons received another delivery. Dozens of combat carriers and logistics ships transitioned out of FTL. The emergence of so many second-class ships initially alarmed the local authorities, but soon they relaxed once it became clear the vessels were Hexer-built. The Larkinson clan already expected their arrival. Their Hexer architecture did not dampen the enthusiasm of the clansmen. It didn't matter whether these vessels used to be owned and operated by Hexers. After some thorough refurbishment, and applying some brand new coating, the incoming second-class starships ought to be just as serviceable in the hands of the Larkinsons. As the Hexer crews of the arriving ships handed over command to the Larkinson clan, they didn't leave immediately. The Larkinson spacers that entered the vessels and touched the elaborate controls quickly became overwhelmed by all of the advanced functions. It took time for the mariners to become accustomed to operating these advanced vessels. Second-hand or not, VS already knew from ships such as the Barracuda and the Scarlet Rose that it was at least 5 times more difficult to control them. Certain ship components such as the FTL drives were so much more complex that the Larkinson clan had to contract some Hexer chief engineers on a long-term basis. The thought of having Hexers in charge of the most critical parts of the starships made many Larkinsons nervous. While the chance of anything going wrong was small, it was best if the Larkinson clan's own chief engineers got up to speed as soon as possible. As VS was more preoccupied with working on his new mech design projects, he only spared some time to inspect a couple of new ships. He first headed over to the newly christened Purple Feather. As his shuttle landed in the busy hangar bay, VS and Lucky stepped out and took in the frenetic activity taking place inside. The Hexers may have delivered their starships with complete loadouts, but the Larkinsons still had to bring their own supplies and other equipment. Various shuttles and small transports continually delivered different goods. "What a busy ship," VS remarked to Commander Melker. "Breaking in a ship is a momentous effort. It will take months before we're comfortable with running our new flagship. I'm just happy that we're finally obtaining second-class ships of our own. Do you know how much I envied the Penitent Sisters during our journey through the Nixian Gap? The ships we had before hardly provided us with any sense of security." VS smiled as he reminisced about the past. It hasn't been a lot of years since we initially procured the Red Feather and the Green Feather. Do you know how much it pained me to spend a few billion bright credits back then? All we could afford was a pair of light carriers. "Yeah, I remember. You were too much of a cheapskate to supply my avatars with a proper combat carrier," Melker grumbled. "Ha! Don't kid me. You wouldn't have been in favor of buying a combat carrier either." They were just too damned expensive. Back then, we only guarded ourselves against pirates, gangs, and visions. We never thought we would get pulled into a conflict against the Friday Coalition and a powerful Nixian pirate alliance. We have come so far to get to this point. Be proud of that, Melker. I don't feel very proud. Too many of our brothers and sisters have lost their lives to secure all of this prosperity. We all feel a little guilty for being among the survivors. Ves frowned. That sounded rather troubling. Hey, that is what counseling is for. It is absolutely not your fault. I know. I have been talking to a counselor from the Larkinson Veteran Foundation as of late. It has helped, but it's harder to set aside responsibility when you are a commander. How do you cope with the guilt of leading some of your men to their deaths? By not feeling guilty at all, Ves answered. Are you serious? Ahem, I know that sounds rather insensitive, but really, don't get too hung up over the past. Ves quickly coughed. While the dead deserve your regards, don't let your obligations towards the slain override your obligations towards the living. If your guilt negatively affects your judgment and performance, then it is best to relinquish your command. The avatars of myth pursue excellence in all forms. You'll only hold your own men back if you let them get affected by your moping. Melker's body shook a bit. Ves had given him quite a shock. Not even his counselors dared to be so direct. I can't do that yet, Ves. It's too callous. While I agree with your logic, the dead must be remembered. Didn't you say that in one of your speeches? Well, yes, but that is mostly meant to keep everyone moving forward. Don't take it too literally. It's much more important to keep your productivity high. You need to stop any behavior that goes against that goal. The avatars who are still alive are all counting on you to lead them with a sober mind. This was not something that Melker could easily accept. To him, what Ves was asking of him was tantamount to forgetting the sacrifices of the dead. This did not conform with his sense of honor. It was too bad that Ves was unsympathetic towards Melker's attitude towards the dead. He was chiefly responsible for all of the recent losses. While he felt a bit regretful about the thousands who died, he did not allow himself to go any further. As long as he felt any guilt, his efficiency in designing mechs would definitely drop. This was self-defeating behavior in his eyes. The simplest solution to this problem was to wipe away all of his guilt. He did so. Problem solved. Ves and Melker exited the hangar bay and inspected some of the compartments. They toured the engineering bay, the mech stables, the mech workshop before ending up at the bridge. An engineer was already affixing a large plate that proudly declared the name and serial number of the combat carrier. The purple feather, huh? Your naming sense is as bad as ever. Commander Melker chuckled. It gets the job done. I'm saving up the gold feather for when our avatars finally receive our fleet carrier. Speaking about capital ships, how long will it take to receive a proper vessel? Don't be too impatient. The purple feather is already impressive enough to tide your men over. The purple feather was a large-capacity combat carrier that was able to hold up to 60 mechs. She featured moderate armor, moderate mobility, and terrestrial landing capabilities. She also contained a dedicated command center that was suitable for coordinating large amounts of mechs. The combat carrier once served as the flagship of a Hexer mercenary corps a few decades ago. He didn't go through a lot of combat back when she sailed the stars under a different name. This meant that her condition was still excellent for a ship that was over half a century old. What Ves especially valued about the purple feather was that she boasted 12 highly reinforced bunkers. The combat carrier's former owners upgraded their plating so that they did an even better job of protecting mechs hunkering inside. The purple feather was actually quite an impressive vessel even among modern Hexer combat carriers. Ves hadn't skimped too much when it came to investing in his subcapital ships. He fully recognized the value of strong and defensive ships after seeing how well the penitent sisters fared with them. Without their tough and resilient combat carriers, his task force would have never been able to damage the Gravada Narlax. You don't understand, Ves. It's one thing to wait for a fleet carrier. It's another thing to wait for a fleet carrier while we have a good view of the Antonio Cross and the Hemington Cross. Ah, I see. Even Ves envied the fleet carriers of the Cross clan sometimes. Though both of them were quite flawed in his eyes, that did not stop him from desiring them for himself. Luckily, his factory's ship would soon be on the way. Ves didn't have to wait long before he obtained his biggest toy. When? Melker asked in a more insistent tone. I really can't say. There are too many variables at play. Can you at least tell me if my avatars are at the top of the list? I can't tell you that either. It depends on the fleet carrier we are able to procure and the needs of our clan. Don't worry too much. Even if your avatars don't get the first turn, your troops will definitely obtain something soon. Ves was actually thinking about granting the first fleet carrier to the living sentinels. They fielded the most mechs and possessed a higher demand for a large and solidly armored capital ship. The avatars of myth were already doing well enough without a capital ship. Ves did not expect their confidence and fighting spirit to rise once they received their own fleet carrier. Of course, Ves didn't tell any of this to Melker. It was enough to give his cousin some hope. As they continued to chat, Melker eventually brought up something personal. So, Ves, I hate to sound impatient, but when are you prepared to design a custom rifleman mech for me? Will it be after you've completed your current projects? Ugh. Not this again. The pressure on Ves didn't abate after half a year. He already promised Master Willix to begin with the development of some expert mechs, and he also had to design at least 3 more hexer mechs to close out his current commission. Aside from that, Ves didn't have an existing base to design Melker's ideal custom mech. He had to design a dedicated rifleman mech first. Your custom mech will come in time, he perfunctorily replied. The longer you wait, the better it will be. I promise you the end product will absolutely blow your mind. I'm getting older, Ves. We're not as young as we used to be. We're both over 30 years old. I'm afraid I'll be nearing 40 when I finally receive this promised custom mech of yours. Do you know how much of a difference that makes to mech pilots? We age faster than you mech designers. Designing mechs was a purely intellectual occupation. As long as a mech designer's mind remained sharp, it didn't matter if his body grew wrinkled and his hair turned white. It was different for mech pilots. While the use of neural interfaces allowed soldiers to pilot mechs with their minds, a strong body was still essential for certain reasons. Not only that, but piloting mechs inherently stressed the brains of their pilots. Ves once learned a dark secret about mechs. Mech pilots gradually accumulated brain damage as they interfaced with their mechs. In most cases, this damage was irreversible. It could only be slowed, but never stopped. This was one of the reasons why it was a lot more troublesome to extend the lives of mech pilots. Without any biological augmentations or treatments, a mech pilot's peak gradually declined over time. Though Melker and many other mech pilots didn't know that much, they were still aware of the gradual decline in performance. They just chalked it up to the loss of youthful vigor or something. Ves placed his hand on Melker's shoulder. You don't have to wait until you're a grandpa before you get your custom mech. I promise you that. Just be patient. The demand for other mechs are too great to address your needs. You don't want to leave our expert pilots hanging, do you? Commander Melker bent his head. You're right. I'm being too selfish. It would be bad if the completion of one of our expert mechs is set back just so that I can obtain my dream mech. Despite saying that, he still yearned to pilot a mech as impressive as the Quint. He sacrificed so much to lead the avatars of myth to this point. When would he ever be able to reap his cherished reward? Chapter 2548 Consumable Starships. The Purple Feather was but one of many starships arriving from the hegemony. Batches of second-class combat carriers and auxiliary ships kept pouring into the Synapse system at regular intervals. The avatars of myth, living sentinels, and other mech forces embraced the presents and eagerly unpacked them. Though the Hexer-built vessels were far more advanced than anything the Larkinsons had ever touched, they had made plenty of preparations. Aside from pre-training the ship crews, the clan also solicited the help of the Glory Seekers and the Penitent Sisters. Both Hexer forces graciously loaned their engineers and specialists to help the underqualified crews make sense of the new systems. Together with the trainers supplied by the hegemony, the military bureau believed it wouldn't take more than a year before the Larkinsons no longer required any external aid. It wasn't necessary for the Larkinson spacers to master their new vessels from top to bottom. They only needed to achieve enough proficiency to control the ships under normal operation and be able to react to the most common emergencies. They could slowly learn the ins and outs of the new ships later on through gradual study and practice. Fleet Coordinator Ophelia Cronin became incredibly busy as of late. As the most senior naval officer in the clan, she needed to sort out the incoming vessels and juggle the demands of every mech force. The living sentinels developed a preference for sturdy and well-armored combat carriers. The flagrant vandals desired vessels with better FTL travel characteristics and superior sublight propulsion. The avatars of myth wanted to obtain both fast and resilient combat carriers and did not want to settle for less. There was no way for Ophelia to please everyone. When Ves paid a visit to her office, he immediately sensed a lot of stress from the former Ilvanan officer. "We're getting some fine ships, but they're not good enough for the avatars," she complained. A small turtle emerged from an aquarium placed on her desk. The clever little reptile climbed out of the top and passed through a gate that blasted all of the water from his body. The turtle vigorously waddled up to his owner's hand and tried to offer some comfort. Blub blub. Thanks, Phoba. Sadly, her new pet couldn't wave all of her problems away. Tell me honestly, Ves began as he crossed his arms. What do you think of the vessels we are receiving from the hegemony? As I have said, they are fine second-class vessels. While these used goods are not up to par against their state-of-the-art equivalent, to be honest, the differences are not that concerning. In the field of naval development, real generational differences are measured in centuries instead of decades. A starship commissioned over 100 years ago is still competitive. What truly matters is the value of the vessel. More expensive ships not only feature better tech, but also better materials. An old but expensive starship could easily crush a new but cheaper vessel. Ves was already familiar with this premise, as the same largely applied to mechs as well. It was just that mechs never lasted that long. In terms of price, where do our combat carriers lie? Ves curiously asked. The price we pay for our combat carriers range from 2 billion to 5 billion hex credits. There are a couple of outliers such as the Purple Feather, but the bulk of our vessels fall into this serviceable category, she explained. From my understanding of the Yana Star Cluster starship market, this price range is below average. So our combat carriers are rather flimsy compared to the vessels of other second-class outfits? Ves frowned. Not exactly, sir. The quality of our vessels are quite satisfactory if we bought them new, but we didn't. They have all been used for decades. While the hegemony has been nice enough to service the mothballed starships, there are still many areas left which exhibit a considerable amount of wear and tear. Repairing these parts is too difficult without putting the vessels in dry docks. So essentially, the performance of our vessels is good, but their longevity is questionable. That sounded similar to what the penitent sisters used to deal with before they sacrificed all of their combat carriers. Ophelia nodded, pleased that Ves understood her point. As a mech designer and an engineer, I believe you are aware of what this means for our clan. The vessels are older and more temperamental. Parts will break down at higher frequencies and emergencies will happen more often. These incidents can ramp up quite quickly the longer the ships operate without undergoing deep maintenance. Starships were no different from giant machines. Just like other machines, their conditions degraded over time. While it was a lot more troublesome to fix their various issues, the better-built vessels were usually capable of operating without receiving any serious maintenance for decades. Yet this couldn't go on forever. While starships came with a huge amount of redundancy, some ship components such as FTL drives still represented single points of failures. As long as any of these ship components broke down, the ship in question would end up in a lot of trouble. How is the outlook of our vessels in a span of 5 years? Ves inquired. Will we have to take this problem seriously in the immediate future? Ophelia paused for a moment. Only the great prophet can say for sure, sir. According to my judgment, we will certainly have several major breakdowns and failures in the coming years. This can't be avoided considering we have procured hundreds of vessels. What I can tell you is that these isolated incidents are manageable provided we are not in hostile space or being pursued. If a ship just happened to suffer a crippling breakdown, then the Larkinson clan had several options. Repairing the vessel took too much time and effort. It might take months to restore the damage. It's better to abandon any ships that break down along the way. Ves decided after contemplating his options. None of our subcapital starships are worth retaining. We are only making use of them so we can reach a Beyonder Gate safely. We can also train our clansmen in the use of second-class hardware. The core of our fleet consists of our capital ships. They're the only vessels that are worth bringing to the Red Ocean. The fleet coordinator agreed with his sentiment. Treating our sublight vessels as transient, consumable assets is the right choice to make. However, the premise is that we are able to bear the cost of doing so. Every major breakdown means we will be losing a lot of value. At best, we are able to find a buyer who will take the crippled vessel off our hands at a hefty discount. At worst, we might have to write off our losses entirely. Ves had already made his choice. Despite reserving more and more money on various priorities, the profitability of the LMC was able to bear the burden. The Crystal Lord Mark II and the Ferocious Piranha were already building up momentum. The latter especially began to catch on due to its incredibly useful glow. Sales of the Doom Guard had actually cratered as many mech buyers preferred to obtain the more user-friendly alternative. The discussion continued for some time. Ves gained a better insight on the state of his fleet upon the moment of departure. While the starships the Larkinson clan obtained wouldn't impress any second-class power, their performance was not weak. That was enough. It didn't matter if they became more troublesome a decade later. By the time the Larkinson clan reached a Beyonder Gate, Ves intended to sell every subcapital ship without exception. The Barracuda, the Scarlet Rose, the Stellar Chaser, the Purple Feather, and so on would no longer be a part of the Larkinson clan's story. Despite memories that Ves and his clansmen formed with the starships, they had to go. The clan would either find new owners for them or have them scrapped to recoup some of their value. The future of his clan no longer lay in these smaller vessels. While his clan would definitely acquire a lot of new subcapital ships on the other side of the intergalactic Beyonder Gate, there was no way that any of the new purchases would resemble the older ones in price, quality, features, or looks. The Red Ocean was a hodgepodge of many different human cultures and customs. Ship and mech builders from every corner of human space in the old galaxy had converged in a very tiny area in the new dwarf galaxy. This resulted in continuous collisions between different design philosophies and product styles. The combat carriers put for sale in the Red Ocean were very different from the combat carriers sold in the Yena star cluster. The latter were simply too shabby and basic to perform well in the new frontier. This was why VS was not sorry to say goodbye to ships like the Scarlet Rose. They simply couldn't keep up with his demands. Once VS finished his fruitful discussion with Ophelia, he left her office and paid a visit to Major Vril. "Hello? How is it going, Major? You're giving me a lot of headaches." VS chuckled. "I've been hearing that a lot. Don't misunderstand me, sir. It's great that our clan is finally building up our strength again. Once we are able to take control over our new assets, we will gain enough strength to protect ourselves as we travel from star sector to star sector." "That sounds good, because we'll have quite a journey ahead of us. Have you and your staff already charted some routes to the nearest Beyonder gates?" "We did. Let me show them to you," the Major answered. Some projections came to life. They showed off several star charts centered around the Komodo star sector. VS could easily observe the colorful translucent borders that delineated different star sectors and star clusters. Animated dotted lines extended from Komodo and began to follow several different curving paths. The galactic rim was a sparse and underdeveloped region. The Gate Consortium couldn't justify building a lesser Beyonder Gate in every single star cluster. This meant that the Larkinson clan had to cross through at least several different star clusters in order to reach any gate. "This one." VS pointed towards a specific chart. The projection grew larger while the others shrunk in size. "We'll take this route." Vril was alarmed. "Let's not be too hasty, sir. We still need to discuss the merits of each route with the Larkinson Assembly and some other relevant leaders. We also need to consult with the Cross clan to find out whether they have any objections to our choice. This is not something that we can decide in a short amount of time." "Then make it happen." VS crossed his arms. "I'm not asking you. I'm telling you. I won't accept any other route." "Can you at least tell me why?" "I'm not choosing this route on a whim. I'm familiar with some of the star sectors along the way. They're all worth paying a visit. I don't want to spend the next months and years cooped up in my factory ship." "Very well then. We will explore this route further and check whether there are any hazards along the way. Total safety can't be guaranteed in space, but we can minimize the risks by avoiding unstable regions." The route that VS prematurely settled upon threaded through 4 different star clusters. It started from the Yena star cluster and passed through the Bardo and Fermi star clusters until it finally reached the center of the Antilla star cluster. The latter hosted one of the newfangled Beyonder gates developed by the Big Two and managed by the Gate Consortium. The mysterious temple protector might have passed through this very gate. To be honest, this wasn't the shortest or fastest route. Yet VS did not want to travel in any other direction for one important reason. The Smiling Samuel star sector was part of the Fermi star cluster. Chapter 2549, Catching Up. If we follow this route, it is challenging to estimate how long it will take to reach the Beyonder Gate at the end. Major Vril. The more stops we make along the way, the more time it will take to traverse our route. Our fleet composition also affects our speed. The larger our fleet, the more unwieldy it becomes. A group of ships is only as fast as the slowest among the bunch, VS commented. Exactly. VS smiled. It's good that we're getting rid of all of our third-class vessels. Keeping them will only drag our feet. Third-class ships with cheaper FTL drives couldn't even pass through the gravitic barriers separating star sectors from each other. Even if they could, their FTL drives possess shorter ranges, thereby forcing any fleet that included these vessels to undergo more downtime. In contrast, second-class ships with decent FTL drives could aim for more distant star systems. At a minimum, the range was doubled. Their speed in FTL travel was higher as well, which meant that they reached their destinations in half or a third of the time. Faster vessels were vitally important to reaching a beyonder gate in a timely manner. The Red Ocean developed rapidly as the pioneers who arrived early were picking up treasures left and right. While Ves might have cheaped out a bit when it came to procuring the starships of the Larkinson clan, he did not cut too many corners when it came to their FTL drives. "What are the FTL characteristics of our fleet once we set off?" Ves asked. "I need to know the minimum and maximum cycling times." Major Vull activated another projection. It listed out all of the starships that the Larkinson clan ordered. Some of them had already arrived while others were still on their way. The list is ranked by tonnage. As you can see, a small vessel such as the Barracuda can cycle her FTL drive as fast as 3 hours, while our largest logistical ships need at least 6 hours. In fact, the FTL drives of our upcoming factory ship actually require 18 hours to cycle a heavy-duty FTL drive, and that is only when it operates at peak condition. That was way too long. Fortunately, the situation wasn't as bad as it sounded. "My factory ship comes with 3 FTL drives." Ves smirked. "It doesn't matter if it takes an entire day to get a spent FTL drive up and running again. We can just switch over to another one in an instant." This actually resulted in the strange situation where a gigantic capital ship was able to traverse more distance than a swift corvette. While the range of the Barracuda was better than that of his upcoming factory ship, the differences weren't decisive. The quality of FTL drives mattered a lot more. In that aspect, none of the second-class ships of his fleet came up short. Insisting on this demand was actually one of the reasons why it took so much time for the hegemony to prepare the used starships. Some of their FTL drives had to be replaced because their condition was too poor or their quality did not meet his standards. "Don't confine your vision to our own vessels," Vull warned. "We also have to account for the crossers. Their ships will also factor in how fast we can reach the beyonder gate in the Antilla star sector." "Oh, you're right. What do you know about their fleet?" "The Black Cats have sniffed out quite a lot of details by tracking the flight of the remnant fleet. What I can tell you with certainty is that their current fleet almost entirely consists of their faster vessels. Any ship that couldn't keep up would have fallen into enemy hands. You don't have to worry about any of their ships dragging us down, at least in the short term. Many of their vessels accumulated significant damage, and their engineers may have overstressed their FTL drives by cutting short their cycling times." Ves dismissively waved his hand. "This is not important. Just like us, the crossers can just throw aside their subcapital ships if they ever become impaired. I care more about their capital ships. They should have at least 2 FTL drives each, right?" "Correct, sir. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been able to outrun their pursuers. Their characteristics are fairly interesting. While the Cross clan doesn't publicize any specs, it is easy enough to make some estimates based on the historical movements of the 2 fleet carriers. There is enough data on the galactic net to tease out the approximate FTL travel characteristics of the Antonio Cross and the Hemington Cross." The Major activated yet another list of specifications. Though there were many question marks and vague estimates, the document nonetheless gave Ves a better understanding of his future allies. The Hemington Cross was a big and fat fleet carrier. Her FTL drives had to exert a lot of effort to move the metal giant across the stars. The cycling time of her FTL drives likely lasted around 32 hours. Ves felt like vomiting when he spotted this detail. "This is way too long." "It's not that much of a problem if both of her FTL drives are functional. We will only start to feel the consequences if when the 2 FTL drives of the Hemington Cross gets knocked out. While we cannot tell if the large fleet carrier possesses a 3rd FTL drive, the possibility is very slim. Her existing FTL drives already cost a fortune for being able to act on a ship that is more than 3 kilometers. This meant that the Hemington Cross was only a single point of failure away from crippling the traversal speed of their combined fleet. This was not a big deal if the critical breakdown took place in a safer region. However, if the two clans attracted a powerful enemy or ended in the middle of a war zone, then the Hemington Cross' excessively long timeout would certainly pose a serious threat. If such a calamity ever took place, the Cross clan would have to make some very hard choices. What about the smaller fleet carrier? The Antonio Cross. While her mech capacity is quite underwhelming, we know where most of her value lies. Some of her traversals are so far apart that only long-range FTL drives are able to accomplish such distant hops. These drives are not only powerful, they can cross considerably greater distances in the same amount of time. In fact, if you really care about reaching a Beyonder Gate as fast as possible, then you should travel aboard the Antonio Cross. No other ship can compare in this aspect. That was a surprising detail. Ves was very impressed by the FTL drive parameters of the smaller fleet carrier. Her existence fully made sense to him now. The crossers would definitely be able to obtain a lot of advantages in the Red Ocean as long as they made clever use of the Antonio Cross. Ves even felt a bit jealous. It would be great if the Larkinson clan possessed a fast capital ship as well. Still, he knew that it was unlikely that his fellow Larkinsons would agree. They paid much more attention to the total mech capacity of a larger fleet carrier. He began to discuss some other related matters with Major Vel. They discussed the state of their growing fleet as well as the potential stops they could make along the proposed route. While there were many interesting states, star sectors and star clusters along the way, it was not worth it to linger too long in each of them. The Red Ocean was much more interesting than some local regions. Ves had to restrain his urges and keep his fleet moving forward as much as possible. That said, they also needed to plan their stops so that their crews could get a breath of fresh air every once in a while. After some quick investigations, Ves casually selected several random star sectors that he wished to experience. The Smiling Samuel star sector happened to be one of them. Yet just as Ves brought up the name, Major Verl immediately frowned. "What's wrong? Have you read up on Smiling Samuel?" I'm doing that right now. It has an interesting name." To be honest, Ves had overlooked the star sector shortly after he completed his latest mastery experience. Since it would take at least a couple of years to reach the Smiling Samuel star sector, there was no immediate hurry to get up to speed on the current state of the region. After all, only a couple of decades since Ves entered the mind of Ryan Aiden. The local situation shouldn't have changed that much, right? He began to have a bad feeling. Just as Ves began to read some articles on the Galactic Net, Major Verl briefly summarized what he knew. The Smiling Samuel used to be a fairly unremarkable star sector. It was just that some sort of unknown incident took place that caused the native dwarf populations there to rise up and fight against the normal humans who used to call the shots in this region. Ves snorted. What can a bunch of dwarves really do? They're perennially repressed and their numbers can't catch up to that of humans. While there were actually a fair amount of heavy gravity planets in the galaxy, it wasn't cheap to exploit them. Any mining initiative had to invest a lot of funds to get started. Every exertion expended a lot more energy in heavy gravity environments. The minerals offered by these planets had to surpass a certain threshold to justify a mining operation. For this reason, the population of humans heavily outnumbered the population of dwarves. While it wasn't unheard of for the latter to rebel or lash out against normal humans, they always ended in failure. The dwarves succeeded in toppling the human states of the star sector. What? The story is quite remarkable, actually. While the early history of the Dwarven Rebellion is mired in myth, rumors, and disinformation, the dwarves somehow became unprecedentedly united. The so-called Dwarven Justice movement somehow managed to rally many other dwarves across many nearby star sectors and star clusters. As long as any dwarf heard the call, they dropped everything and attempted to travel to Smiling Samuel as fast as possible. Even so, these migrations shouldn't have been able to overwhelm the native humans. You would think so, sir, but what happened is simply astonishing, Major Vole replied. There was genuine admiration in his tone. The dwarves did not collide against the human states right away. Instead, they kept to a certain corner and steadily attracted more compatriots. Meanwhile, they also stirred up discord between rivaling human states. As the normal humans became embroiled in destructive conflicts, the Dwarven Revolution finally erupted. The tale sounded incredibly outlandish to Ves. How could the dwarves possibly succeed in pulling off their schemes against their human enemies? Were the humans of the Smiling Samuel star sector that ignorant? What is also interesting is the reason why the dwarves managed to unite under a single banner. They formed a new religion based around Vulcan, who is supposedly the god of dwarves, mechs, and craftsmanship. The Major projected some historical footage. Rows and rows of uniformed dwarves stood before a plaza. On a high podium, a robed priest-like figure ascended into the air and raised a very familiar-looking banner. "Vulcan!" the bearded priest shouted. "Vulcan!" the crowd roared back. Ves could sense the energy and fanaticism from the crowd. His heart sank as he recognized how deeply the heavy gravity variant humans embraced their faith. Each of them believed wholeheartedly in Vulcan. "Vulcan has blessed Dwarvenkind. The paramount kingdom lies in ruins. The tall folk are driven away. Now their planets belong to us." More and more dwarves throughout the neighboring star clusters continue to arrive in order to fulfill our dream of creating a dwarven sanctuary. We are ascendant. We are blessed. We are the chosen people. From now on, these conquered territories will henceforth belong to our new dwarven state. Let us celebrate the founding of the Vulcan Empire. Vulcan! 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 Chapter 2550, Abnormal Star Sector. Ves awkwardly scratched his smooth-shaven cheek. The footage that Major Vole displayed had given him a great shock. The dwarves not only succeeded in conquering the Paramount Kingdom, but also went on to defeat every other state in the Star Sector. While it was true that the states in the Smiling Samuel Star Sector were more impoverished and decadent than others, they were still formidable institutions. How could the dwarves possibly overcome all of their disadvantages and win against the established powers in so little time? While it sounds like a fairy tale, the Vulcan Empire truly succeeded, Major Vole said. Today, the Vulcan Empire is the only dominant power of its star sector. While it is not that strong compared to other dominant states, it is highly entrenched in Smiling Samuel, thereby making it difficult for its neighbors to dislodge the dwarven state. The Dwarven Justice movement rose up rapidly from its humble beginnings. It remained quiet while it began to accumulate followers. Once its numbers and strength grew formidable enough, the dwarves launched their attacks with great force. The Paramount Kingdom did not account well for itself. Its rotten nobles and corrupted officials responded very poorly to the dwarven incursion. In fact, the human rulers actually looked down on the dwarves. It took many painful defeats for the ruling houses to recognize that the dwarves actually had the power to depose them. By that time, it was too late, and the Paramount Kingdom eventually made way for the Vulcan Empire. Even then, the rest of the Smiling Samuel Star Sector still did not recognize the threat posed by the dwarves. It was normal for individual states to rise and fall. Despite its domineering name, the Vulcan Empire was actually in a pretty bad shape upon its founding. The Paramount Kingdom's industries had suffered a lot of damage due to all of the fighting and a huge brain drain took place as many humans who were able to afford passage on a starship had fled the conquered state. Yet despite all of these problems, the Vulcan Empire grew incredibly fast. The moment the Dwarven Rebellion succeeded in founding a state dedicated to heavy gravity variant humans, the amount of dwarves pouring in from outside multiplied by 10. Even the more skeptical and cowardly dwarves became swayed by the Dwarven dream. Short-statured humans throughout the surrounding regions emigrated to the Vulcan Empire with much greater urgency. The Vulcan Empire rapidly grew in strength. As it carefully picked its battles and continually accomplished victory after victory, the Dwarven state's momentum rose. As the momentum of the Vulcan Empire rose, even more dwarves abandoned their old lives. They traveled to the Vulcan Empire no matter the cost and integrated in the rising state remarkably quickly. The Vulcan faith contributed a lot in uniting all of these foreign dwarves, Major Vril noted. Ves couldn't help but grimace even further. This faith was based on a sham. Yet no matter how stupid it was for the dwarves to believe in one of his disguises, he had to admit that religion was one of the strongest ways to bind different people together. No dwarf was the same. Their origin largely defined their norms and values. Different dwarves embodied different cultures depending on the planet, state, or star sector they came from. Randomly mashing them together in a single state shouldn't have worked if not for their belief in Vulcan gluing them together. These dwarven believers certainly look enthusiastic. That's an understatement. Major Vril shook his head. All of the records state the Vulcan people are highly xenophobic towards other human variants. The majority of the tall folk who used to reside in Smiling Samuel were either wiped out or transferred elsewhere. The immigrating dwarves all took over the lands, jobs, and possessions of the original citizens. Nowadays, only a handful of planets still host a majority of baseline humans, and they are usually closed off and inaccessible. This sounded quite cruel to Ves. The dwarves must have displaced trillions of normal human citizens over the years. The sheer amount of tragedy that took place in Smiling Samuel likely exceeded that of the recent Sand War. At the very least, humanity managed to stop the Sandman race a relatively short time after the invasion started. Yet no one managed to stop the tide of dwarves. How could these vertically challenged humans possibly get away with their excessive actions? It was one thing to conquer a state and oppress the conquered locals. It was another thing to drive those locals from their homes. The sheer amount of people the dwarves kicked from the star sector must have come to the attention of the MTA. While the association normally did not pay attention to local conflicts, there was no way the Meshes remained ignorant of the brutality the dwarves engaged in. It was as if Smiling Samuel went back to the days of the Age of Conquest. Strangely enough, the galactic net did not provide any solid answers. Ves only encountered lots of speculation, guesses, and analyses. Yet not once had the MTA issued any official statement. The Big Two remained completely impassive throughout the rapid takeover. Major Vril voiced his opinion. The most accepted explanation is that the MTA is secretly supportive of the formation of a dwarven star sector. The more radical theories even state that the MTA has actually been supporting the Vulcan Empire from the dark, but only crackpots believe in them. If you asked me, the fact that the MTA did nothing to stop the rise of dwarves means the Big Two tacitly consented to this development. Maybe they're tired that dwarves are constantly being oppressed throughout the galaxy. Letting them take over one of the poorest star sectors might be a way to compensate these variant humans for their suffering. Ves had a different perspective on the matter. From his understanding of the MTA, the high-level leaders liked to see some variety. By allowing the dwarves to take over a star sector, the association's research groups could probably engage in all kinds of comparative studies between societies. This was what scientists desired the most. Some studies simply couldn't be performed if the samples were too homogeneous. dwarves were still humans in some aspects, but very different in other aspects. Their distinctive identity, different physique, and other traits turned them into very useful test subjects. As expected of the MTA. Whereas VS only experiments on hundreds of test subjects at most, the association performed studies on entire star sectors worth of people at a time. To VS, it made a lot of sense to foster the rise of dwarves. Perhaps there were moral reasons to stop the dwarves from killing or displacing so many innocent humans, but who cared about those? Getting more experimental data was much more important. VS coughed. All right, let's not talk about how the dwarves took over the star sector. Now that they're in charge, are normal humans even allowed to enter? The Vulcan Empire can't stop all human traffic. The Big Two's headquarters and outposts are still staffed by normal-sized humans. There are also other exceptions such as the aforementioned isolated planets. The baseline humans who live there are pretty much caged there for the rest of their lives. Some dwarves even go on tours in order to see the tall folk in their supposed natural environment. VS pressed his palm against his face. Was this what he had wrought in his last mastery experience? The Vulcan Empire sounded terrible. Do the dwarves respect any humans at all? He feebly asked. No. Major Vol ruthlessly crushed his hope. The Vulcanites are as dwarf-centric as Hexers are towards women. The dwarves are actually worse, as they can't even tolerate the idea of living alongside the tall folk. Despite living in a galaxy that is dominated by humans that are taller than them, the dwarven supremacists constantly talk about killing the tall folk. Is there no faction of dwarves that are slightly more sympathetic towards normal humans? I can't say, sir. We'll have to perform in-depth research in order to be certain. According to the Galactic Net, the dwarves only really respect one human. Who? Their god. Despite being styled as the god of dwarves, mechs, and craftsmanship, the Vulcan faith actually depicts its god as a human with normal proportions. This has always been controversial to the Vulcanites. With how superior they feel about themselves, more and more dwarves simply can't understand why they should worship a normal human god. Oh no! VS could already predict what happened next. In recent years, it has become increasingly more apparent that a schism has formed within Vulcanism. The majority still believe in the orthodox interpretation of Vulcan as a human, but there is a rising faction that believes that Vulcan must be a dwarf. These radicalists have gained much more sway over the years. There are even rumors that the two sides have already come to blows against each other. The old guard continue to cling to the belief that Vulcan is a human god while the younger generation seeks to take them down. What a disaster. VS groaned as he considered how his careless lies and deceptions spiraled out of control. Forget about entering Smiling Samuel, Major Vol advised. While it is certainly different from every other star sector, the locals are too hostile against humans with normal proportions. Every dwarf will do their best to kill us once they see us traveling through their space. There has to be exceptions, right? How can the dwarves even trade if they kill off every trading vessel? The Vulcan Empire has exempted certain individuals and organizations from persecution, but those are exceptions. They don't give any exemptions to tourists and passerbys like us. Just skip this star sector. There are no reasons for us to dive into this dwarf-centric region. The Major was right. There were way too many reasons why entering Smiling Samuel was a very bad idea. VS wouldn't be able to convince any of his clansmen to enter this star sector because that would only invite endless trouble. Still, there had to be a way for him to enter. He had no intentions of visiting any dwarven settlements. He just wanted to stop by a desolate star system and excavate the Timpala steel that he had buried in an unassuming asteroid belt. As long as he obtained his treasure, he would leave right away. Is there any way for normal humans to move freely through Smiling Samuel? Verl shook his head. Not without an exemption. Maybe you can ask the MTA for help. Don't you have a good relationship with Master Moira Willix? She can probably arrange a pass for you. Still, my advice remains the same. Even with an exemption, we would not be safe. According to the recent news from the Vulcan Empire, the Dwarven god cult has been launching attacks on trading convoys operated by normal humans. As long as the vessels don't belong to the Big Two, they are fair game to the radicalists. Damn. These deranged dwarves were truly going overboard. Worst of all, Ves was largely responsible for fanning their hatred. If he hadn't attempted to rally the dwarves by shouting death to the tall folk all the time, they may have been able to tolerate normal humans. Oh, there is another way for you to enter Smiling Samuel. And that is. The Major summoned another projection. It displayed an advertisement for a physical morphing procedure. In the ad, a human entered a sophisticated-looking clinic. After being met by a doctor and put through some tests, the man paid some money and entered some kind of treatment chamber. An instant later, a different-looking human exited from the chamber. The normal-looking human had become a dwarf. You can turn into a dwarf. Ves smiled. Smiling Samuel accepts any converted dwarves with open arms. As far as the Vulcanites are concerned, normal humans are lost and live in sin. Only by embracing the dwarven form will they be worthy to receive Vulcan's blessing.